Yo, hello, hi, Lucero. Hi, hi, hi. Oh, we got hour and a half to attack. Ah, shit. Hi, Haru. I'm skipping the test. Fuck that test. That takes a lot of confidence. I'll say that. I don't know if it's a good idea. I don't know if it's a bad idea. All I'll tell you, it takes something. Hi, Milkers. Hi, Wyatt. Look at the screen, Michael. Oh, I'll be saying that a lot with the patch. I'm putting up my green screen. I got some stuff to talk about. We got an hour and a half before, presumably, the patch notes go live. So the plan right now... Actually, I got a couple things. Let me set up my green screen first. I already have enough grades to pass that course anyway. Skipping the test is fine. Perfect. I like that line of thinking. Who cares about GPA anyway? But take it from me, as someone that graduated with a 4.0. Who fucking cares? Mental health and stress is more important than your grades. That's the way I see it. What major? Math. Ugh. You thought I was gonna say art, didn't you? Well, I wish I got an art degree, because fuck math. Hi, Puma. Stress 8. Well, hopefully this will be the stress 8. It is the stress 8 or whatever. Okay, I got my stuff set up. All right, let's talk about a couple of things here. I don't know if we're just gonna be talking like this whole time or what, but let's switch. Fuck math. I'd rather do meth. Hi, Emily. Hello, welcome in. Hi, everyone. Okay, I want to get one thing out of the way real quick, like at the beginning of the stream here. Hi, Geshi's. It's time for D-Day. Where were you when Doomsday happened? Play Tekken Tag 2. Attempting offer. Okay, so first thing, you know what? Fuck Tekken. You want me to do Gamble? Play Soul Calibur 6, damn. Where it's that bad, huh? Wow, I cannot say that. I show me any. Fuck Tekken, I would rather not. GPA is a myth. That's what Big Grade wants you to think. Okay. Oh my god, I have a lot of updates for games. First thing, this is obviously much later than when I normally start stream. I am 5 hours late. I would let Lydia fuck me though. That's not you will not know. Dude, oh god. Okay, so I started really late today. You regret that immediately. I was already like through the sentence by the time I realized what Haru said, and I like at that point, if I didn't include the though, it wouldn't have mattered. So I had to finish it. You're clearly clip farming and fucking hated it. I actually didn't read that to myself before I read it, which was a mistake. That was an accident. I really want Lydia to pin me against the wall. It's not, no, I'm not going to use that as a sound clip. No. Stop. Okay, so, this is why I told you not to play against that dude in viewer games. Well, I wouldn't have read his name out loud, though, to be fair. Okay, so, first thing when it comes to, stream time. Hi, Seth. I missed your smile. Hi, Lena. Oh, that's nice of you. I hope you're doing well. Hello. Welcome in. You 100% would have. No, I wouldn't.
Really
I have a
want Lydia to
bajillion
pin
point.
me against the wall.
I don't have my headphones on, but I can still hear it. What was I saying? I forgot. Oh, yeah. So, what? Okay. The chat's insane right now. Don't clip it. Why are there 2 clips back to back? Okay. So, obviously for the past couple of months, I've been starting stream an hour late to the point where starting at 4 instead of 3 has kind of become the norm. I have tried working backwards for my sleep schedule. I've tried going to sleep early, and what happens when I try going to sleep early is I end up just sleeping for 10 or 11 hours anyway, and then waking up at 3:30, and then having to rush to start stream, and then feeling really stressed out and a little bit, what's the word? Cranky. Yeah, that's a good word because of it. So, probably the rest of this week and going into next week, I'm going to try to work forward. Seth, what? Sorry. I'm going to try working forward with my sleep instead of backwards because backwards isn't working. So, for the next week, this may be like a normal time to start stream. I don't know. It's gonna be a little bit all over the place, but I've been trying to fix it. I can't because it's either like I sleep for 10 hours or I end up staying awake until 8 a.m. uploading a video anyway. So, just so you know, there's going to be no real like start time, no proper schedule for next week. There'll be days where I plan on streaming, but the time I actually stream, it'll either be like now or it'll be like 10 a.m. So how many hours before the patch? About a little over an hour. Who cares if you stream later than that? Just take care of yourself. Well, that's what I'm doing. That's why I started at 8 today. I woke up so late because I didn't get any sleep because of the damn construction that was going on outside my house. So I slept. I woke up at like 4. I was also up until 8 a.m. uploading a video that really didn't do well. And I was shocked by that. It's my worst performing video in months.
I really want Lydia to pin me against the wall.
Thanks. And I was really surprised because I thought that a coaching kind of video was going to be received really well, and it wasn't. So that was interesting to me. I was really expecting it to do better than the season 2 thing, but
imagine sleeping. This post is made by Engineering Gang.
my dad's an electrical engineer, so I know exactly what you're talking about. I think in general there's less interest in tech, and yeah, I mean maybe it was just bad timing, but I don't know. It was very surprising to me. So saw your new anti-Lydia video pop up. I'm gonna study that so I can give you a good fight. Hell yeah. If people still get value out of it though, then that's what matters. I'm just really shocked how poorly it did. I think it might be the worst performing video I've uploaded in like for the entire year. It was really bad.
I'm a pretty princess.
Nerf Lydia. I mean, well, based on the general changes that they outline, Lydia is getting a nerf. I don't sleep at all. I watch the main man every day at 2 a.m. My time for 10 hours, and then you in the PM. Got to get that 20-hour Tekken watch time in a day. My God. Well, I'm flattered, though, by that. I really am. Just trying to keep on pushing on, but it's really cool to see stuff like that.
Say the N-word.
Yeah, I know. The N-word is, like, nice or something for you, isn't it, Haru? Shut up. It's tough because a lot of people who would watch guides and the like don't because of the game state. Don't think it'll do bad until the game changes. Yeah. When was the last time Fee did a guide? That's actually a good point. I didn't think about that. Huh. Yeah, I really didn't think about that. What? Haru? What are you? I don't want to know. Stop baiting or I'm going to shoot you. Fia is now making a guide on Street Fighter 6. That's so funny. Also, hi, Raria. Human in Japanese. Well, yeah, I know Ningen's human. I'm just like, stop baiting. I will shoot. Video may have something to do with the climate. People are probably expecting news and updates, and right now it's trending to hate on the game. That's true. I think that maybe it's a good time to just pivot into discussion-based videos, because it seems like a lot of people like that. And I like doing them, to be honest. I like this instead of just doing purely guides. I like the videos where I get in front of the camera and I talk about like the state of the game and coming up with solutions and stuff like that. And I think that you can do it simultaneously with like guides on the game as well, like making a video on discussing like combos and poking and how like the health increase changes poking and how poking kind of works in Tekken 8 and stuff like that. I think those videos are actually quite interesting and they're doing really well. So maybe I'll do another one after this patch and just see how it goes, but I like them. It's not that the guides I'm just going to stop doing, of course, but I think if there's any time to try pivoting to that, it's now, because those kind of videos are getting a lot of views and generating a lot of discussion. It seems like people like them. I prefer discussion videos. I'll watch like 15 Tekken creators in a row that make the same discussion video. Yeah, I think that one of the things that make mine more unique is my perspective, because I'm not just a Tekken player. So it was hard with the season 2 video. Like I said in the video, I recorded it like 7 different times because I couldn't find anything that I thought was valuable to talk about, like different than what everyone else was saying, because I don't just want to repeat the same thing everyone else is saying. But I think the main thing that makes those videos worth watching is the fact that I play Soul Calibur. So my perspective when it comes to these kind of changes in Tekken is very different. And that's how like the stance video worked, right? I made that video about like how stances are implemented in Tekken and talked a lot about Soul Calibur. And it seems like a lot of people like that. And a lot of people liked the comparison with Soul Calibur, seeing those examples. So that's the thing that makes my stuff stand out. And I like talking about that stuff too. I like adding a different perspective. Whether I'm not right or wrong doesn't matter, but I think it's good to just add to the discussion with the devil's advocate. And talk about things that maybe Tekken players aren't thinking about because they just don't know. Tekken is Soul Calibur light now anyway. You guys, all of you guys are saying now, Tekken players are saying how much Tekken is just like Soul Calibur light. I should, hold on. Let me find something real quick. I need to find this pro Soul Calibur memes. Here you go. I got a tweet from Boom. This is from when the game released. I know that there are more. There were more memes about it. But this is back when the game released, from the best Yoshi player in Soul Calibur. This is like the equivalent of iMusician, but for Soul Calibur. This is from Boom. This was his tweet when Tekken 8 came out. Tekken 8 launch feels like Soul Calibur 6's launch to me. Couple of slightly overtuned characters, couple good characters, just are great. Everyone has some sort of bullshit and has been enjoyable to play. I do wish that you had to acquire heat just like Soul Charge, but that's just me, which is what people are saying now, where it's like, heat should be earned like over time, over the course of the game, instead of just having it immediately. Like all of the Soul Calibur players were saying this, but I found it funny, looking at what Tekken players are saying now, because this is what Soul Calibur players were saying. This is what the pro Soul Calibur community was saying about Tekken 8 back when it was revealed and when it launched. So it's interesting to see how that's starting to come together now after the game's been out for a year. Also, where'd you get your microphone? It's an Elgato microphone. Hi, Sphinx. I have a question. Which controller do you use to play Tekken? I use a Razer Ryan. I use a Razer Ryan that has a modified D-pad so that it doesn't have the SOCD problem. What is that thumbnail, Brody? Okay, so the thumbnail for the YouTube stream, if you take Honor's moveset with Lydia and you do sidestep 4, she does that. It's some weird bug. He's smart. He's like the perfect guy to make Street Fighter 6 guide for Tekken 8 refugees. That's also true. You know what I should do? I should make a Soul Calibur 6 guide for Tekken refugees video. But I don't know if people are going to watch that is the thing. I also feel like you show evidence as people just go, this sucks, believe me. Yeah, I mean that's a big thing too. I like to, instead of just saying like, this player said this, so it must be true, or just like saying things because I think them. I want to try generating a discussion and figure out, like, what's the word? I don't know. I just want to generate discussion. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I saw a video about Tekken 8 and Soul Calibur 6 analysis. You would hate the guy for what he's saying about Soul Calibur. Well, he probably doesn't know how the game works, so... Isn't Soul Calibur 6 just Tekken 8 but worse? Not even close. Austin said recently Tekken should adopt the earn your bar thing for Heat, so now way more Tekken players are repeating it. I've been saying it since they first revealed the damn system back in 2013. I think it's fine that Heat is full each round, but it's made to be a comeback mechanic. Betrayed is something else. I've been dealing with mixed signals from the game's mechanics since launch. Well, there's no... The problem is that they weren't made independently to synergize with each other. It just feels like a bunch of random mechanics that are all thrown into one system. To me, that's always been the problem. Hi, Nicey. I'm just calling you Nicey now. I don't know what else to call you. Like, it was Daffy, it was Nicey, it was however the hell you pronounce your name, Masher. Slowly over time, the Tekken community and Soul Calibur community will come to an agreement. Tekken players again. Well, I mean, Tekken players will also talk about Soul Calibur 6 like they've played the game for more than 2 minutes. Tekken people hating on Soul Calibur because Nikatsu did work at Soul Calibur before, which somehow means Tekken got poisoned 3 games into the tenure on this series. It's so weird how people are... like Tekken players are talking about Soul Calibur like they've played the game and they know how the game works, when they would go into the game and they would play against Soul Calibur's equivalent of a Mighty Ruler and get their ass beat. And I know because I watched Blasted Salami play Maxi in Soul Calibur 6 like 3 years ago, and then he rage quit the game because it was too complicated and too hard. Nothing against him. It's just an example. There was this time a couple of years ago, like between Season 4 and Tekken 8, where a bunch of Tekken players went and played Soul Calibur, and they played it for like 2 days and then stopped because it was too difficult. Me, though, I can talk about Soul Calibur 6 because I've played it a lot. I was Soul Calibur 6's equivalent of God of Destruction. I had two characters in Soul Calibur 6 top 10 on the ranked leaderboard simultaneously. I played the game a lot. Season 2 was also bad. That's just saying all this shit actually does have quite a bit of truth to it. Yeah, but people also aren't really talking about like the good things of Season 2, because there are good things. Moving Power Crush heat engages, that's a good thing. If there's a new Soul Calibur, I'd love to try it. I'm just holding out for Soul Calibur 7. And that's one of the reasons why I've never been too upset at the state of Tekken 8. Because Tekken 8 isn't my main game. Tekken 8 is my side game where I wait for a new Soul Calibur game to come out. That's how it's always been. So, Tekken 8, floating or sinking, doesn't matter. It's just a 3D fighting game to me that tides me over until a new Soul Calibur comes out. So... I don't really care. I mean, I do care because I do want what's best for like the game and the people that enjoy the game, but like for me personally and selfishly, I don't care. The game's just kind of funny and it's frustrating at times, but it doesn't make much of a difference to me. Hop on Fightcade, they got Soul Calibur 1. I have played Soul Calibur 1 on Fightcade actually. It's really fun. The netcode kind of sucks though. They might have improved it because it's been a while since I've played it, but when I played it, it was when it came out. Whenever that emulation for Fightcade came out, and I played it, and it was really fun. But every single game I played, the netcode was atrocious, so bad. Maybe they fixed it by now. I don't know. Mark my words, they're gonna release a Soul Calibur guest character. I wish they did. It would be really cool. He should be merged with Rage. That'd be nice. No, because I don't want it to be a comeback mechanic. I don't like comeback mechanics, so personally. I think the existence of Heat Smash not having cost besides being Heat first is a not pain point. Yeah. I think that Heat Smashers you should be able to power crush. I don't think that you should just be able to get them for free because you spend a big resource. Patch comes out in 2 hours, right? About an hour, actually. At least the patch notes will come out and maintenance will start in about an hour. I hope Soul Calibur 7 comes in last. I keep wanting to get back into Soul Calibur 6, but it feels hard to find any matches. And Soul Calibur 6 did really well. It just got killed because of COVID and because of the terrible netcode and because you had a bunch of beginner players trying to play the game and then complain about reverse ledger because they didn't know how to sidestep it. It's so funny, the complaints that people have about reverse ledge in Soul Calibur, because it's like reverse ledge is so easily beatable. It's like people jumping into Tekken and then complaining about throws being OP. It's like the same thing, except the reverse ledge is actually easy to beat. All reverse ledge does is punish people for mashing. That's all it does. And so, like, the entire mechanic is a self-report on, like, you jump into this new fighting game and then just mash buttons instead of block. And then you have so many people complain about, I'm like, Reverse ledge was kind of annoying in the beginning because it happened on block, but you just sidestep it and kill the opponent. It was never good. You never see it outside of any level except purple. But again, now the Tekken players are coming out and saying like I saw a comment on Reddit. I've been keeping up with Reddit because I'm trying to keep up with the news and I hate reading Reddit. But I saw a comment on Reddit that someone said that reverse ledge was worse than Heat. And people were saying, yeah, reverse ledge is like the worst mechanic in any fighting game. And I'm like, dude, you're self-reporting so hard. All you do is sidestep that. You don't even need to do a break attack. It's... oh, man. It's crazy how people will pin that as like one of the worst mechanics ever made in any fighting game. And it doesn't work outside of beginner level whatsoever. It's insane. It really is like complaining, a beginner complaining about throws in Tekken because I can't beat them. No wonder you got God of Destruction with Lydia easily. Well, and you know, the thing I've done since the beginning with Tekken 8, I've just played Tekken 8 like Soul Calibur, and it works. Like, it's something I keep saying, and maybe I'll make a video on this, is about combos. Like, I don't think combos are strong in Tekken 8. I think that they're strong in Soul Calibur because Soul Calibur has a higher health pool, but because of how strong momentum is and because of how low the health is in Tekken 8, gaining momentum is more important, and combos kind of kill your momentum, especially in Season 2 of the Oki changes. So you're better off, if you have the opportunity to do like a launch punish, you're better off just hitting a heat engager and then deleting their health in 5 seconds. Only stopped playing Soul Calibur 6 because it was difficult to find a game. Yeah, I mean, that's entirely fair. That's the same reason for me. It's also because the netcode sucks. Like, POSX tournament standard for Soul Calibur 6, and that's a damn shame. But with Soul Calibur 7, you know, without COVID, and as long as they improve the netcode so it's like similar to Tekken 8, the game's gonna be great. I think that if it wasn't, I truly think that if it wasn't for COVID and the netcode problems with Soul Calibur 6, it would be on the same level as Tekken. It was just that good of a game. Tekken team seems to have different directors calling the shots on what to change balance-wise. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying when Season 2 came out as well. I made a post on this on YouTube, but I more or less said the same thing where I said just the difference between how they changed, like, Steve, for example, and Lydia makes me feel like they have different teams working on characters, which kind of makes sense when you think about it from the perspective of, like, the time crunch. Because they have a set time where they have to get this stuff out, and it feels like it already got pushed back. Because having Tekken World Tour start on the same day as Evo Japan really feels like they pushed it back as far as they could. There's a non-zero chance Soul Calibur is never coming back. That's also true. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, Project Soul people are still in Bandai Namco, and they're clearly working on Tekken. I mean, like I've said, from my perspective as a Soul Calibur player, there are some characters that just play more like Soul Calibur characters than others. Like Yoshimitsu's one of them. Lydia's one of them. There are characters that just, when you pick them up and play them, you feel like you're playing a character that was designed by Project Soul devs. And other Soul Calibur players have told me the same thing with Yoshimitsu when the game came out. Like, when I picked up Soul Calibur 6 and played it, and I played Yoshimitsu, I was like, Yoshimitsu feels exactly like a Soul Calibur character. Like, even though it's in Tekken, like, if there was a Soul Calibur guest character, Yoshimitsu would feel like that. And other Soul Calibur players said the same thing. Like, I asked them, and they said, yeah, he feels like it. And most people coming from Soul Calibur 6 play Yoshimitsu. Like, I played Yoshimitsu when the game came out. Toothpaste, who's the best nightmare in the world in Soul Calibur 6, plays Yoshimitsu. Boom obviously plays Yoshimitsu. Like, most Soul Calibur players play Yoshimitsu in Tekken 8 because of that. Hi, Love. It's gotten more stable, but it's not perfect. Well, it's good that it's better. I'd have to look at it again. It's hard though, because of how many people will be playing it. I don't imagine it's too many. You can also break attack the reversal edge and then launch them. I think reversal edge was not very well designed mechanic. Oh no, it's not a problem, but it wasn't well designed, because the whole point of reversal edge was so that it helped new players be able to play with higher level players, because it was essentially a guard impact that you didn't have to time, but it was a lot more risky because you just get sidestepped and launched, or you get lethal hit. And it was just more telegraphed and seeable. But because new players just mash buttons and don't know how to sidestep, they kept attacking into it. And because, like, higher level players, since the attacks are just random, aren't going to know the timing, they're just like, oh, I'm just going to reverse ledge, because if there's no risk to it because you don't know how to sidestep, then I'll just do this for free, and then you're not going to understand the RPS mechanic. Because even now, so many people are like, oh, it's just RPS. But that's not true, because different characters have different values on their A, B, and K. So, like, Astroth, for instance, his B is a reverse ring out from full screen. Just straight up. So if your back is to a ring, you cannot get hit by Astroth's B. You have to do everything in your power to avoid that. And if you try avoiding Astroth's B, then and the opponent always does that, then his other options become more available. And then his K leads to a grab follow-up, so there's a not 50-50 there, so it's not as powerful. Whereas other characters, like, their B might be less powerful, like Tira, for instance. Her B is just like this thing where she hits you in the air, but her K allows her to switch personalities, and her A is a ring out. So there's it's matchup specific what options are better than others, but new players don't know that, so they're just like, oh, it's RPS. And you can also choose to just dodge to ignore the RPS if you want, so you don't even have to interact with it, which is what I usually do. I think that's the meta game. No one agrees with me on that. But, all in all, the mechanic isn't, it's not good, because you can sidestep it, you can play around whatever character strong option is, you can get a read on what the opponent's doing. It's not just a pure guess. There is nuance in it, but new players aren't going to know all of that, so they're just like, oh, it's RPS, and I can't avoid it, because I don't know how to sidestep, and I just mash, so then I lose. So, yeah, it's a very poorly designed mechanic because of that, because they actually just put too much depth and nuance into this mechanic that was supposed to be for beginners, and it just, it doesn't do anything. Sorry, let me catch up on the Twitch chat too. I apologize to you guys. This is a just chatting stream at this point. Only fighting game I ever heard anyone complain about the netcoding was Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6? I found the netcode in Street Fighter 6 to actually be quite good. This fucking set doesn't reach out. I'm not booting Soul Calibur 6, okay? I'm sorry. It was one of the worst mechanics. It was just a fucking waste of time and effort implementing it. Yeah, like there's so much thought that went into Reverse Ledge. You can really tell that they wanted to make the mechanic actually good and interesting and engaging. And that's what sets it apart from most mechanics for just like beginners. Because most mechanics like that are just like, you know, like special style. They just throw it in, they just don't think about it. But Reverse Ledge was a mechanic where they put a lot of time into it. It is a very unique and special mechanic that they wanted to have depth and nuance and be able to be used by high level players as well, not just be a pure RPS, have it be engaging and interesting. And it just doesn't work. It's just no point. Unfortunately. Hi, Zafir. How you doing? I'm doing all right. How about you? It's a non-zero chance we don't get a season 3 and Tekken is now a dead franchise. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. How many people have bought the season pass? Hold on. I'm gonna actually check this. I'm gonna go to Tekken 8 here. I'm gonna see how many reviews there are on the season pass. I'm curious. There are 91 on this character and stage pass. There are 30 on just the character pass, and there are 37 on Ana. Compare that to the season 1, which is kind of hard to see. I mean, like, Lydia has 111 reviews in comparison, so there's definitely less. It's definitely less. But Ana also has only been out for a couple of weeks. So it's selling less, that's for sure. I don't think there's any argument about that. But I wouldn't say there's no chance of a season 3. How about Clive? Clive was just under 200. Most characters have... Yeah, Clive is 186 reviews. Most characters are in that realm of like 150 to 200. Eddie actually has the most at 191. Wouldn't a combo do way more damage guarantee than a potential mix-up would do after you get a heat engager? In theory, yes, but this is a very Tekken-minded way of thinking, where like you focus on the damage with a combo, and it's like, yeah, you do, but the difference with poking is that if you're doing poking right and you're like building up from small Tekken into big Tekken, then that damage is going to add up more and more and more. And you also include chip damage so that these plus on block moves are still doing damage to your opponent regardless. And at the end of the day, it's going to the poking damage is going to add up more quicker than combo damage, while also allowing you to continue your offense. Meta gain Reverse Ledge is pretty huge. The meta gain on Reverse Ledge is insane. I'm fine with you just talking for now. New Bose Gate Pete 3 badges dropped. Lydia has some of the highest combo damage in the game now. Yeah, but it's all very conditional, and I don't think it's good. Like, I don't use it. I've only since season 2's come out, I think I've used it twice. It doesn't matter. It rarely comes up. Yeah, also, yeah, you're right. Like, Soul Calibur 6 has amazing guest characters. And the way that guest characters are implemented in Soul Calibur 6 too are so good. Like, Hamaru, as a Sam Show player, Hamaru in Soul Calibur 6 is fucking phenomenal. I agree. I felt like Soul Calibur 6 came out at a poor time. Yeah. I say that about Absolver 2. I remember it coming out after Injustice 2 and before Tekken 7. I think it's a fantastic game, but heavily overshadowed. Well, and remember, too, that Soul Calibur 6 had its own world tour until COVID. Like, Soul Calibur 6 was going to have its own world tour when Season 2 started that went alongside the Tekken World Tour. And then it got shut down because of COVID. So imagine if Soul Calibur 6 released in 2021, you didn't have COVID, Season 1 was as successful as it was in the past, which it would have been. Season 2 comes out, new game, new everything, All of the new mechanics and everything, soul attacks, new moves, all of that big update. And on top of that, now you have the game going around with Soul Calibur World Tour for tournaments. I mean, like, with how big tournaments were when COVID happened with Soul Calibur 6, that would have breathed so much life into the game. Like, the game would still be going on with a World Tour today if that was the case. And that's the saddest part. But I think they know that. And the fact that they even had a Soul Calibur World Tour, even if it lasted for like 2 days because of COVID, should tell you that Bandai Namco sees the potential in the franchise after Soul Calibur 6. So it'll happen. It's just that, like, in my mind, in my opinion, the Soul Calibur devs got moved over to work on Tekken 8, and that's why it's been, like, an issue. But now that the game has been out for a year, I imagine that, like, something's happening with Project Soul. Tekken 8 has nothing on Soul Calibur 6. It was just too good. I hated that rock, paper, scissors that everyone had. I mean, yeah, it is annoying. I mean, Mitsurugi, Nightmare, and Taki came to Tekken and just main Steve. The Mitsurugi to Steve pipeline is very interesting. Sylvanas was always my go-to. Soul Calibur, it was so fun. I'm not a fan of playing Cervantes, but he's a cool character. I bought the season pass just to play Ana. I mean, I bought the season pass because I streamed the game, so I'm going to be playing all of the characters regardless. If I didn't stream the game, though, yeah, I wouldn't have bought it. What's the highest rank you think you could get with special style? Well, I mean, in general, you could get God of Destruction. Fergus did it with King. If you mean me specifically, I don't know, man. Like, Tekken King, maybe. Playing with special style is so difficult. Why I have to live in a place where every single update takes place at 4 a.m.? Well, think about it like this. If the update takes place at 4 a.m., that just means that the update will be out when you wake up. Is Lydia like a Soul Calibur character? I don't know too much about Soul Calibur, but Lydia doesn't have a weapon. Any characters without a weapon in Soul Calibur? I mean, technically, Aswo doesn't have a weapon in Soul Calibur. There's also, who's the other character in Soul Calibur that doesn't use a weapon? Algol, I guess. There are a couple. Viola. But Lydia is more of the, oh god. I'm waiting.
The quintessential personification of thirst, the spirit of Gamba. It's Mahjong. Are you ready? Are you sure?
No.
The name of that client is Dash.
Stop! Cease! Lydia is more, like, the way that she plays, like, a Soul Calibur character is just in her, like, game plan and the mind games you have to play with her, how you gauge risk reward, stuff like that. Like, how you use momentum, value of, like how her neutrals played, you know, stuff like that. Is it out yet? A little less than an hour. Zuleme in 7 lost the hope with her in 8. I miss Takura's brain-dead stance rushdown character, but you showed me the way and I love her again. I'm so happy to hear that. That's awesome. I'm really glad that I can help people have fun with Lydia. It just, like I say a lot, it takes a lot of, what's the word? It's unorthodox, you know? She doesn't, you can't think of Lydia like a normal Tekken character. She plays very differently. Your fundamentals are literally godly. I think you go, hi, well, thank you. I'm in YouTube chat now as I'm using data and Twitch sucks ass with data. Oh, man. But yeah, like, I think the big problem with Lydia, and it's not the Tekken player's fault, but the problem with Lydia is that Lydia doesn't play like a Tekken character, and that's intentional. That's why she has, like, from crouch down forward 2 as her 12-frame crouching punish. It's literally a Virtual Fighter input. You know, that is how you punish moves when you crouch, like, under highs or block lows in Virtual Fighter, is, like, a from crouch down forward, like, P plus K input or something. The input for Blossom is a move that Akira has in Virtua Fighter. The way that she like approaches neutral and utilizes heat is a lot like a Soul Calibur character. The way that she builds stacks over the course of multiple rounds to power her up is like what you'd see with a character like Setsuka in Soul Calibur. So Lydia is like a combination, and then you of course have the parries as well, which is very DOA-esque because you have like the high parry and the low parry. And so Lydia is like an amalgamation of every 3D fighting game into one character in the Tekken 8. So she has like a game plan of Soul Calibur, she has punishment and moves like Virtua Fighter, she has parries like DOA, and that's what makes her difficult. And a lot of Tekken players just look at the stance and go, stance mix-up, and that's fine because like, Tekken players don't really know how to play something other than Tekken. That's what makes Lydia weird. I'm pissed about the health increase because of how it makes poke so much weaker. Like, poking is what makes Tekken so much fun. It's why I fell in love with Tekken 7. Health increase is not going to nerf poking. Listen, here's what I'm going to say. In short, as a Soul Calibur player, the ratio of combo damage and poking in Soul Calibur is roughly the same as it is in Tekken. But Soul Calibur has about 2 to 3 times the amount of health as a Tekken 8 character. And poking is very strong in Soul Calibur 6. Extremely strong. It'll be fine. I promise. Yeah, and Heihachi was in Soul Calibur too. Yep. Plus, she's cool. Don't forget that. Yeah, that's also true. Lydia's awesome. Devil Jin was in Soul Calibur 5. Isn't guaranteed compared to a combo, you're gambling for a chance of doing more damage by keeping the pressure. I don't know, maybe Lydia's an exception. No, because it's the same with other characters like Steve. I mean, even Jin. You know, it's just like here's the thing. Here's the thing when it comes to poking. Just boot up Soul Calibur 6. No. I'm talking right now. So a lot of Tekken players don't. Here, let me show you the example from coaching real quick. Hold on. Because we were talking about this in Discord earlier, and I want to show you this just as an example. The thing is that Tekken players focus a lot on combos because that's how Tekken has worked historically. And so the way that combos and poking and the dynamic between how the two work hasn't really changed throughout the history of Tekken up until Tekken 8. And poking has changed in Tekken 8 because of how many plus-on block moves there are, the plus-on hit lows, and the stance mix-ups. And that makes poking a lot stronger, but it's not about poking, though. It's about momentum. Because momentum isn't a concept that has really existed in Tekken before. A lot of the time, if you do a poke, if you do a low, you might get a couple of plus frames that you can work around with, but then the situation ends and then resets back to neutral. And so that's what makes combos so strong, is that combos just give you a lot of guaranteed damage, like what a lot of you are saying. So instead of it being in a situation where it's like, yeah, I hit a poke and now we have to interact and play with each other, in Tekken 8, you hit a poke and then you just build and build and build and build, and you're deleting like all of the health in 5 seconds, and the opponent can't really interact with it and can't deal with it, while you are remaining completely safe. So this is an example that we had in public coaching, and this is just one of many examples I could show. This is just one that I have up of like what I'm talking about when it comes to this. So notice what the health is right now. Notice how her health is like low, and Nicey's health is full. So this Azucena is going to hit one power crush here. I'm just gonna mute. The Azucena is going to hit one power crush here, and I'm saying like this is where you lost the round. Because look at the health. Look at the heat, and now look at the momentum, right? She does this, she's plus 17. Forward 3 plus 4 leaves her plus into a stance mix-up. From the stance mix-up, she has a frame trap that lets her do a heat dash with the 2. Oh, fucking hell, my fucking Like food from an hour ago. So she does this, that goes into this. She's +5. Look at the chip damage. Down to 128. Still have plus frames. Now, because you're so minus, you can't do anything. Like, you can't interact with Azucena without being risk of getting counter hit with, like, the 1+2. That allows the Azucena to do a free mix-up. The Azucena does her down back 3, which she can parry on block, by the way, if you block it, and is +4 on hit. So that, now, in old Tekken games, this would be, like, +1, +2, and they wouldn't really be able to capitalize on it. In Tekken 8, she's now going in the back turn off this, and she has so many plus frames that she can continue her momentum. She does a grab from here. It doesn't get broken. She could have done a mid, she could have done the low, it doesn't matter, right? She had a plethora of options that she could choose here. She does the grab, it gets broken. And now we have an Oki situation. Do the low. Wake up at +6. Now, what do we do here in this situation? I keep trying to pause it because I'm talking here, and I don't realize I am. But now, like, look at how much the health has gone down. We started at full 180, and now we're down to 68. She still has the momentum. And because you're waking up, again, how do you interact with Azucena running up on you like this? You really can't. You don't have a lot of options, because look what happened here. He tried waking up and sidestepping, and then just got hit by running 3-2. And even if he blocked running 3-2, Azucena would still be plus and doing chip damage. And then she would be able to get another mix-up from here. So it just keeps going on and on and on and on. And then she ended up killing from that combo because of the running 3-2. Like, and this all started off of the one power crush, off of this one move. And even if this wasn't a heat engager, this would have knocked down. She could have ran and do running 3-2. She could have done forward 3+4, go into stance, and in season 2 do the new stance, like down 3 move that leaves her plus and from crouch. You try interacting with it, counter hit launcher on the while rising move. Also has the from crouch low, it leaves her so plus, it gives her a non-mix up, and it just keeps going on and on and on. So in the space of, when did this start? This started at 48 seconds. In the span of about 17 seconds, you're just dead. And there was, like, where do you interact with this? What is the opportunity you have to stop this pressure? You don't have it. And you don't get this if you get a combo. Like, if she did a sidestep in the down 4-2 or something and did this, it would have been like half health and got Oki, but you wouldn't have been able to keep up the momentum and the pressure like you can here. This is how Tekken 8 works. This is the difference. This is why, in my opinion, combos aren't strong, because this is what you're commonly doing by just poking. There's a gnaw around here as well, where this happens with him when he does a heat engager. It's this round. So watch this.
Really careful of that.
Back 1. The round ended. That's the end. That back 1 was the end of the round. This is season 1. This is the end of the round, because look, forward 4-2, how do you interact with that? You can't. Like, you try grabbing her, do the 1, go in the Heaven Earth 2 here, keep up the pressure at +6, forward 4-2. You literally can't sidestep that with if they do it with a 1-frame link. So, like, you're just forced to eat this. It hits, go in the stance. Of course, if they do the low as well, then the low also does similar thing. Do the 1, this is guaranteed. And then, shut up, Seth. And then we go at the wall here. And then we do, oh god, Seth, stop skipping around. We do the 1, and that does all of this chip damage. Go into here at +15, so again, opponent can't interact with it. Back to the wall. Here, chip damage, again, +6. They try crouching because they think you're gonna do a low. Do the mid, +11 again. Do the 3. Okay, now it's ended. -4. Well, we can still move around.
Down back 3.
So I took control here. But look, this is where we're at. 9 seconds into the round, by the way. We are 9 seconds into the round off of one back 1. And the opponent has gone from full health to 45 with their back to the wall. This is how Tekken 8 works. This is exactly how Tekken 8 works. Again, this is season 1. And this is an example from both characters. And so at this point, the Azucena just can't win. The round's lost. It's over.
Essentially, I mean, down 4-2.
Oh no, sorry, he did the unblockable here. So now again, back to the wall, 38 HP left. And then
It was just such a good
Down
it was
1
just
plus
such
2
a
plus 6 on hit low.
position.
And then down forward 2, tries crouching for the low, and again can't interact with it because of the options, and then gets out of stance, back 1 for plus 2, and then dead. And it's just like, where do you interact? What do you do? Yeah, shut up, Sath. Like this is how Tekken 8 works. And I think, I'm sorry, I'm rambling a lot too, but I think that a lot of Tekken players can't like see this when the game's happening. They have trouble seeing these situations because this isn't how Tekken has worked historically. Because all of this stuff revolves around moves that wouldn't exist in previous Tekken games. You wouldn't have lows like Azucena's down back 3. You wouldn't have mids like Lydia's back 1. But these moves exist in Tekken 8. And how players utilize these is not something that Tekken players are used to, even with the game being a year old. And this is why this kind of stuff does need to get nerfed, and a health increase would make this happen less frequently. Like, we won the round here in 11 set. We won this round off of just poking, no combos, just poking faster than if we did 3-2 at round start and it hit and it did more damage. While again, the counterplay you have to this is very minimal, and it's risky because of how low the health is. It's very risky, the counterplay to doing any of this, because of how little health that you have. Because if we get to a situation, like if we just get here, so where are we in this case?
Look, you saw she did.
Where are we? Right here. So we do this, forward, forward 2 to beat the Sabaki. Here, if we are here at this point, and the Azucena tries doing some sort of counterplay, like let's say, I don't know, let's just say for the sake of example that we do all of this and then do like the 2 here, right? Plus 6 again. The Azucena tries doing something to stop it, like a down jab. You, as Lydia, sidestep and then launch, they die. So even a down jab at this point is very high risk. It's so high risk that you just lose the round. You just die. And the reward is what? Like, you stop the momentum and you maybe gain the momentum back. It's just not worth it. It's the same with like Steve going into Lionheart now. You know, you can power crush through the homing mid heat engager, and that's the intended counterplay. But when the 1 plus 2 is a tornado that goes through power crush, it's not worth doing. Because the risk reward is just so damn high, especially if you have half health. If the Steve has done 1 sequence, if he's hit 1 heat engager and done 1 heat sequence because he's gained the momentum once, then all of your defensive options in that for that move are just offline essentially. It's not worth it. But if the health is increased, not only would rounds not end in 9 seconds off of 1 mid plus on block mid heat engager, but also it would give you the ability to defend more against this because a launcher isn't going to just kill you outright. And it would give you the ability to defend against pokes more. Or any sort of momentum shift like this. It would give you more opportunities to be able to shift the momentum back to you and take it away from your opponent without there being as much risk. So that's my spiel. That's my whole thing when it comes to like health and momentum and all of that. And again, what I was trying to get at before was, I think the problem is that because Tekken historically has never worked like this, Tekken players don't really take advantage of that. And this is why, like with Lydia, I always do the Heaven and Earth 2. And a lot of Tekken players, like if you think in a Tekken player's mind, right? I'm sorry, I'll read the chat in a second too, but I'm just like, I just want to get all my thoughts out there. Because I might put this in a YouTube video, I don't know. But for Tekken players, the unblockable is really good because it's like, oh, it's 41 free guaranteed damage. But the problem with the Heaven and Earth 1 plus 2, the reason why I never use it and I think it's bad is because you lose the momentum off it. Because the knockdown doesn't give you good Oki. It's very easy if the opponent is on the ground to shift the momentum back with stuff like toe kick, or even just waking up backwards and reset neutral. That's why the unblockable is bad. So it's giving you a lot of guaranteed damage, but the risk is that obviously you get launched and you like lose half your health and then you lose the momentum and you lose your heat. But even on hit, you are not able to keep the momentum like Heaven and Earth 2. That's why I always use Heaven and Earth 2, and I just don't use the unblockable at all unless it'll win me the game. Like, not the round, the game. And it works for me. Like, you saw how I did at Frosty Faustings. I went through Frosty Faustings not using Heaven and Earth 1+2 a single time. But for Tekken players, like, a 41 damage high unblockable is just insane. It's like crazy. It's something that's so, like, unbelievable because you never see it. That's like, this is like an absurd 50-50. It's like the best move in the game, but it's actually not. It's bad. It's actually a bad move for Lydia. But the reason why is just because of how the game works. If the game shifted so that momentum wasn't as important, then the unblockable would be crazy. But because of how focused the game is on momentum and plus frames and chip damage, it's just not good. You'd rather do the 2 for the +6 and keep the opponent standing than knock them on the ground. Which again, in Tekken, doesn't make any damn sense. You always want the opponent, like, the opponent being on the ground is normally good for you, but in Tekken 8, not always. Issue with the health increase isn't so much the EO nerf poking thing, as I don't think it helps with anything that sucks about Season 2. It makes me have less faith in the devs. I mean, that's... for me in that regard, we'll have to see all of the patch notes, because it could go either way. Got me convinced poking being super strong now, even more than before. But does this happen a lot? Yes, it does. Like, look at any single time I do public coaching with anyone, there will almost always be a time where I will go in the round when both players at full health, the opponent will hit one move, and I will say the round ended here. Like, from full health, just like 1 loss, 2-1, and then this is where the round ended. Is it dependent on how strong the player you're fighting is? I think that's also a big part of it too, yeah, for sure. Because some players just aren't going to be able to manage that momentum shift well. That's another big thing. And if they can't do that, then the round isn't just going to end immediately. But if they can, like you saw with this Azucena, then, yeah, I mean, like, one small poke can just be, like, the end of the round. I don't see with King, for example, heat engage being better than a launcher ever. And there are some exceptions to that. There are some characters that don't play into, like, how I perceive the metagame of Tekken 8 to be. Like, Zafina gets brought up a lot. I think Raven is also one of those characters that doesn't really fit into this whole dynamic. And I think that's a big thing that makes those characters weak. But then other characters like Lydia, Azucena, Steve, especially Steve now, Jin... all of these characters are really strong because of that. Fong, I think, is another one. Drag is another one. Talking about low-level plays, thinking about those plays, I think most people I've spoken to seem to know it's not worth using almost ever. From my experience talking to people and people talking to me, it's been the opposite, where a lot of people think that is ridiculous, but I've always said that's bad. Okay, YouTube chat. Sorry, I will read you guys now. I feel like with Jin, the momentum he gets with small Tekken is insane. Yeah, and that's one of the things that makes him strong. Yeah. I think it's very clear to see on some characters and strong with some characters and other. Jin's a big one. But yeah. Very, like, poke-heavy characters like that carry a lot of plus frames and have a lot of plus unblocked moves and stances and stuff is very good. That's why Hwarong's been such a hated character since he was introduced. That's also true. Yeah, Hwarong's always kind of been like that. I think the thing with poking is that if it does end up being too weak, they could do tag 2 thing where a singular grounded hit does 135 damage or whatever value is best. And that's the thing. They're going to fine tune it, right? So they have the change that that we're gonna see in like half an hour, and then they're going to change it like as the season progresses. Everyone needs to keep in mind here that season 2 is very much going to be like a testing ground to making the game really good. With all of the problems in the game, it's not going to be fixed in one patch. It's not going to be fixed overnight. What I would do if I was in their position is I would sort of like, I could go a couple of routes. I would either nuke everything or I would scale a lot of things back and then work up and fix things over time throughout the season. I wouldn't really worry about like the competitive aspect of it. I wouldn't worry about bouncing around tournaments and stuff like that. I would be focused on just making the game good for season 3 and not necessarily making it good right now because of how many issues there are. And that's what I think is going to happen. So if they change the health thing and it ends up being bad, then I'm sure they'll change it back or they'll do something with it. I don't think Tekken plays categories Pokken Force 50/50s is the same thing. Yeah, and that's the problem because it is in this game. Like one down forward, one down jab, one jab that's +8, and you're able to do all of that, right? Because if a jab hits and you're +8, then again, look at the Azucena thing. A jab in the forward 3 +4 is not unbelievable. And then if you're in heat, you know, the 2 in the heat dash and all of that other stuff. A jab into Azucena's while running 3-2 now in season 2, into stance, into down 3, into from crouch mix up. Like all of these things you expand on off of a poke. You go from small Tekken to big Tekken. How high health would be too high? I mean, it's too high if time runs out. If time is consistently running out, then the health is too high. Problem isn't stance 50/50s combo damage, but instead massive plus frames, allowing for multiple instances of 50/50 and chip. Yeah, and like not having the health to be able to properly deal with it. Again, like this kind of thing happens in Soul Calibur 6. Like mix-ups in Soul Calibur 6 do happen a lot, but not only are there universal defensive mechanics to deal with it, but also the health is a lot higher. And there's guts in that game. When you get to 30% health, you also have guts. So, like, that's a big difference. Thank you for the Mishima hate, Turbo. And if you have more health and you have more of, like, an ability to defend against these 50/50s, you can take more risks, you can take more defensive options. I've always thought that Tekken 8's unique systems don't make design sense without really potent movement. I agree. Kind of seems like on top of high risk for defenders is 2 defensive options. I agree with you 100%. I'm worried 60 seconds won't be enough time after the health buff. I am too. That's one of the things that I wanted the health buff since the beta, but I always thought because of the time that you can't really buff health because the games would just go to time too often. What's up? What's up? Hi, Ozamet. Hello. Sometimes I just realize that after having a 2-on block, the opponent can sidewalk left to avoid forward 4-2. It's not too common in a match, but it's possible. Yes, even with the frame perfect forward 4-2, it's the only way to get out of it. But if the opponent's sidewalking left, then hop kicking down forward 2 tracks the sidewalk left. So I like to be a devious Lydia and use parries when my opponent wants to wake up kick. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I don't do that though because I think it's a knowledge check. And just people don't really do low wake up kicks because of, you know, they're just not very good in this game. I think the disconnect is that most Tekken players, including me, don't really consider those power crush healing gauges plus on block moves as traditional pokes. Yeah, that's true. Yep. I'm just thinking of it from my like unique perspective. No, Tekken poking was definitely his fast moves, but a best +1 and +2 on block fast moves that minus neutral and hit. And it's the same thing with lows, right? Lows went from generally being like minus on hit to being plus and allowing you to be able to continue your offense. It's very different. Jin's the golden boy. He's been OP since 3 or 4. Also true. I love timeouts in fighting games as long as they aren't the norm. Yeah, I agree. I think that being able to interact with the clock is really interesting. Console gaming has existed for 40 years by now, and yet the fact that people still defend the devs with, oh, but they had no arcade release to balance things out is what makes me wish for the franchise to completely fail. Full price game with DLC, in-game microtransaction store, etc. But oh boy, they can't follow the industry-wide release practices. Well, see, here's the thing though. It does. they are, because their release practice for an arcade game that's coming only to console is to focus on graphics rather than the game's mechanics. Why do you think, this is what I said in my video on season 2, but why do you think that almost all of the mechanics in in Tekken 8 were taken from other games, particularly Soul Calibur 6? It's because they didn't spend any of the budget actually making new unique mechanics for Tekken, and instead they just took them all from Soul Calibur because they were already there and they could port them over, so they didn't have to spend any money on R&D, and instead they could spend that money on making the game look pretty and advertising in Times Square and the UFC. That's it. That's what they did. What if Heat Burst was changed to be like Sparking in Dragon Ball FighterZ, which is a frame 1-0 damage knockback move? That's how it works in Soul Calibur 6. And I like it as a get off me tool in Soul Calibur 6, but there has to be counterplay. The counterplay in Soul Calibur 6 is that you can do an RI, or reversal impact, which is like a guard impact, but it costs you half a bar of meter. You have 2 bars in total. Like, you can go up to 2. It costs you half a bar of meter, but it God impacts everything, including break attacks and including soul charge. So if you have a hard read that they're going to do soul charge, you can RI, and then I don't remember. I think it's a level 3, right? I can't remember if it's a level 1 or a level 3 if you RI soul charge. But whatever the case is, that's the counterplay to it. And then if you RI, then you get meter back. So if they do that, there should be counterplay to it, like there is in Soul Calibur. But I think it would work. Heat should freeze timer like Soul Charge. I kind of agree with that too. Just you wait until I release my Tekken 8 redesign proposal. That sounds like a threat. Did you like Reversal Edge? Reversal Edge was nothing. Pretty much all high-level Soul Calibur players would agree with this. Reversal Edge was a mistake for beginners, but anything outside of beginner and maybe lower intermediate level play, it may as well not be in the game. It doesn't affect anything. It doesn't matter. I have another question. Heat engages being round-endingly strong. Is there any reason to just manually heat burst at all, except when the round is nearing its end, being health-wise or timer-wise and you haven't used it yet? Let me reread that. Heat engages being round-endingly strong. Is there any reason to just manually heat burst at all? It depends. Because, okay. Remember what I was saying with, like, small Tekken into big Tekken, right? So it's a very dependent, because you're saying, like, except when the round's nearing its end, being health-wise or timer-wise and you haven't used it at all. So obviously with some characters like Heihachi, Lydia, going into heat has implications for the rest of the round, and it's really important. But heat works both ways, because when you go into heat, you do more chip damage, right? So if you manually like heat burst, the opponent has a lot of health but they're not enraged, so they don't have that chip damage reduction, then you can use it when you have a momentum swing to be able to chip out the opponent from blocking and then even up the health. Alternatively, if the opponent has low health, then you can go into heat and then force these plus on block situations where they have a hard time defending. And then when you're about out of steam, when you're about to lose the momentum, then you heat dash, and then you put them in a situation where they eat one mix, and if they get strong, then they die. So it works both ways in that regard. There are also times where, like, both of you might have half health, and if both of you might have half health, then if you are in a position where you can heat burst, then it might be worth doing just so you can guarantee be in the state. Because if you are in heat and the opponent isn't, you are just a stronger character. Like, you are always a stronger character than whatever character you're playing against if you are in heat and they're not. So if you have the opportunity to do it, then you should. Like, one thing that you might notice I do with Lydia a lot is if I do cat 2-3-1 and it hits, I will manually heat burst from long range, because I can do it safely, and it just gives me more pressure and it gives me that momentum, because now if they heat burst, I can do like forward 2 and interrupt it and then kill them for doing it. So now, like, they have to play neutral, and if they make a mistake, then I'm just a nuclear bomb that like blows them up and blows up the health and just wins the round. So just by virtue of being in heat, depending on the character, you can just be winning neutral at all times because of how powerful it is. This isn't true for every character, of course. Like Lee, for example, he's not going to do shit when he's in heat if he does something like that. But other characters are very powerful. Jin's another one where I think that's the case. So it's very contextual. It depends on the character that you're playing. It depends on the situation. It depends on time. It depends on health. There are a lot of variables. But yeah, there are always reasons why you would want to do that for sure. 24 minutes should be done. We have been just chatting for so damn long. Heat burst out the wall after a combo is so strong because of the momentum you were describing earlier. Yeah, exactly. Yep, because then the Oki situation, like you heat burst, you have full heat. They have to get off the ground at some point, and if they do, then you just have all these big plus on block moves when they wake up. Like look at Steve 5 Fox Fury. You know, you like I was saying again in my season 2 video, if you're Steve and you do a wall combo and you do heat burst in there and they Tekken wake up, 5 Fox Fury, right? Just plus 11 on block mid and reset the situation, which is exceedingly strong and just allows you to be able to continue that momentum. And that kind of fixes the problem I was describing before with combos, where it's like you do a combo and knock them down, and it's not necessarily good because you can lose the momentum. But because Steve has that new move, he's never going to lose the momentum if he does a combo and knocks you down, which actually plays into his counter hit game. You know, it directly buffs his counter hit game, because now if you hit like a counter hit back one, do a full combo, get them to the wall, and they wake up, you don't have to fish for counter hits anymore. Like, you don't lose that pressure. You can continue it with 5 Fox Fury. Not to say that's a good thing, but that's how it works. I love it when you talk like a big stinky nerd. Hi, Spider Lily. When's the patch notes again? In about 20 minutes. Dragon Ball Fight blocking has absolutely no range. It lifts the character into the air, so a quick backstep bait into anti-air kills you if you try to use it. And that's exactly it, right? There should always be counterplay to these kind of things. As long as there's counterplay, then I'd be for it. Hitting Heat Engager recovers your recoverable health. You don't get anything with Heat Burst. That's not true, actually. You recover more recoverable health when you are in Heat than when you're outside of Heat. So even though you don't get that like extra burst of HP when you hit a Heat Engager, if you do it at the right time and you keep up that momentum and you keep up those block strings, you will still gain your gray health back while you are in Heat, just as long as you don't get hit. Keep yapping about nerd shit from y'all, so hi Rat. I have a question for you. Could you get to the patch notes right away when they come out? Yes. Yep. As soon as the patch notes come out, I will be right on top of them. King's He is kind of insane lately as well. True. Leo has the most ridiculous wall combo of Heat. Now you get an entire extra back 1-4 by using Heat Burst. Had the highest wall damage in the game, and now it's higher. And Leo's Oki is really good too. If he uses one of those like burger flip moves, because he can do what can Leo do? I don't remember, but I know Zakiel does it a lot, and it's very powerful. Just means Tekken 8 isn't Tekken, which I've been saying from the start. No, I agree with you. It doesn't play like a normal Tekken game. For me, though, I don't care because, like, again, I'm a Soul Calibur player. I play Tekken. I've been playing Tekken since I was a kid, but I'm primarily a Soul Calibur player. So it doesn't make much of a difference to me, but it's true. And that's why I think a lot of players, regardless of level, have a lot of problems with these concepts and are still, like, not familiar with, like, how these kind of things work because they're still trying to play like a Tekken game, and you can't really play Tekken like a normal Tekken game in a lot of scenarios. Also, hi Zoya. Yeah, patch notes are in 20 minutes. Covering health also doesn't matter if you just kill him by keeping momentum. I don't really care if it doesn't play like Tekken. I just hope it doesn't play like Tekken 8. Exactly, yeah. As long as the game's fun. That's what I care about. I need some sleep, but I just want to know. Well, they'll be here soon. Do you think the game will get worse with this patch? No, I think it'll get better. I mean, how could it get worse at this point, right? My crazy person idea is that using Heat Dash as a combo extender should spend your whole white life. I mean, I see where you're coming from, but I don't think that really makes too much of a difference. Hey, bro. Hi, Cats. I use Lydia to take a break between Reina matches. Can you give me a few moves to focus besides forward 2? I love your Mokujin gameplay, by the way. Thank you. Back 1 is really strong. Back 1 is a really strong frame trap because you can forward 2 after it to fish for counter hit. And the only way that someone can stop forward 4-2 is with the jab string. But if they do a jab string, then down 2 counter hit heat engager as well. So it like back 1 on block is just winning neutral on the spot. 3+4 is also a pretty decent move now that I need to use more, but not a lot of Lydia players use it because of the pushback on it. So it's like down forward 2 in a sense with it being 0 on block, but because of the pushback, you can actually use the back step from stance and avoid a lot more things than you would off of like down forward 2, and it just has pretty decent range and it's super plus on hit, very strong when you're in heat. Red Poppy is very good. It was good in season 1 even though it was -14 couldn't be charged. Now it's just like a go-to mid. One of the nice things about Red Poppy too is at +6 it tracks both directions. So if you do have an Earth 2 and you think the opponent's going like sidewalk left or something, or you can't do the 1 frame link with forward 2, Core Circle Forward 1+2 will track both directions after that. It's very good. And then you can hit confirm it as well into the second hit. Very powerful move. Core Circle Forward 4 is also nice. I explained this in my season 2 Lydia like overview video if you want an example of this. But one way that you can increase the range on Core Circle Forward 4 is doing Core Circle Forward and then Forward 4. It will buffer in the Core Circle Forward input while you do a dash. So as long as you time it right, you can do a dash and then Core Circle Forward 4 like simultaneously, and it gives it a lot more range. It's a very good move. It's a very good approach tool. Yeah, I would say those are some of the big ones to look at. Thank you, bro. I'm driving while listening. Back 2, 3+4, Red Poppy. Back 1, not back 2, back 1. But yeah. Drive safe, okay? But I'm happy to help. How do you overcome these problems or issues in Tekken 8 as a Soul Calibur player? When it comes to the 50-50s, you really can't. But it's just thinking in a way that's trying to, like, mitigate these situations. Which, as much as possible. So, I know that sounds weird, but let me explain. So, with most Tekken players, I think that a lot of Tekken players think like Tekken. And they think in the way that we're talking about before when it comes to, like, poking and frames and stuff like that. But there are a lot of other ways to deal with these situations too, like Power Crush, for example. I don't see a lot of Tekken players that just use Power Crush. But in situations where the opponent goes into like a stance mix-up, or they're trying to attack you, they're enforcing your pressure, Power Crush is a great option to deal with that. Tekken players, I think, don't generally like using Power Crush because historically in Tekken, throwing out a move that doesn't give you a lot, that's like a -12, -13 on block, is just bad. It's just bad. And so most of the time when people would do that, it's either if they have a high Power Crush or it's a heat engager because they're thinking that's the reward. But you have to think of the reward not as hitting the opponent, but getting out of that situation. And that's where Power Crush comes in handy. Because if the opponent goes into stance, like, again, say that Steve does Peekaboo 2 and then goes into Lionheart. If you just block the 2, or not the 2, the 1, then Steve's able to continue his momentum. If you do Power Crush, it's not about hitting the Steve, it's about stopping him from being able to continue the pressure after Lionheart 1. That's the reward that you get. And that's something I think that's important to think about. Instead of just thinking about the frames and the move properties and the damage and whatever, think about how it works outside of that. Think about how, like, you can use that to your advantage for, like, maybe like a heat burst. Again, like, one thing you see me do a lot with Lydia is Cat 2-3-1. And it's not about the damage necessarily, but it's about the fact that when that hits, I can activate heat burst. Because they get knocked so far away, I'm just able to do that for free. I'll Power Crush in neutral, and the reason is twofold. One, it's a mid, so it can hit them. But two, if we're out of neutral, and I don't know when the opponent's going to attack me, or I don't know what move they're going to do, and I don't want to put myself at risk getting counter hit, and I don't want to risk getting poked and then losing momentum, Power Crush is a great way to be able to just stop that in its tracks. Knocks down, gives me the momentum shift, and that's what's important to think about. It's the same with down jabs. The way to use down jabs is the same you would use down jabs in like Virtua Fighter. Because Virtua Fighter is very aggressive. Down jab is just one of the single most important tools in Virtua Fighter because it's about the momentum shift. It's about stopping their pressure. It's this very fast option that covers a lot of things the opponent can do. That's just a quick get off me tool. and doesn't carry a lot of risk with it. And if it hits, the momentum shifts from the opponent to you with just this one small move. So again, it's something that Tekken players don't use a lot because in previous Tekkens, down jab isn't that good in a lot of situations because you can sidestep it, low range, steppable, low parryable, minus on block, puts you in a mix-up situation. But in Tekken 8, even though all of those things are true, it's worth all of those risks, not because of the damage, even though the damage is the same, but because of the momentum shift, right? So the thing I think that Tekken players should think about is how that kind of dynamic works. How it works outside of like the traditional Tekken values on move and move properties. And instead think about like the advantage you can get in the future off of these moves. Like how can you carry yourself with these moves go into the string and the string and the string or mix up in the mix up in the mix up off of these small little dinky moves. Down punch can be low crushes. That's also true. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, it can be hot kicked, right? So it comes with a lot of risks. But generally, it's worth it. And again, the reason I say this, and I can say this with confidence, not only because I use these things all the time, and I think a lot of Tekken players don't, it works out very well for me, but also because this is how it works in Virtua Fighter and Soul Calibur. Virtua Fighter has its own down jab, and Soul Calibur has 2A. And both of those moves in their respective games are like the same thing as a down jab in Tekken in terms of like its usability, its utility, and they are invaluable because of how aggressive and mix-up heavy and pressure heavy, momentum heavy those games are. And that's an idea that I think Tekken players should think about. They should incorporate into how they play. And it helps you get out of those situations a lot. You won't have to deal with it nearly as often if you were thinking about those things, I think, from my own personal experience. Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about? You were the one that told me to keep talking. It's Tekken 8, so I always play Tekken 8. Anyway, time for bed. Yeah, grandpa. Let's take you back to retirement home. Oh, back in my day when I was playing Soul Calibur, I'll tell you what, you numbskulls. Sorry, I accidentally muted my mic. Muted! I don't like using Power Crush because that shit's unsafe. It's vulnerable to too many things, and even if it just gets blocked, I'm getting punished. I hate Power Crush being the only counterplay to a lot of shit. And see, that's exactly it, right? That's what I mean with the Tekken mentality. And that's how it was in Tekken 7, but in Tekken 8, it's more powerful because of the stuff I'm talking about. 2B in Soul Calibur was peak. 2B in Soul Calibur is actually very cool. She's a fun character. I've been convincing people I play with that they should view Power Crush as a defensive option. Well, I basically use it as a parry, you know? Like, Zafir, this isn't going to be like a direct, like, comparison. It's not going to be one-to-one. But I want you to think about it like this. Think about Yoshi's Flash. Think about the utility Yoshi's Flash has and how powerful it is. That's obviously launch punishable on whiff and on block. But it's still incredibly powerful if you place it right because of the properties it has on it. Power Crush, in many ways, is like, I'm not saying it's exactly the same, but it's similar in its utility and its strengths to Flash. It's just a lower powered but safer version of it. The frames are similar, utility similar, the way it stops momentum is similar. It's just less powerful, but it's also not launch punishable. I'd rather be bad at Tekken 8 and good at every other Tekken game. Hey, yo, fair enough. I armor in negative frames for the memes. Guys, steel turn sometimes. Exactly, yeah. Season 2, now I spam both of Rain's Power Crushes and it helps deal with this mess. Yeah, it's like Power Crush is very strong and I don't think a lot of people use it. And again, like this is my Soul Calibur brain talking. Because Tekken players are like, it's unsafe and I don't want to do it. But the way I think of it is just like, again, a God impact in Soul Calibur. That's almost exactly how I use it. The frames are definitely different, but that's almost to a T how I use it, and it works very well. Interesting that Asuka and Lee retain their Power Crush heat engagers. Yeah, I don't know why they make those balancing decisions, but Power Crush heat engagers are very good. Also, hi, Gagey. What hour? 8 minutes. I'm gonna try to get through. I'm driving too. I was driving. Damn, everyone on YouTube's driving, huh? Be safe, everyone. Drive safe. Tekken plays talk a lot about Virtua Fire, but I often have difficulty. Many of them have really played it. Yeah, it's true. It's about dig jab options. Like, that's also true, yeah. Yeah, Diet Flash. Yeah. I'm gonna make a video about how Power Crush and Orbital have bad and expected value, most 50-50s in blocking and crouch blocking. Yeah, this is a video that I should make too. For sure. But it's an important thing to talk about, I think. Power Crush for the mid and Orbital for the low. If they pick the mid and hit you anyway, your airborne combo is reduced. Yeah, and that's also a good point. Yeah. 2B was fun. I dropped Sophie for 2B. 2B was great. It's such a well-designed, fun, and interesting character. It's a shame that she's not going to be in another Soul Calibur game. The amount of care and effort that went into all of the guest characters in Soul Calibur 6 is crazy. There's so much that's put into any of them that it's shocking that they would to put that much time and care into a character that's never going to be in the series again. Typical Zoom call about Tekken. Yeah, this is like, all right, everyone, we're sitting down for a Tekken lecture for today. My muscle armor defensive Power Crush. Yeah, well, muscle armor is extremely good too. What do you think of Soul Calibur 6 compared to the rest of the series? I think it's the best Soul Calibur game, personally. I think it has this perfect balance of going back to the old school, like, roots of Soul Calibur, the things that made the game fun, focusing on them, and then taking other aspects from the series, like Soul Calibur 5, and taking only the best parts of those, and then putting them in the Soul Calibur 6, while also making new and innovative fighting game mechanics that you just don't see in other fighting games. I think it's the best fighting game to come out in the last decade. That's just me, though. I think Soul Calibur 6 is a fucking phenomenal game that had a lot of love and care put into it, and it like oozes in how in the like the creativity that encompasses every aspect of the game. And also the story is amazing too. A lot of people complain about it because you have a bunch of Zoomers that are like, there are no cutscenes, so this game sucks. But the story in Soul Calibur is phenomenal. Like, if you look at if any of you are interested in Soul Calibur 6's story, every character in Soul Calibur 6 has their own full unique story that's between like half an hour to 2 hours long. The DLC characters are usually like 2 hours long. And a lot of them are great. Not all of them are. Like Taki's, for example, kind of sucks, but all of them are really good. And they all just focus on the one character. There are some times where they like overlap with others. So like you go in the Mitsurugi story overlays with Setsuka's story because of Shugen Kokunoe. And it's really cool how everything's intertwined and how it all gets intertwined into the main story. So we're talking about a story where each character has their own unique story that you follow through. And it's a total story of like 20 hours or something. It's crazy. And there are some phenomenal ones in there. Like, if any of you were to only look at one story in Soul Calibur, the one I would implore you to watch is Setsuka's, because that will give you an idea of just how amazing Soul Calibur 6's storytelling is. It's so good. I'm someone that normally doesn't give a shit about single player stuff in fighting games, but Soul Calibur 6's story, fucking some of the characters like Setsuka, Cassandra, Amy, Yoshimitsu, fucking phenomenal. Patch in 10 minutes, patch in 3 minutes. I'm waiting for the patch notes. I'll just prepare for when Tekken becomes good again. Yeah, we're all just sitting here like, I'm gonna go back and play Tekken 5 and then Tekken 8, the new patch comes out. Ooh, bye Tekken 5. How's it compared to the Plow 5? 5's was god-awful. Patroclo, the whole thing with Patroclo is getting trapped in an astral chaos crystal and then Edgemaster appearing in like his mind and being like, go back in time and save the future Patroclos. That shit was fucking absurd. Soul Calibur 5 story was terrible. Soul Calibur 6 is phenomenal. And the way that like Cassandra's, I don't want to spoil anything, but Cassandra's story is fucking amazing because of how it ties into Soul Calibur 5 and the timeline reset. It's so fucking good. It's been, I think 6 years since I played Cassandra's story, and I can still remember my reaction to the big like twist that happens in her story. It's that good. I very rarely in any game story can remember like something sticks with me so much that I can remember it years later. The only other game I can think of off the top of my head where that's happened is in Yakuza 0, which I played in like 2017. With the whole thing like towards the end of the game with Makoto. That's the only, I'm not spoiling anything, I'm doing my best here, but that's like the only other thing I can think of that I can remember exactly what I was thinking when that happened. Soul Calibur always had excellent guest character, and then Yoda, true. Oh god. The fact that talking about Tekken is much more entertaining than actually playing it is fucking dire. Well, I mean, that's what I'm here for. I've always been a just chatting stream first and a Tekken stream second. So this is just like, you know, if there's no point in playing Tekken because no one wants to watch it, then let's just cut out the middleman. Or just preparing for when Tekken becomes good again. Oh wait, sorry. I already read that. I'm trying to catch up on the chat here and before the thing comes out. Go get an umbrella for Chocolates. I've only been playing 7 for now, deleted 8. Fair enough. I mean, if you're having fun with 7, then play 7. You know? Like, it's all about having fun. I heard Makoto. We're talking about Makoto Nanaya, the best BlazBlue character. I hate Makoto. I'm sorry. Getting my message like your average story-based shut up. Soul Calibur 6 announcer is just epic. Soul Calibur 6 announcer is fucking... I should make a mod that puts the Soul Calibur 6 announcer into Tekken. I already have the Nightmare one. It wouldn't be hard to do. I can do it. Called Power Crush for a reason, because it's a third option for lows, crushes, and high. Oh wait, I already read that. Jesus, I'm fucking up everything. Soul Calibur 6 was made by people that care so much about Soul Calibur. I always think about how Okubo still makes an effort to show up just for Soul Calibur. Can I hold on? I know the it's out. Can I'm going to show you real quick the image that I put before we do this. Can I just show you like some tweets that I found from Okubo when I was making the last video? There are a bunch, even though Okubo isn't working on Soul Calibur anymore, like his Twitter is still filled with stuff like this where he's going to events and just watching Soul Calibur tournaments. He was even at Frosty Faustings, he was there for like Soul Calibur stuff too. And then, like, every time he makes a tweet about Soul Calibur, all of the Soul Calibur people are replying to him, like, we miss you, Okubo, we love you, we wish Soul Calibur would come back, thank you for continuing to support Soul Calibur and all of that. Which is, it's like the exact polar opposite of what you see with Harada and Tekken, where everyone's flaming him and they're like, what the fuck are you doing? Fix your fucking game. And with Okubo, it's like he makes tweets that's like, I love you guys, while he's taking an image of him watching Soul Calibur Grand Finals at a random like event, and then everyone's replying to him on Twitter like, we love you, Okubo, we miss you, we hope you're doing well. Thank you, Zoya, for the link. All right, I'm sorry if I wasn't able to get to everyone with chatting. It's time, though. And it's down. And the website... Oh, wait, no, we got it. Okay, here we go. Hey, Sesujin, how are you? Hi, Nathan, I'm doing well. How about you? My soul still burns. Mine does, too. When Soul Calibur 7 comes out, my goal has always been with like content creation to like make an effort to be able to like get to a point where I can like advertise Soul Calibur. That's like no joke. That has been my end goal, is to get to a point where when Soul Calibur 7 comes out, I can get people hyped for Soul Calibur 7. I played Soul Calibur 6 when it was released. I prefer that over Tekken 7. Not saying 7 was trash, but just felt more fun. I'm with you on that, yeah. Why does Twitch streams lags bad on YouTube for me? I don't know. Okay, here's the patch notes. All right. I hope they make a Soul Calibur 7. I do too. Is it coming though? I'd say it's probably coming because Soul Calibur 6 was so successful, but I don't hold your breath that's going to be anytime soon. Okay. Adjusted matchmaking specifications to make it easy to pair with opponents whose highest ranked character is closer to your own. Thank God, so I can actually play quick match without taking half an hour to find a game. Incredible. Wait, as a result, this adjustment may take more time. No! It may take more time, to find an appropriate opponent. Wait. So wait, does this mean it's going to take even longer to find a game then? Sorry, you got shot, Shomini. Here, I'll put a link here for you guys. Okay. It already takes me, I'm teching God. If I go in the quick match, it takes me half an hour to find a game. And I'm on East Coast US. So if it takes longer to find an opponent now, that's no good. Tekken Ball, who cares? Playable character, balance updates. Okay. We already read about the overall direction. By the way, I don't have any water, so my throat is killing me right now. I need a drink. Tekken Ball is the most important patch, though. Clearly, yeah, right? Okay, health gauge. It has been changed to 200, so that's what most people were saying. It's going to be changed to 200. And I like this more than 5. I think this is good. I've said the reasons for it being good. I'm the only person that thinks this is good, but I like the fact that it's at 200 instead of 180. My wish was that was going to be 250, just to give you an idea. And I already talked a lot about why I think this is the case. People say that like this is going to nerf poking and it's going to make combos more potent and it's going to make hotkicks too strong, whatever. My opinion, not to flame anyone or say any specific names. This is just my opinion. Like, everyone has their own opinion on this. My opinion is that Tekken players think this because they're not used to games where the health is higher. Like, they don't actually know how this change is going to affect the game, and they're basing it off a lot of assumptions. And from my own personal experience playing games where the relative health is higher, that's not going to be the case. I don't think it's going to nerf poking. I think this is a big nerf to momentum instead of poking, which had to happen, and I think that this is good. Now, again, like another big thing to talk about too is that even though my perspective on this is different, Tekken's also a different game, so it could go either way. We just have to we have to figure it out, you know, like we have to play the game and get a feel for ourselves on how the game works after this change. But I think 20 is a really good way to start out, and if it needs further adjustments, there will be further adjustments. But my prediction is that this is going to be a similar thing as like the attack notifications, where a lot of Tekken players were dooming about it because it wasn't something that was in Tekken before. I play Soul Calibur, those things are in Soul Calibur, so I was like, this isn't really going to make a difference, you're not going to notice it. And then when it actually came out and people like used it in an actual game, they were like, oh, actually this is all right, this is fine. Or they like it. And I think that health is going to be similar, where if it gets, when Tekken players play with it more, it's just people are just going to get more used to it, and they're going to look back at 180 and they're going to be like, how the hell were we playing with 180 health this whole time? So that's my prediction. I could be completely wrong. That's just what I think. 10% more health. I don't think it's a big difference either way. Yeah, I don't think it's a big difference, but I think it is, like, again, the main thing is that it's a nerf to momentum. And that's important. Do go get some law before you get into it. Let me go through all of the common changes first. It seems like there are a lot of character changes. Let me get through these first, and then I'll take a break to go get water. Can't even punish a rage attempt with 5 damage though. That's actually true. Yeah, the rage trigger point is now 47 instead of 43, and maybe that's a reason why they were giving characters like Raven bigger 15 frame punishes, is because this was a change that they were planning on. I don't know. Throws. So yeah, the 5 recoverable damage on a throw break has been removed. Again, it was a weird thing. I think that most people can agree at this point. Like what I was saying, it basically didn't do anything, but it was just stupid for it being in the game, so it being gone is good. Heat engages are gone from +17 to +9. This is kind of what I expected it to be when they announced this previously. I was expecting it to be like +5, but +9 I think is really good. This is going to make Power Crushes more powerful after Heat Engagers, because now a lot more running moves you can Power Crush through. For anyone wondering how this is going to affect Lydia, it's not. It actually, like, it could affect Lydia if she goes into crouch and does front crouch down forward 3, because maybe you can hot kick over. I have to check the frames on that. But she can still do all of her normal things to Power Crush through it. The main change here, though, for Lydia specifically, is that this nerfs hammer tech, because before, with it being +17, if you immediately did 1+2, then they could do a 14 frame move to interrupt it. Now, of course, they can do a 22 frame move, just if you release it immediately. So, like, charging 1+2 isn't going to be as good now, and that also extends to slow while running moves, like Reyna's, I don't know if it's forward 4 while running 4, but the homing high. You have more time to be able to power crush those stuff now. Things while running moves that previously you couldn't power crush through, now you can. Any running move that's slower than 17 frames, now you can power crush. So this just opens up more like counterplay ability post Heat Engager, which is good. So yeah, this is a good change. I'm behind on the stream. I think health boost is also good. These rounds end too quick. Don't nerf damage, because I like seeing the big number. Yeah, and again, we'll see how it works out. Sorry for the spoiler, but they nerfed key charge again. Oh boy, they changed the damage. Okay, we're skipping these two just because this is funny. They actually saw the Lydia key charge TOD combos and they went, this is too strong. It's funny too, because there were actually some, like, I was bouncing around in my mind some key charge setups because of the 150 damage and the fact that you can block after key charging now, since the counter hit property is gone. I was dancing around in my head some like key charge setups where you could do like round ending damage afterwards, and now it's just like they just turned it into a useless mechanic, which is like whatever. I don't care. Listen, here's my opinion on key charge. Why even have key charge in the game anymore? Well, here's my opinion on key charge. Key charge shouldn't have been in the game to begin with. It doesn't add anything to the game. It's not interesting. The only time key charge is used is when it's used to abuse something that was never intended. So I think key charge should be removed from the game. Sue me. I don't care. I think this is good. I don't think that we should have options just for the sake of having options. That's how we get a bunch of this shit in Tekken 8, like Xiao Yu's hypnosis stance and how that works. The way that hypnosis stance with Xiao Yu works is because they took a stance that didn't do anything, and they just said, well, it's in the game, so it should do something. And now it's fucking stupid, and it's boring, and it homogenizes her. And so, like, we don't need everything to do something. Key charge is just one of those things that I think, personally, is fine being dead. So, sue me. I don't care. I'm fine with key charge being gutted and dead. And if any Hwarong players disagree with me, I was about to say something I'm not gonna say what I was going to say. But fuck off! Okay, I said it. If they remove key charge, I'm done. I quit. That's the last straw. Key charge isn't in the game anymore. I'm done. They're ruining the game. It's been in the series since the beginning. Key charge like unblockables, it's a meme that hits once in a blue moon. I think it should be back. But the problem is, though, that some characters have key charge setups. And okay, think about it like this. Huarong has a key charge setup where he gets absurd Oki with a key charge with what, his down back 4? I think? I can't remember the exact move. And whatever mid he has. So what is it better to nerf that move of Huarong because of a key charge setup, or nerf the actual problem that isn't affecting anything else in the game except these dumb key charge setups that aren't intended? My opinion, nerf key charge instead of the move that is used for the key charge setup. No casuals that want a key charge after winning, though. Remove it from the game. Just remove it. You have taunts. How about lead players going to BM after the end of the round? Now think of the lead players. No, the poor lead players already have it so bad. Now they can't be toxic. No. Heat dash. Change post aerial combo damage scaling from 70% to 60%. Change the recoverable damage inflicted when performing a heat dash after forcing the opponent from block a move from 7 to 2. No. Due to this change in aerial combo scaling, discrepancy has been identified between some sample combos and actual combo damage. This will be addressed in the future. Okay. Who cares about that? So, I'm assuming that this recoverable damage inflicted from 7 to 2 is a change that, isn't like buffing it and making it so that you take less recoverable damage, but I'm assuming that this is just a raw damage nerf to just heat dash in general. Like both of these things are, which is good. You know, it's a step in the right direction. I personally don't think that heat dashes should combo at all. I think that they should give you a guaranteed follow-up at most, but this is still a step in the right direction, right? Honestly, just us key charge as another taunt. I think all characters should have 4 taunts. All characters should have like Brian's taunt. Be more interesting if key charge recovers small bits of heat gauge. Yeah, like, and maybe we'll see key charge be reworked into an actual mechanic, but I think that if it's just going to cause unintended scenarios, then gutting it is the right thing to do. Chip damage. Reduce chip damage on block. The following adjustments have been made. Moves that do not normally deal chip damage to lessen the additional chip damage applied during heat. The chip damage scaling has been changed from 25% to 20%. As a result, chip damage from blocking heat smash attacks have been lowered overall. Moves that deal chip damage by default. Adjustments were made that so no additional chip damage is applied during heat for these moves. Moves whose properties change in heat, or moves that deal increased chip damage due to a character-specific heat system due to the revised chip damage calculation. Some moves were exhibiting excessive variance in chip damage balance. Adjustments have been made accordingly. I'm sure we'll see that. And so this is a multifaceted hit to chip damage too. I said cheap damage. You know, I'm calling it cheap damage. This is a multi-pronged hit to cheap damage, because not only is the damage scaling changed, not only do moves don't do additional chip damage anymore in heat, but also because of the increased health, chip damage overall is just less impactful. So this is a huge nerf to chip damage that, again, I think is warranted, because for some characters it was just way too strong and unintended. Like I think Jin is the biggest example of that. But even Leo, after season 2, what Leo can do at the wall, you've seen it. And I don't think that Leo was intended to be a chip damage character. So even though this isn't like completely gutting chip damage, I think, maybe there's something I'm missing here that we'll see in the actual game. It's about being incremental. So you do a small change now, you see how it goes. If it needs to be nerfed more, then you nerf it more. Especially with how many changes are here, you don't want to do everything at once, because chip damage is directly tied into like the heat system and the health. And so if you nerf it too much, and you might have to rebuff it, and then it's just like, well, now we're just going back and forth and don't know what they're doing, which is kind of like how season 2 is, isn't it? That's why you don't want to nerf like everything too heavily all at once. So I think that this is the right change, and this is a step in the right direction. And if it's still too much, then it'll continue to go down and down and down over time. So this is good. Now you're going to get these people saying, but Seth, why are you saying cheap damage instead of chip? You have accents. God damn it. I think key charge should be left alone. It doesn't have a big impact overall anyway. But the problem is, where it does have an impact, it does have a big impact. And you don't want to nerf moves where it does have a big impact when Key Charge isn't really supposed to be a mechanic that actually does anything. This is all tech and they would make Key Charge character specific. That's awesome. I can also see that, yeah. Nerf chip damage, increase health pool, same round timer. Yeah, we'll see how it is with the round timer, but I'm sure they've tested it. Moves that induce wall stagger. Tekken 8 and future Tekken 8 updates, the development team is committed to minimizing situations that lead to one-sided engages. Among these, moves that trigger a wall stagger on block were a particular concern. Such moves that could easily create extreme advantage, plus 10 frames or more, when used near the wall, forcing the defending player in a powerful mix-up situations without an opportunity to respond. To reduce these kind of one-sided scenarios, the team has reviewed all wall stagger on block moves across all characters. Any move that previously created an advantage of plus 10 frames of gray will no longer trigger a wall splat while stagger when blocked. Oscar nerf! Oscar nerf! Eat your heart out, King Ray Jr. If we meet again, ooh, you don't know what's coming. Yeah, so, I mean... I'm joking. So stuff like Asuka's low parry now on block, that produced wall stagger. It was like plus 20 something. That just doesn't do anything now. Yoshimitsu's Kincho forward 2 did that too, right? That doesn't do anything anymore, which is a huge nerf. You know what's funny though? Down back 1+2 isn't listed as nerfed. Did they forget? Did they... Thank goodness this patch is all nerfs. Yeah, right? Fix an issue with certain input combinations allow players to break throws that should only be breakable with 1 or 2 with throw breaks. Okay, great. Read through the patch shows my most common reactions. Nice nerfs. Why? What the hell did Eggs have a plus 12 on block move to begin with? Okay, let me... Horse 3+4, why is it in the game? Well, Horse 3+4 is always bad. Like, if you were going to use Horse 3+4, you may as well have just manually guarded into Wolf anyway. Like, there's no purpose to it at all. It's a bad move. I'm an Oscar player, but I'm trash. Okay, hold on. Let me go refill my water real quick before we get into the character specific stuff, like I promised, because you all care about me and I appreciate you. Give me 2 minutes. I will run like the wind. I promise. I'll be back. I swear to God. Okay, I'm back. Hello, sorry. Okay, I'm back. Hi, I'm good. Sometimes I can still hear Sesujin's voice. Okay. The wall stagger was fucking dumb. I'm so glad it's gone. Oh, that's also a nerf to... I didn't even realize, but that's a nerf to, like, Jin's, like, dive kick. Not the dive kick, the other one. The high, whatever it is. Okay, Anna. Damn. 1-2-1-2. Adjust the behavior on the final hit so it no longer triggers a wall splat. Fix an issue where the projectile would not fly straight forward and when it unintentionally hit opponents position to the side or behind. I've seen those clips. It's very funny. And then the wall stagger's gone too, right? I assume. I hope. Wait, no, the wall stagger wasn't that big, was it? Chaos Judgment 3-2. No longer... Okay, so just all of the projectile moves don't trigger a wall splat. Okay. Sure. In line with overall adjustment policy, change the move so it no longer triggers a wall stun when blocked by the opponent. Yeah, 1-2-1-2. And like, yeah, so all of the see you moves. Okay. Fragile, reduced the additional chip damage applied when blocking moves against opponents in a weakened state. This is good. I'm actually gonna have to play Ana now that she's nerfed. I've honestly been waiting until Ana got nerfed in this patch before trying her because I didn't want to come up with like chip damage setups and stuff and have it get nerfed. I wanted to play her in a weakened state. Chaos Judgment, 2-1, fix an issue where heat dash is going to be performed. Yeah, we've seen that bug. While Rising 1+2, fix the bug, fix an issue. Pleasure Time 4. Change the opponent's behavior on hit to make them stand up facing forward. This change was made because a long period of unrecoverable time allowed for unblockable situations with sidesteps and axis shifting actions. Weird. Okay. Adjusted a collision on hit to reduce instances of character swapping positions near the wall. Okay. Sure. Oscar, the while running 1+2 and down back 1+2, and then that's just the generic change. Brian, Snake Eyes crouching down forward 3. Okay, can I be honest with you? I'm going to be honest with all of you here. I'm going to be very vulnerable. All right, but I'm going to be honest. One thing that I hope that you all appreciate about me, when I give my opinions, is I don't give a damn what the pro players or the other content creators say. I have my own thoughts, I have my own opinions, and I feel free to articulate those to you guys and just how I'm feeling about, like, the game. Sometimes I'm right, sometimes I'm wrong, a lot of the times I'm wrong, but I give my true and honest opinions because I feel like it's important to be able to be open to discuss and not just be like, if you don't agree with me, then you're wrong, I hate you and you're banned. So, in saying all of that, I never thought that Brian Snake Eyes from Crouch Down Forward 3 was good. I've never thought the move was good. I think that it's like the strength of it is overblown. I don't think it's that good at all. I think it's just the same as a hatchet kick. The problem is the mids. I don't care about the low. I've thought that all of the hate with this low was way overblown. I don't care, and I don't think it's that good. And then they nerfed it because people were complaining about it. -13, more heat, and now it no longer wall splats on counter hit. But the counter hit was so funny! The wall crash was a big problem. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the major reasons for chip damage, right? So yeah, it's a good change. I think she still needs damage. Most, not all the characters, but the next patch does that. Yeah, and again, this is incremental, right? So this is just going to be, like, over time, we're going to be seeing more and more of these changes, and it's, like, it's not about the changes right now, it's about the direction. What do you think about 20 more HP? We had a long discussion on it earlier, but I think that increasing HP is good, and it's a direct nerf to momentum, which does need to get nerfed in this game. You shouldn't be able to kill the opponent off of stuff that you can't really defend against in the span of 8 seconds. It's just not healthy for the game. And more HP helps to mitigate that. Same as hatchet kick, not +7, it lets him frame trap in the forward 3. That's a situation where usually it gets hitting highs and mid, so that's a huge pressure upgrade. Yeah, but I'm also going to say that in one with Brian's counter hits already, but 2 because of how Tekken 8 works, that the difference between like +4 and +7 doesn't really matter. Like, I'll move you could cancel in the stance and doing that also canceled the heat gauge it consumed. That is so dumb. Just Snake Edge exists, bro. Like, it's not a threat. It's annoying if it hits, but it's not a threat. Yeah, I mean, like hatchet kick, it's like, I never thought it mattered. The wall itself was an issue, but Ryan already had such crazy pressure and mix-up potential from the wall, especially in heat this low. There's a soul in our rooms, and that pissed people off. Yeah, but to me, it's more about the mids. Like, the low he has to set up because he has to be in crouch, and it's like, if he's standing, he just has to hatchet kick anyway. I don't care. Yeah, and then Snake Eyes forward, 1+2 in the forward 3 hold. The stagger's gone. The stagger's going to be the biggest change. This is huge. Same as, oh, sorry, I've read that. I appreciate unique opinions. I hate the sameness of the FGC right now. Well, I appreciate that. I think, I figure that's something that makes it worth, listening at least somewhat, is just that I'm willing to offer a different perspective and take on everything. And not really care if people, like, get mad at me about it. I just don't think he should have any full crouch mix. That I agree with. You can do it from standing relatively quickly with down, down, forward, down, back, down, forward, +3. But, okay, here's the other thing, too, about it. It costs a resource. So it's like, if he always had that, then sure, I can agree. But the fact it costs him a Snake Eyes resource when he has so many other things, because think about the trade-off. He's doing this from crouch low. It's essentially the same as a hatchet kick. And he's trading off being able to do all of his really powerful mids, like the 4-2-1 string, to do it. That to me just makes it bad, but he shouldn't have a lot of his powerful Snake Eye stuff either. That's also true. Starburst while running 1+2, wall stagger. Another thing I'm going to say about this wall stagger too that I'm really happy with, no compensation buffs. Because if this was the season 2, like I said in my video, they would have, like, nerfed all of these moves that caused this wall stagger, and then they would have said, like, oh, in neutral now it's more plus on block or something. So, like, with Snake, like, forward, 1+2 in Snake Eyes, they would have said, wall stagger is no longer triggered on block, but we adjusted the behavior on hit so that it gives you a guaranteed follow-up or something like that. If it doesn't already. Oh yeah, because forward 3 hold doesn't, right? Or they would have changed another move. So like this doesn't wall stagger on block, but then they make it so that like 1-2-1 now, for some reason, wall splats. They would have done that. And I'm really glad to see that they're not doing that. Soul Calibur Insight makes me really curious as well. You're brutally wrong and just ahead of the curve. Well, so far, generally, I've been ahead of the curve. If you go back to my initial reaction of like Tekken 8 back in February of 2023 when they first showed the game, the video's on YouTube as well. I basically say all of the things that people are saying right now about Season 2. It's just going to be brain dead 50-50s. You're just going to do like these big plus on block mids, completely brain dead. Chip damage is going to be ridiculous. It's just going to be too strong. There's going to be no counterplay. For pretty much everything, I've been ahead of the curve. But that is stuff that I have been very wrong about, too. So, not everything I'm right about. Like, there are some things where I've been ahead of the curve of most players, like when I said Yoshi was top 1 when the game came out and everyone was saying he was mid-tier to low-tier, because he didn't have launching flash anymore. There's stuff like that, but at the same time, there's also stuff that I've been wrong about, like Clive, for example. Clive's like general like strength. So I think by now devs realized that every up arrow on the patch notes is a 100 negative Steam reviews. Doesn't the power low make the mids more threatening? I mean, yes, you're not wrong, but I think the mids would like in the context of Brian, I think the mids would be just as threatening regardless. What's up, Sesujin? Is the character patch changes happening with the emergency patch coming up? Yes, they are. Yep. Done reviewing the patch. No, I'm getting a little bit caught up here, talking. Sorry about that. Skipping ahead, the majority of character changes are just noting that their charge attacks on wall spotting on block. Well, that's good. Left most of the roster alone and corrected specific characters that were overly damaging or overly oppressive. And that's good, right? Again, it's about slowly changing things over time. You can't do everything at once because that's how we got the mess that Season 2. But it's just, you have to do it slowly over time. Clive patch feels quaint compared to this season's patch. Well, yeah. Patch is variable down. No, thank you. I will start doing that right now then. Okay, Clive, forward, 1+2. Reduce the damage on counter from 60 to 50. And the opponent's recovery time when blocking has been reduced from 1 frame, so it is now +3. I don't remember exactly what that changes from, if it's +3 instead of +4, but cool. Chip damage is also reduced. Nice. Wall stagger is no longer triggered on block during his heat smash. Cool. Clive's jab. Fixed an issue with playing forward, followed by jab while running, could prevent follow-up moves from being executed. Hilarious. Oh wow, Deviljin nerf. People are going to complain about this, and they shouldn't. Deviljin's down back 1+2 hold charge, wall stagger is no longer triggered. So here's something I want to point out, because I can already predict that people are going to be looking at this, and they're going to be like, oh my god, they don't know what they're doing, they nerfed Deviljin. Compensation buffs for shit like this is how we got Season 2. Shut up and sit the hell down. This is good. The fact that they're nerfing this and then not giving any buffs, so again, they can slowly revise this stuff over time, is good. They shouldn't just be, like, shotgun, like, oh, well, this character's weak, so we should give him something to compensate. That's how we got Season 2. That's how we got Tekken 8. We do not want that. So I'm glad that they're restraining themselves from doing this, even if people are going to complain. That was just tweeted apologies. Murray, of course, couldn't help himself, so he had to make a passively aggressive dig at the critics as well. Oh, good. Clive got a slap on the wrist. Well, again, it's about slowly making these changes. Don't look at this as like, oh no, Deviljin got nerfed. Clive got a slap on the wrist, because they're going to change stuff over time. But like I keep saying, I'm going to keep repeating this. The reason why Season 2 is the way it is because they put 1,500 changes in the game all at once, and it was a disaster. They nerfed a lot of things, and they tried buffing things to make up for it at the exact same time, and that's why we have the disaster at Season 2. That kind of thinking is the exact reason why the game is in the state that it's in right now. So you can't be doing everything all at once. You can't be looking at this and saying, this character got a slap on the wrist, the low tier got nerfed. One thing at a time. That's how you fix the game. That's how you make it good. One thing at a time. Make the changes, evaluate what the response is, look at how the game is performing afterwards, and then change stuff again from there. I'm just happy Yoshi had one change, and it does nothing to him. Next frame 1. Everything's fine. Don't panic. This is the way the patch should be. Frame 2. Yoshi didn't get nerfed again! We need Pikachu in the game. We need Pikudoria. Hold on 1 second here. Okay, sorry about that. Big changes are not healthy. People will accept it slowly. Yeah, and again, I already know, because I know how Tekken players are, that they're gonna look at this and they're gonna complain about it. Those people are dumb. I'm sorry, like, mask off, I'm gonna be an ass here, but it's true. People that are gonna complain that Deviljin got nerfed in this patch are stupid. I'm sorry. That's it. That's the truth. Wall stagger isn't triggered on these moves now. Any up forward 3+4. Adjusted opponent's behavior when first attack hits a downed opponent. Adjusted an issue with unintended combos were possible. Start of round fixed the down forward bug. And then down 3 changed the opponent's behavior on hit to make them stand up facing forward. This change was made because the long period of unrecoverable time allowed for unblockable situations. Cool. Fong! Cool. The forward 1+2 thing is actually pretty huge. But yeah, alright. This doesn't matter for Heihachi. Hwoarang, change the opponent's behavior on hit to make them stand up facing forward. Yep, it's just like that generic fix. Jack 8. Here we go. 2, 1, up forward, 1+2. While crouching, down forward, 3+4, up forward, 1+2. During Gamma Howl, up forward 1+2. Damage has been changed from 30 to 20. Chip damage on block from 12 to 4. The opponent's recovery time when blocking has been reduced by 3 and is now +5. The attack hitbox has been reduced to mitigate the unintended occurrence of hitting opponents who are behind you. Make some noise! 2-1 up 4, 1+2 can be armored through on hit. On hit? He can be floated off out 2-1 up 4 now? They didn't say, oh, here. Correcting an issue where the third input sequence could be executed 5 frames earlier than it was a bug the whole time? Oh yeah, I'm sure it was a bug, Murray. Sorry, it's not Michael Murray's fault. I'm sure it was a bug, Murray. Did they hurt Reyna? We haven't gotten to the R's yet. Oh no, the multiplayer wall splat move that led to a free 50-50 was nerfed after people complaining about the overt mix-ups in 50-50, and people will still complain about it for some reason because Deviljin's weak and he needed it. It was a setup. Look at the frames, Murray. Look at the screen, Murray. Well, that's good. The entire next page it still goes on with Jack 8. During Heat Up 4-3, fixed an issue in practice where CPU would not perform certain Ukemi after the hit. Sure. Corrected a bug where the combo counter incorrectly displayed continued combo when following up from a knockdown attack during a timing that could be avoided with Ukemi and should not have resulted in a true combo. Great. Fantastic. It's the way they nerf things. Unintended behavior. Yeah, it makes you scratch your tin. Like, You just need to change the second heat smashes to stop consuming small amounts of heat. The whole gauge, because that was so dumb. I don't actually have never encountered it as an issue before. So wait, the stop is 5 frames longer now? Yeah, so you can float him out of it after the 2-1. You can get a full combo. And if it hits, then you have counterplay because you can do the arm move to interrupt the clap. So, which is still actually really good for Jack, because if Jack does 2-1 and then it hits and you try power crushing through it, then he can do a, I imagine, he can do a grab, like one of his launching grabs to punish it. So Jack still does get quite a lot out of 2-1. It's still a very strong move, but it's better than before. Jin, running 3. The timing a move can be performed after transitioning to Zen has been delayed by 6 frames and is now +6 instead of +12. Good. Great. The 2 has been changed from 25 to 20 damage. The 4, opponent's behavior on down hit has been reverted to the pre-Season 2 state to prevent follow-up attacks from connecting. Sure, I don't even know what this looks like, but sure, whatever. Yeah, and then the heat smash! The heat smash! The heat smash no longer wall staggers on block. I don't even give a shit about that stupid hive from Zen, the 3+4. The heat smash, not wall staggering now on block. It's funny because this changes very little about the mirror matchup. Still can't step for shit. Now it's just on hit. Cooking. Yeah, now if it just doesn't wall splat on hit, I might actually play Tekken 8 Jin even though he's still broken. Now he doesn't have the alien property of heat smash. Or whatever he said in that video. Room to breathe now, no more force 50-50s. Yeah, like this change to the wall stagger stuff is like one of the best things they could have done. This is huge. This is so good. Expand the hurt box, alleviating situations where certain attacks whiff. Fine. June. Jesus Christ, they They wrote a 400-word essay. My God, I can't speak. 122, up to, and 432 is now +4 on block instead of +6. Are you crazy? That's huge. That makes the mix-up so much worse. That means that Power Crush beats more options. That's crazy. It beats like one more option, right? I don't remember which one it beats specifically. It beats the mid, right? It beats the... Yeah, it beats the heat smash. No, not the heat, the heat engager. The high would still beat Power Crush, I think. The low obviously would. But the Power Crush now beats the mid. So now you have to, if you're June and you do 1-2-2 on block and go in the stance, now you actually have to think about what the opponent's going to do. Because Power Crush is an actual option now. You can't just like go in the stance off of 1-2-2, throw out the stance 3 for free without there being any counterplay to it, and then on block just be able to Sabaki so you kind of get your turn back because you're only -6. This means that like not almost everything that June does out of the stance has counterplay. Like the mid you can Power Crush through, the high you can obviously duck under, the low you can block, the homing move is punishable. So this is a big change for like the stance mix-up, and this is how it should be. Every single option should have counterplay to it. And this is great. This is the direction that the game needs. This is what's going to make stances better and more healthier, is if all of the options can be beat. This is perfect. This is exactly what it should be. It's wild how 1 and 2 less or more frames could change things in fighting games. It changes the entire dynamic of how this stance works. J-Mains will be the first one to bitch about this patch. It's 30+ for reals and wall crush aim when they took that shit away. Well, the move was bad anyway against anyone that knew the matchup. If you were going to do Lydia's horse 30+4, you may as well just go in the wolf because the option select beats it anyway. The move is useless. It was useless at the wall. It was useless outside the wall. Losing its wall crush doesn't make a difference. Does that mean this dive kick no longer spikes? Oh, it does! You're right. That is his dive kick. I was forgetting what this move is. You're right, yeah. I think it does. I don't know what the heat smash actually is on block. Most heat smashes universally are plus enough to give you a free mix-up after it. So against Jack B and his Power Crush and Flow. I don't remember if I read that there in YouTube, but yeah, after 2-1, you can Flow him on block, you can Power Crush on hit. Well, Stag is so annoying, was tilting me yesterday, it's a good change. Here's what I think. We're not through all of these yet. As a day 1 June main, I'm numb to her being nerfed into the ground. Fair enough. What I'm gathering Power Crush is it was R, always meta. Okay, midway through the changes, here's what I think. If you were going to make any major change to the game that increased the defender's options and made the game healthier, I think that so far, looking at the patch notes, this is the perfect thing to do. And the fact that they're not giving any buffs to compensate for everything getting nerfed shows that they're actually listening to what we're saying and they're willing to change their balancing philosophy based on what the community is saying. Because again, if you go back to season 2, all like these universal changes were all meant with some sort of buff to make up for it. Every character got a buff to their homing move because sidestepping was buffed. Every character got a buff to their Oki because wake up options were buffed. They were made easier. And so the fact that you're looking at some of these characters and it's just like one change, universal change, nothing else, no buffs, nothing to compensate for it, and then addressing all of the problem moves, including stuff like Brian's from crouch down 4-3 and Snake Eyes, even if I don't necessarily agree with it. This is like the perfect thing they could have done. This is the way that they are approaching this situation, the way that they're balancing these things, the way that they're nerfing stances like June so that there's counterplay to all of the options, the way that they're willing to change stuff like Jin's Heat Smash, which was obviously designed from the beginning to create this mix-up situation, and they're listening to what we're saying, and we're like, okay, this is too powerful, this needs to go even though it's been here since the damn beta, shows that they're listening to feedback and they're willing to accept that feedback and change the game based on what we say instead of what they think. And that's what gives me hope for the future of the game. And I think that the way that they're balancing all of this stuff too, they're changing all of this stuff, makes a lot of sense and is really healthy. Because it's not just a snapshot like decision of like everyone's mad, so we gotta nuke everything immediately. If they did that, I would be more worried. The reason why is regardless if the game is better or not, if you're making snapshot bouncing decisions like that, that can get really bad really quickly if that's like your core idea. If you get scared of what the community is saying and you make snapshot decisions that just nuke things out of existence because you're scared of your community, that's how the game dies. At the same time, if you don't listen to them and then do nothing because you don't care, that's also how the game dies. It's about the middle ground. It's about listening to what the community's saying, addressing feedback and concerns, and slowly incrementally making those changes over time, feeling how the game is after making small adjustments, reevaluating the game, and then making more adjustments afterwards. This is the right direction to go in. It's the right thing to do for balancing. They're making all of the right choices. They've changed their philosophy on how they're balancing the game completely in this patch. And this is the thing that's giving me hope for the future of Tekken 8. It's not going to be perfect right now. There's still things that need to be addressed, obviously. And I think throughout Season 2, it's going to be an uphill battle. But as long as they stick to this, then the game's going to be good. Everything's going to be fine. Right, Lydia's moon's getting even more nerfed to begin with. Well, it wasn't good in the first place. Now, June has that thing very sad. I think there's no compensation buffs because you don't have character designs undoing everything the system designers were going this time around. That's also true. It's hard to say exactly why they've had this shift. There could be a multitude of reasons for it, but whatever the case, this is good. What do you think of +9, the heat engager? Still feels like a nothing burger overall. I agree with you that should be +6 or +5, but like I said, you don't want to just nuke these things, especially if the game was designed around it, because of the community backlash. You don't want to be scared of the community and then nerf these things into the ground in a way that was never intended and never tested, and then, because that's how the game ends up suffering more in the long run. So, even though I think that +5 would be better, +9 is still significant enough where you have more counterplay to more post-heat engager situations. Oh man, I'm talking a lot. And it can be nerfed further. Putting it to +9, waiting to see how people respond to it, feeling it out, and then determining later if it needs to get nerfed more is the right way to go about it. Okay, what are these ones? The 3, downward hitbox has been reduced, making it easy to sidestep. So not only do they make this +4, but now you can sidestep. So now the way that Izumo works is the same as Lydia, where it's like if Lydia hits 1-2-2 and she does cat 1, you can sidestep it and launch. Now it's the same with June, except June, I mean, she does this high, right? She does 1-2-2, but if she manages to connect with this and you have a read that she's going to do the 3, you have multiple options to be able to address this. You can sidestep and you can power crush through it. So now this creates more interaction and more mind games with the stance. This is a great change. This is fantastic. Same with the 4. Tracking performance has been reduced, making it easy to sidestep. When Jun uses a move from a +4 situation, the opponent can more easily evade sidestepping right. See, more counterplay, more options, and it means that Jun has to think more. And now is more of a dynamic, right? Now the opponent has more ways to be able to counter going in if she goes into the stance by like ducking the high, for example. But even if she throws something out like the up 2, you still have options to be able to beat all of the moves, whereas previously you didn't. This is exactly what I was talking about in my video about the stance philosophy in Tekken. The problem is that stances like Izumo do not have you don't have the ability to be able to actually beat some of these options like the 3, even if you have the Reen, because of how the frames work. Now you do. Now you have clear, strong defensive options to beat every single one of these moves, and Jun isn't just going into this doing a frame trap with the mid, and then like the risk is that, oh no, now she's -6. Now the risk is that she can get launched or power crushed out of it. And now it also means you have one option that covers multiple options that Jun does in the stance. Power crush now covers multiple options, sidestep covers multiple options, and Jun now has to actually think and interact with the opponent, how they're defending, to be able to determine how they're reacting to the situation and how best to deal with it. This is exactly the changes that were needed. This is exactly what needed to be changed, and I'm extremely happy to see this. Again, this is just one instance of how we're seeing stances get overhauled in Tekken 8, but this is what good stance design looks like. This is more in line with how it works with Lydia. And if they continue doing this kind of thing more and more with more characters, then the game in a couple months' time is going to look fucking phenomenal. I promise you, as someone that plays Soul Calibur, is familiar with stances, and knows how this shit works. If they keep going in this direction, this is going to be phenomenal. Reduce recovery time when hitting the opponent with the 1+2, now it's +4. Yeah, so now it's the Mirai 1+2. If this hits, it's the same thing as if these are blocked. Again, this is very similar philosophy to like how Lydia works. It's very good. You can step almost everything from Izumo after that Beyblade, so anything that puts it +4. Only exception is the 2, so sidestep right, block, because it's -13 on block. And then it works a lot like Heihachi. And now, like, delaying your strings, like, not, like, just forcing the mix-up out of the stance, stuff like that is really important. And hit confirming your stuff, too, is also really important. It adds interaction to it. It's really good. Yeah, this charge move has been nerfed. All right, King, so let's settle. I saw what you said about 2-3-3. Let me read this here. I do agree with stances where you don't dare sidestep. You just kind of have to guess most of the time, and it's just boring and suffocating. Yeah, and now, like, again, with Lydia, it's the case where you always have options like after forward 4-2 on block, sidestep right duck. Now it's the case with Jun's 1-2-2, where not only can you stop her from going into the stance entirely by ducking under the high, but also if you don't duck under the high, then it's not a big deal because you can still deal with the mix-up, so you're not forced to interact with like the 1-2-2 versus 1-2-4 anymore, or the forward 32 versus whatever the mid is, because you can still deal with the stance mix-up on block. But Jun does still have options to be able to deal with that. So, like, you have to react because of the lows and such, but you don't have to be scared of the move that goes into the stance, if that makes sense. I'm not talking about nuking. I was thinking of +8 because it allows you to duck jabs and punch parry down forward ones, give you actual options. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, well, again, I mean, we'll see. +9, only 5 or so characters get count and play on raids. I don't know. I haven't thought about that. I have no idea. My question, season 1, they were so slow. How'd they suddenly get this all done within 2 weeks? Well, the heat stuff they already had planned. The other character stuff, well, remember with season 1 that they shoved everything into season 2 because they were like overhauling the game, and the game balance philosophy was to not interfere with Tekken World Tour. So if you had changes like removing Power Crush heat engagers in the middle of Tekken World Tour, that's a huge change to like half the characters in the game, like Victor, Asuka, Azucena. That would shake things up a lot. Their thought was that they shouldn't be doing that because it compromises the competitive integrity of the game. So instead, we save all of those changes until after Tekken World 2 is done. We do all the testing in the off-season, then we bring it on for Season 2, and then we give it some time to see what the response is. And clearly it was bad. So I'm sure that changes like this that they did in 2 weeks, they were doing throughout Season 1, but it was for Season 2. Second hit no longer connects to natural combo after the first hit lands. The hitback, so the third hit has been reduced, making it harder to connect against opponents in a down state. Reduce the tracking of the ability on the third hit. Good, so you can actually sidestep this now. So, like, you can get launched for it. That's good. Cool. Oh, and you can't charge this for the Oki anymore if you do a combo. Good. Jaguar Sprint 3 powered up version. No longer wall stackers. Fantastic. Down back 1+2/2. Fixed an issue where a recoverable gauge would not regenerate after transitioning the Jaguar Sprint, following a heat activation animation. Cool. Fix an issue where transitioning would incorrectly trigger the wrong command. Cool. While rising 1-2 hold, wall stack is no longer induced. Kuma heat smash wall stack is no longer. It's lovely. Oh my! It's so amazing. I love this so much. Some designs that changes last year, then a different set of designs came back and made changes several months later. I can see that for sure. When you have so many changes over the course of a year, yeah. Absolutely. And just internally how they're thinking about the game could have changed over time as well, but like when you're in the middle of a build like that, for Season 2, then you don't just, like, go back and change things that are already fixed. Hunting 30+4 fixed an issue. Oh, no! Bears got buffed! Everyone, we need to complain on Twitter. Opponent's behavior upon activating Heat Dash during airborne hit did not match intended behavior. Sure. Core Circle 4-2-1. Fixed an issue where Heat Dash could be activated on whiff, same as Ana. I guess that might be something with Core Circle 4 inputs then. Weird. Kumar. Heat Smash. Fix the bug with damage scaling and knockback distance when not being reset. Due to this fix discrepancies with sample combos and actual combo damage. Yeah. Panda during heat down back 1+3. Well, 2+4. Fix an issue where the opponent's ability to act after being hit was delayed by 1 frame longer than intended. Sure. Ooh, Lost Nurse. Lost Nurse. Dynamic entry 2, change damage from 19 to 17. Silent entry 4, change damage from 23 to 19. Down back 2-3. Wall stack is no longer induced. Limited entry 1. Thank you. Thank you, Harada. Thank you. That shit was the most egregious low in the game. Thank you. Why the fuck did they ever think that limited entry 1 should be plus 26 on hit? Why did they ever think that was a good idea? It was the single best low in the game, bar none. Why the fuck did they do that? Thank God they changed that. I was CJM 2-1, not Core Circle 4-2. Oh, no, you're right, it was. I don't know, then. It was plus... Yep, it was plus 26. That is 2 and a 6. Right next to each other. 2, 6. I'm surprised you guys didn't know that. Plus 26 might as well just be stunned until the entire round. Yeah, and you know, the thing is, too, with Safina, like, back 1+2, I can kind of get it. Plus 26 seemed like a typo. It was something like that. I can understand it with Zafina because after the plus 26 with Zafina, not only is it a launch punish below, but then what is she doing after it realistically, right? I mean, she can do a couple of things. She can like micro dash into like back 1+2 or forward 3 or something, but she's not going to just be able to do these like super powered up 50-50s. Meanwhile, Law's dumbass here is doing this shit from crouch. Oh, from crouch. Going to step. Like immediately after he does the low, he's just going like completely anime mode. Like, dude, he does this. He chops your legs and then goes. And then like kicks the air and then like breaks a table or something. That he's just like he's like the damn Energizer Bunny. He keeps going and going and going. He never stops. It doesn't make. Why the fuck would you ever think that a character like Lars should get a low that is plus 26 under any circumstances, let alone normal hit from a move that puts him into a front crouch mix-up state with a buff from crouch low? What the fuck were you thinking? I was, in fact, the Energizer Bunny. I love fighting bears. They're so funny. You either die as SpongeBob or live long enough to become a Squidward. That's how I feel about the bear matchup. Smoking that good shit. Fix an issue where the heat timer would not recover when transitioning into dynamic entry during heat. Fix an issue where heat timer would not recover when transitioning into silent entry during heat. Fix an issue where the remaining time of heat timer would not recover depending on the timing of the input of a follow move. Don't do it that soft. Don't scream. Don't scream. Down forward 3 down. Fix an issue where inputting down forward 3 down 2 slide 1+2 would unintentionally cause this to combo. The Lars 12 frame launcher from Tekken 7 strikes again. Okay, I mean, okay. It's like I was saying before, though. I mean, I can complain and complain and complain about them not like nerfing stuff like Lars' stupid ass low in heat where he stomps the ground, goes like this, and then he can power crush through it. But it's like I was saying before, like this goes both ways. Like with Devil Jin, you know, it's good that they didn't give compensation buffs. Like with Lars, they're focusing on the broken stuff. The low was obviously the biggest, like there are a lot of problems he had. He has limited entry 2 was one of the biggest problems. They're fixing the bugs that he had, the stuff that's unintentional, one thing at a time, right? The other stuff I'm sure is going to get changed in the future. But the point of this isn't to focus on nerfing Lars, it's focusing on the health of the game. And so, like, yeah, there are going to be some things that probably should be nerfed or should be changed that just aren't. But that's fine. Because the overall path and the avenue of this patch is like making the game healthier and fixing the core issues, and that's more important than changing one character. It's definitely improvement in some aspects, for sure. Yeah, I'm very happy with this so far. And also keep in mind too, this patch, 2 weeks, a little over 2 weeks since the season came out. It was like 11 business days. Because keep in mind weekends. Like 11 business days for this patch. They're not gonna fix everything. They're not gonna change all the problems. So if we're like, man, these changes are good, but I wish that Lars' low got nerfed. You can't expect everything all at once. Also, thank you for the follow, Scavenger. I didn't notice at first, but Lars was supposed to be regaining heat, which I didn't know how to feel about. Like, cool. So I was just, okay, I can dig it. It's kind of weird, but yeah, the lightning stomp isn't necessary, but it can be changed later. I'm still upset about the identity erosion going on. Yeah, but again, like, we might see those changes over time. They've done good with some characters, they've done bad with some characters. We'll see how it changes in the future, but considering some of the changes that I've seen so far in this patch, I think they're going in the right direction. So, welcome. Saw your video about season 2, liked it, and worded like how you worded it a lot. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Glad you liked it. I really wish the lightning hitting people meters away was addressed. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. But at the same time, you know, you don't know exactly what's causing that issue. Maybe that's something that's a little bit more complicated than it just being like a small tweak to a hitbox or something. Maybe there's some weird tracking going on with like the particle that's coming from the sky, and like Raijin is angry that they're trying to fix it, and it's like Pegasus painting the god cards, and like, he's getting visions of like Slifer outside of his window. Like it could be a multitude of things. I'm sure they'll change it. This patch was better than the entire season 2 release. It was. I want to try the game without the wall stagger. It would be more flow. Oh, I did too. I did. I do too. No, it's this changes seem great. Law's dumb stuff, wall stagger. Lee's dumb stuff, fix an issue where heat dash could be triggered on whiff. Fubu 3, no longer wall staggers. Turbo is crying. During Lightning Gale, Ford 2, 4, 3 down. Now it consumes 240 instead of 120 heat. Just the inconsistency in heat timer consumption. When returning to a standing position with during Lightning Glare, Ford 2, 4, 3, the heat timer was reduced by 240. We're transitioning to Fubu, we consume 120. Oh, so it's just a bug fix. Okay, who cares? Lydia, the 1+2 hold, and horse stance 30+4, wall stagger. So keep in mind too, the 1+2 hold with Lydia is the full charged one at the wall. This never happens. And also horse 30+4 is a bad move that you shouldn't use anyway. So this is nothing. Who cares? Lily, up 1+2 hold, second level. Cool. Slap reversal. This action was originally intended to be performed only by certain characters, but was unintentionally available to all characters. You absolute fools. It was Anna, not Nina. They shot the wrong woman. They shot the wrong woman. The CIA doesn't know who they're attacking. They don't know who they're supposed to assassinate. I was going somewhere with that, and then I lost it. The Namcot shot the wrong woman. Oh, no. Lydia's still beastie for now. Yeah, Lydia's still really good. They did right, Nina. Just for future reference, Asuka's down back 1+2 is +10 on block. Do not try to interrupt King Ray afterwards. Oh, I will. Because you know what here's what he's gonna do. Down back 1+2, forward 4-2. Sidestep right. He's dead. Paul, heat 1+2. The low that goes into the high. Down 1-2, deep dive, down 4-2-1. So all like these are both the same highs. No wall stagger. Love it. 4-2 during hit from front, down forward, fixed an issue where the amount of recoverable gauge restored was lower than intended, and then fixed an issue with the follow-up attacks. Great. Heat 3-4-4. Adjusted an issue. During heat, down to 1+2, fixed an issue with incorrect damage scaling on airborne hits was causing higher than intended combo damage. Cool. Stealth step, down forward, 1-3, fixed an issue where heat dash could be triggered. Down 1, change your bonus behavior and hit to make them stand up so that you don't get unintended follow-ups. Hypnosis 2. Oh my god, Hypnosis 2 after 3 steps, not wall staggering is so good. Holy shit. Forward 4, and forward 3+4, 3+4. Dude, this is so good. Kincho 4-2 is one, then Musafina, and then Scarecrow stands back 1+2. Change your bonus behavior on hit to make them stand up facing forward. Sorry, not back. Yeah, back 1+2. Cool. I'm happy. This is great. This is fantastic. I said pretty much everything I have to say about this during when we got to June. But this is like the best thing they could have done. Like, they're clearly listening to the community. They've clearly changed their balanced philosophy on like how they're going to update the game. Like we saw that before, and how they're changing from it just being like waiting until season 2 to quickly addressing issues like as the season goes on. So not just waiting until Tekken World Tour ends to fix anything. They're not giving compensation buffs to these universal nerfs anymore. They're trying to increase the defensive capabilities of characters, which we see from like how they've adjusted June's stance. So this is only +4 on block now, so you actually have defensive options against everything that June does. We see that with the change after Heat Engage, and now it's +9 instead of +17. So you can power crush through more while running moves, the slower moves now. That's a great change. That's huge. Chip damage is obviously a big thing that needed to be addressed, and it has. And that also is a thing with increasing the health. Increasing the health is going to hurt momentum a lot, and I think this is going to be a big change that Tekken players are going to like over time. Again, I might be wrong about that, but that's what I think. The wall stagger thing, I think, is the best thing that you could have done in the update to very quickly address one of the biggest issues with the game, and one of the biggest issues with not being able to like properly defend in certain situations. I think that's good. I think that a lot of the moves that they directly nerfed were moves that the community has directly called out as being egregious, and they've just nerfed everything. And again, no buffs to compensate, no things to make up for these nerfs, just nerfs across the board on everything that was a problem, fixing a lot of the issues with the game. And there's still more work that needs to be done. Right? There's still more things that need to be addressed. I think the one easy thing we can talk about is Lars' like stomp while he's in the heat. That's a big thing. Reina's down to 1+2 is also a big thing. That like Yagami has said is just ridiculous, and it should get nerfed. But it's all about it being incremental, one thing at a time. Because like I said a couple of times before now, I'm sure that people are going to complain about how there's still problems and that they're not addressing all of the issues. But what I keep saying, the reason why Season 2 is the way it is and the game is the way it is right now is because they tried doing too many things all at once and it broke the game. And so you have to take things one step at a time. If they try doing everything all at once, that to me is a sign that they're scared of the community, they're scared of the backlash, and they're only doing things because people are saying it rather than it being good for the game. They're trying to pander to people to get the review scores back up, and that would not be terrible for the game in the long term. The way that this patch has panned out tells me that they're going in the right direction, they're listening to the community, they're changing how they're working internally to properly fix the game over time, and the game is overall going in a good direction, and they care about the actual health of the game instead of just like pandering to people that are complaining. Not to say, trying to say that's a derogatory thing about people that complain, because the complaint's justified. But what I'm saying is that there's a distinction between making changes just for the sake of making people happy and making changes for the sake of making the game good. And these changes to me show that they're going in the right direction to make the game good. And this is the most hope that I've had for Tekken since the game came out. This is the most hope I've ever had for the game actually going in the right direction to be a good Tekken game since the game came out. Ever since it came out, I've always had issues with all of the patches except for the one where Clive got nerfed. Like the Azusen running 3-2 nerf that ended up being a buff. The changes to like wall combos or like stage gimmicks or whatever, that whole bug that like broke the game. Taking away characters' identities and stuff like that. Increasing 50-50 presence. Not addressing some core issues with the game. Things like that have always kind of been at the forefront of my mind of like, yeah, like them making some adjustments, but are they really healthy for the game? Not really. So this is the first thing that has really made me think that like they're going in the right direction. So I'm quite happy with this. Well, obviously I have to play around a little bit with it with the universal changes to see how it feels, but just looking at on paper, this all seems great. And I think it's hard to say that this is going in a negative direction for the game. So I'm happy. So the boycott worked. We did it, Patrick. We saved the city. Was it even possible with Nina when Ana came out? Yeah, I actually tried it. It wasn't. Ana set Nina up lore accurate. True, actually. I tried doing the slap glitching with Nina and couldn't get it to happen. But does it still work with Ana? That would be funny. Heat dash alone is a huge quality of life. And okay, here's what I'm going to say here as well. If you like this change, voice that you like this change. Because if I was in a game developer position, and I can tell you this as a content creator because I do this kind of stuff when uploading videos and making content too. I would be releasing this patch with the intention of going all the way in this direction with nerfs. Because the idea before, the reason why there were compensation buffs to things is because, especially with how people were talking about with Tekken 7, it's no fun if your character just gets nerfed. You want to have new things to play if you want to have new tools to use. So if you main a character and they just get nerfed, then that's bad for the enjoyment of the game. That's one of the reasons why Season 2 is the way it is. So in this case, they're going all the way in with nerfs to see how the community responds. Is this going to be more positive? Is nerfing everything like the community is saying really overall going to be more positive of an impact and make people happy as opposed to giving nerfs and then giving buffs in return so that they have new things to work with? So if you look at this patch and you think this is good and you like it, you should say that. You should let them know that. That's the way that this kind of thing continues to happen in the future. If people complain about Devil Jin getting nerfed, then they're going to look at that and they're going to say, ah, shit, we do still need to give buffs when we give nerfs. And then we might have the same problem, or they might just get confused. So that's what I'm going to say. What's the optimal Lydia low parry combo? Sorry, I didn't respond to you. I did read your thing. I didn't respond to you. I'm sorry. I'm like in my own head right now. After low parry, with some characters you can do like down forward, 4 slide 3, some characters you can't. I just do while running 2, horse 2 in the blossom. That's it. It's just that simple as that. That's all I do. I feel like horse 3 plus 4 should be for Wolf. Horse 3 plus 4 as like an armor move in Wolf would be interesting. Tesseract!
This patch is the first thing they made in Season 2 that makes me think they might be able to fix their mess.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm happy with this patch.
I am too.
Also, hi, Seth.
Hi, Tesseract. Thank you so much for the 10 months. My God. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. It's very kind of you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy with it. So make a Twitter account and start tagging Michael, telling him he did a good job. I'm going to tweet at them and say I'm happy with these changes because I think it's important for them to know that. Season 2 patch notes was everything they came up with a whole year and just unloaded it all at once. And it's never a good idea to make that many changes all at once. Glad they listened and step in the right direction. They couldn't risk fucking this one up. Yeah, like this was a big thing for the game, and it's a good start. And yeah, like Conceal and Revealed said, a lot more needs to be done. But this is good. This is a step in the right direction. And it's like I said last week. The game is not going to be fixed immediately. The game is like best case scenario. The game is going to be fixed when like Tekken World Tour finals happen. But if they keep going like this, then the game's going to be very good by the time Season 3 comes out. You got unpatched, patching out weaknesses. And again, that's something that'll come with time. Like, again, look at the June change. Look at the June change to stances. Right? They have, in this patch, for June specifically, given her a weakness with her stances that makes her defensive capabilities more important. They have reduced the prevalence and the strength of her stance mix-up. That is a weakness that they have given to her in this patch. So if they're doing this with June, then we might see that more over time. I don't think toxicity is going away. A bunch of people make too much money off Twitter and negativity. Yeah, but still, if there's an uptick in people talking positively about this, and they're going to notice that. You really make Twitter money off tech and hate like that? Oh, yeah, they do. Is rank saved with this patch? What do you think? Oh, I don't care about rank, so I couldn't tell you. Start seeing a bunch of people who don't play tag and start tagging bots towards controversy, the farm engagement. Yep, because here's something that's really important for everyone to remember. Humans naturally just feed off of hate. That's why if you ever look at social media, if you look at the news, it's all centered around hate and negativity. Because humans respond to that and remember that better than positivity. So whenever you see stuff like that, you have to keep it in mind. Whenever you get mad at something, you have to keep that in mind. And that's why you see so much negativity on social media, because negativity farms engagement because it directly interacts with a core social part of our brain. I think this patch is better than even the highly praised 1.05. Yeah, they just took the game in the perfect direction with this, and there wasn't a single bad change. I agree with you 100%. Yep, this is the best patch in Tekken 8, and in fact, I would say this contends with some of the best patches in Tekken 7 too. Good calls on June. Now remove Brian's 12-frame punish. Hwarong's new low. Anna's yelling, homing back 2-2. It'll happen with time, I'm sure. Being on the lookout for negativity is evolutionary, keeps us alive. Exactly. Yep. For a start, they might have cooked. I personally can't imagine him doing anything better than this. For a change like this. So let's boot up the game here and take a look at some of these changes. Man, this really has just been like a 3-hour just chatting stream, but why not? Just gotta wait another month for some heavier changes. Yeah. And especially with Evil Japan coming up, right? I'm sure they're already working on stuff though. And hell, maybe they'll have another patch out before Evil Japan. I don't know. Maybe they won't because it's too soon, but maybe they will. They didn't announce anything in here, so I wouldn't bank on that, but even if they don't, we're getting another one before Combo Breaker, which is going to be a major tournament. And yeah. This makes me happy. That they make Elisa playable. Elisa wasn't even in the patch notes. Yeah. Nothing with her changed. They finally fix everything in the following months, but then season 3, Buffy and every character. Again, that would suck. Well, again, if I was a game developer, you know what I would do? I would be working on a mechanic that interacts with heat that allows you to be able to nerf heat. So, like in Soul Calibur 6, we got a thing called Soul Attack. And what Soul Attack did is it allowed you to be able to go into Soul Charge, so Tekken's equivalent of heat, with an attack. So you could, like, do it in combos. Something that interacts with the system like that. Now, of course, in Tekken is a very different circumstance, but what I would be looking at is something like that. A new mechanic that interacts with the heat system in some way that allows you to be able to utilize the heat system in different ways, but overall reduces the oppressiveness of it. Plus 26 low from low on hit was Laws. I thought Hwarong had that, doesn't he? I mean, on counter hit, he has one that gives him a launcher. I mean, Laws does, Zafina does. I think one other character does. I don't think Hwarong does. All right, let's see what Hammer Tech does now. Let's see how much damage this is doing relative to everything. Because this is going to be the ultimate test. You know, like a lot of chip damage that's done is done through wall stag, which they obviously nerfed really hard. With Lydia, she just gets chip damage out of neutral, kind of like bears. So this will give us a really good indicator on what chip damage looks like overall now. And let me turn off the... Did they kill performance again? Did they... No auto recover on health. I want them to stand and then stand block. Oh, I don't have stacks. That is a lot less though. Jesus Christ. That is significant. That was only 64 chip damage. This would normally be like 80. That is a huge change to chip. Jesus Christ.
Get nerfed, idiot.
Like, so that at 3 stacks, the 2 before would have done 17 chip damage, is now doing 12. 12. That's crazy. Yeah, no, this is a huge nerf. And again, look at this. 4 chip damage. It doesn't increase in heat to, I think it was 6 or 7 before. It's only 4. So look, that's only 4 as well. That's crazy. That's such a big change. Okay, let's see. We need to go to a bigger stage for this. Let's see how this works on Coliseum. Political storm chip. Oh yeah, we can look at that too. I wanted Jin's level 3 in the Zen remove, but +6 in the stance is way better than +12. Yeah, and again, it's incremental things, right? 5 nerfs justified. True. Mainly because I don't play him and I don't care about him, but 11 in total. It's 11 chip damage. That's insane. This is such a big change. This is gonna change a lot how I have to approach the game. Right now I'm going to argue that Heaven and Earth 1+2 actually has a use because of how low the chip damage is now. Especially when you're in, like... when you're here. Because look at how much chip damage this is in total. 7. Like, that's nothing to use your whole heat bar on. You have to think a lot more about this situation now. Because you just don't get as much advantage out of it. Look, like, compare that to this. You know, like, it's 35 and you lose out on the momentum, but because of how little chip damage you're getting anyway, the 35 might actually be worth it now when you don't have stacks. That changes how Lydia has to approach, like, the Heaven and Earth mix-up depending on how many she has, which is just... that's crazy. That's such a big change. I'm even though it is a big nerf to Lydia, I'm hesitating to say it because this is universal, but this really does affect Lydia more than most characters in the game. Obviously though, like the changes to wall stagger affect Jin a lot because it reduces his chip damage and makes him a lot weaker. But Lydia kind of revolves around chip damage, right? So losing out on the chip damage from Heaven and Earth 2 is like huge. But they also said that characters that were intended to like work with these moves are going to also be changed in the future. So maybe there will be another change too, like how they changed this to do more chip damage on block now in season 2. So that does 17. Maybe they'll change that. I don't know. It's hard to say. So here's what I want to check. How much damage does this do now? It's 2 less. It's not that bad. It used to do 62. It does 60 now. Heat Burst should give half heat timer and no ability to heat smash. The reward for full heat with heat smash should be landing heat engages. Well, that's actually how it worked back before the game came out, because if you hit a heat engager, you got 2 heat smashes, and if you did a heat burst, you got 1. I wonder if they changed that. Big nerf to Asuka, or at least dumb monkey Asuka. Heaven Earth 1+2 has a use now. How far? Yeah, if I'm saying Heaven Earth 1+2 has a use now, that's how you know it's bad. Do that again? Yeah, sure. Significant, but the strat's still viable? Yeah, it definitely depends on the situation. But yeah, it is. Like, chip damage is still useful. It's just not as good. There you go. That's the combo. As a quiet player, even I'll admit his new move was kind of mad busted. Well, and the whole point of it was to counter people that were doing Power Crush after Heat Engager. That was its intention. Oh, you're Power Crushing the while running too and stopping his 50-50 mix-up after Heat Engager? Let's give him just this safe mid that's essentially a combo on counter hit. Yeah. Last it used to be like 22 all alone, and it used to be, yeah, it was something like that before season 2, and then the universal chip damage changes in season 2 happened. Is this a positive or negative change though? I mean, it's positive overall for the game. I think it's negative for Lydia because it prevents her from being able to use chip damage as a way to be able to deplete the opponent's health. And not only is that unique to her, but I know I'm going to say it, but she kind of needs it because of her lows. And one of the reasons I've always said that her lows are good is for 2 reasons. One, stuff like down 2 complements other moves that she has really well, like back 1. It's just a very well-designed move. Same with down back 3. But the other reason is because when you hit that heat engager, your chip damage is your lows. And that is a very unique approach to the game that only really exists with Lydia. And so now, with how much chip damage has been nerfed, it takes that aspect of how she works away from her. And it makes her overall worse. But they already changed like the chip damage on Wolf 1, for example, in season 2. And because of the change to being able to delete gray health with all of these new moves while in 3 stacks, it's my opinion that they want her to play like a chip damage character. And I'm also going to take full credit for it. So I think that in the future, they'll fine-tune it a little bit more so that if they need to like adjust how chip damage works with some of her moves, then they'll do that like they did with the Wolf 1. But for right now, it does kind of suck. But I will say that there's a positive thing here though. The problem before, which again, I said in my season 2 overview video with Lydia, the problem before is that with the new stuff that does counter hit here, there's no real reason why you would want to do, sorry, that's opponent counter hit. Well, I'm sorry, not real reason why you want to do, but there's no real advantage you get off of deleting gray health before. Because before you did so much gray health damage while in heat that the opponent would just die off of this. Like, if you did a full sequence after heat engager and got the opponent into rage and then did down back 3 and counter hit 3 stacks, like, they die. Like, I mean they had 42 HP at those 50 damage and just dead. So it doesn't matter. But now, because chip damage is significantly weakened off of something like this, now all of a sudden hitting a counter hit down back 3 actually has more implications, because if you do that full sequence and you hit a counter hit like that, you hit a counter hit grab or something like that, then they're not even in rage anymore. And And because of that, that gives the opponent a lot of opportunities to actually be able to hit the old heat engager and come back. So being able to utilize all of your tools effectively, do a sequence that induces a lot of chip damage. Something like this, right? This is a new path that we can go for Hammer Tech, because look at that chip damage. Something like this, right? And then with the +6, going back to playing strong neutral, which is part of Lydia's offense, and then getting a whiff punish, and then going like this, and then doing a combo here. And then doing this now is now so much more important, because that's going to be something that actually determines rounds and games. Whereas at the beginning of season 2, that kind of thing wouldn't have mattered. It just like, because again, the opponent's health is so low, why go for the 3-2 when you could just like whiff punish with Political Storm, something that's faster, and that would kill them anyway? Why worry about deleting Gray health when the down back throw and counter hit would have killed them anyway? And now there's a reason why you have to pay attention to that stuff. And so I think that's cool. So on one hand, it does significantly nerf one of the unique and interesting aspects about Lydia, and part of what makes her more of an unorthodox character, because of how you're like focusing on chip damage and changing the dynamic between chip damage and poking and neutral and all of that. But on the other hand, it puts more value on these things that delete Gray health. It puts more value on your combos and your neutral and the core parts of Lydia that make her strong, which is her neutral game and her mind games. And again, like all of these tools as well, this is what I keep saying, like they require the opponent to do something for them to hit. Like every single one of these isn't just a free mix-up you get, like with like for example with bear grabs, right? It's not just something that's a free mix-up you get, or punish like Shaheen's back forward 2 or something like that, like a mid you can just throw out. It directly relies on the opponent doing something and Lydia getting a read on that. And I think that's interesting. So it depends on your perspective. I think there are positives and negatives to this. Lydia's definitely weaker after this. Relative to other characters, I mean, most characters that were doing this chip damage stuff were already better than her anyway, so I think it doesn't really matter in that regard. I think relative to around the spot she's in, that she's weaker than the characters that are around her. But I think overall it makes her more interesting. So those are my snapshot thoughts. Again, over time I could be completely wrong about what I'm saying, so don't take everything I'm saying just like at face value. Take it with a little bit of a grain of salt. I'm wrong about stuff all the time, but that's just that. Those are my thoughts. What about health recovery on chip? Oh, that's actually a good question. I don't know how that would change stuff. Let's see. Is doing down forward 4 slide 3 and the forward 4-3 more optimal for an ender on that combo after tailspin? So, it only, the down forward 4 slide 3 only works on a couple of characters. So it works on like half the characters and it's random. I personally don't do it because I prefer consistency over me forgetting like what combo works on what character. So I don't know for sure. Never bought into your lame hammer tech anyway. I'm always going for the block. Well, chip damage is cheat damage. Embrace the shotgun attack. I love that shotgun. Shotgun tech is so funny. I'm stealing that. Thank you for the laugh. Yes, it makes for a good back and forth. This is the direction we want. Yeah, it's more interaction. Yeah. It's more interaction. You have to think about your moves more now too, and it makes getting the stacks more important. So yeah, it's good. Did the math. Percentually, your 3-stack chip sequence with the health changes taken into account now deals around 28% less. That's crazy. 30% less chip damage is actually a massive, mega ballistic nerf to a pressure. But you know what? I'm willing to take nerfs. Yeah, exactly. Because again, it's for the overall health of the game. And because chip damage was so prevalent with her before, and because Lydia clearly revolves around chip damage, like that's the design intention for her, I'm sure that they'll buff it in the future. But even if they don't, this is better overall for the health of the game, so I'm fine with that. For low parry combo, forward, forward, 2, horse, 2, 1, then forward, 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 3. Yeah, that's a nah one. Who doesn't it work on? Because if I recall correctly, it works on everyone if you delay it right. It doesn't work on Kazuya, I know that. I don't remember after low parry, though. I mean, I can do it real quick. All right, I've seen what I wanted to see. Gonna go to bed. It's hella late. Peace out, Seth in chat. Bye, Puma. Have a good night. Sleep well. Thanks for coming by. I didn't save that. Yeah, I did start super late. It is past 11. Yeah, see, it doesn't work on Kazuya. Oops. Trying to make sure I do it frame 1. Oh! It does work on Kazuya. Maybe I'm just thinking of post, heat burst down. Oops. Oh, god damn it. See, this is why I don't do this, though, because I just find it too inconsistent. Actually did it too fast there. Oh my god. Again, this is why I don't do it. I never like that combo. I don't either. So there, you can do that. 57. Good evening. Hi, loud Eric. Hello. Versus 49. I prefer the consistent 49, personally. Good night, Alexander. Low parry, but after the core circle 4, 1 plus 2, 2, tornado. I do like this. Oh, for fuck's sake. You can do... Yeah, I think it's after, like, Heat Burst or something, right? Or maybe I'm thinking of the wrong character. No, it is after Heat Burst. That doesn't work on Kazuya. I don't know. Like, I don't do this combo because I don't like the down forward 4 slide 3 thing. But yeah, you can do, like, this here. And then if you do that right, then you can do Blossom after it. You're saying the forward, forward, forward 3, though, right? I don't know if that works. Does it work? I have no idea. I feel like I've tested this before, and I could never get it to work. I'd rather just do like this if I'm going to do that. But that's just me. Forward, forward, forward 3 works after down forward 4 slide 3. I mean, sorry if I'm being obtuse. No, I'm just an idiot. It does with a slot. Oh yeah. Okay, I remember this now. Yeah. Again, I just personally, I'm the type of person that prefers the consistent combo I can do every time than the higher damage, more complicated combo that I'm going to fuck up because I am not a consistent fighting game player. That's one of my weaknesses. So I just do the thing I know is going to work. Hello, just finished work. What are the Spock notes? What are the Spock notes? The Spock notes are that wall stagger is gone now, just completely. Chip damage is heavily nerfed. Health has been increased by 20 points. So it's a little over a 10% nerf. It's what? What is it? Why am I having so much trouble with this? I mean, it's increased by 1/9. Whatever. It's like 13. Well, who cares? It's pretty consistent when you get down. It's doing down forward 4 slide 3 input. I'm watching it at work. I hope I get fired. Have fun. Bye. Hi, Malaichi. Good luck to you. Bye. Like to see what folks are saying. How's the emergency patch feel? I'm very happy with it. It's all very good changes. Tried Leroy and is so much more thought after landing heat engages now. That's great. See, more interaction. Again, this is what I was talking about. More interaction. And this is why I was saying leading up to season 2 as well. It felt like looking at the season 2 changes that is what they were looking at trying to do, and then they just fumbled the ball and fucked it up. But you can see from these changes that they clearly have the right ideas on how to improve interaction. They just shouldn't have done 1,500 changes all at once. But yeah, Phil, that's the short of the changes, is that just health is increased. There's no more wall staggers. A couple of the problem moves got nerfed, like Jack's clap, Laws's, like 2 slide 1+2 input thing that was bugged and gave him a full launcher off of down forward 3. The stuff like that's been nerfed. And there was no buffs. So all really good stuff. Shout out to that guy. Eat your boss. Your frame guy got adjusted quite a bit too. Yeah, it did. While sending 2, down back 2, forward 2, horse 2, here 2. I have to dash into that, right? Oops. Oh my god. I'm reading this as I'm doing it. Down back 2. I don't like that. They should have changed 5 Fox Fury too. That's true. Hi, Sesujin. Hi, June or June? I'm not sure, but hello. I'm not sure if it's already been mentioned. I would love if you did an explanation in Soul Calibur 6, what's good about and explaining high-level gameplay. I would love to understand it. We were actually talking about that earlier in the stream, because someone brought up about Fee doing Street Fighter 6 guide for Tekken refugees. So that made me think, what if I did a Soul Calibur 6 guide for Tekken refugees? I might do that. I'm thinking about it. I don't have anything planned out on my head yet, though, so I'd have to do scripting and stuff, so I wouldn't be able to do it immediately. But I'd absolutely be willing and happy to do that because I love Soul Calibur. There actually is a video already on the channel of me playing Hilda, and it's like it's a video that the first half of it explains how you learn a new character in Soul Calibur 6, and then the second half is just playing Hilda because I've never played Hilda before. But yeah, I love a Soul Calibur 6 set. I just bought it because it was cheap. Yeah, I can plan it out, and we can I can probably do that. We'll see. It's gonna take me a little bit to do it. I'd have to like script things down right out because I've never thought about doing it up until today. But yeah, I'd be happy to do that. I think Linnea benefits from the +9 heat engager change because people try armor just easily. Yep, the +9 heat. Lydia, I think, is the only character in the game where the +9 heat engager change means nothing. It just doesn't matter. It's 5 a.m. I'm gonna go sleep for 4 hours. Good night, my man. Good night, Aldous. Thank you for coming by. Get some good sleep. It's 5 a.m. My God. Sleep well, man. Steve's still unrecognizable. Hopefully, rehabilitate heavy for later. Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. They can't address every single problem all at once. There's going to be things that they miss in this patch. There are going to be things that they don't do. Remember that this patch came out on, I think, 11 business days. So as long as they're going in the right direction, I think that's the good thing. Please do Soul Calibur series. I want to play Setsuga again. Well, it seems like everyone's asking for it, so how can I not at this point? It'll help Paul too. You can Death Fist through parries and power crushes of Season 2. Oh, can you? I didn't know that. That's crazy. That's so funny. I've Season 6, or Season 6. Soul Calibur 6 is my Steam library, but I only play it once. Guys, for letting to play the game will be fire. I'll do that then. I'll start. I'm not streaming tomorrow or Friday, so I'll start thinking about a video for that over my weekend, and hopefully I can get something out for like that for you guys next week. Charge Red Poppy change in Season 2 is growing on me. Being able to change the tempo of the second hit has gotten hella free counter hits. And see, Mort, I did this in Season 1, even though this move was -14, because of the delay. So it's not just the like charge on it, but because that obviously didn't exist in season 1. But even just like doing this, if the opponent blocks it, because the second hit is so scary, you could do this into like a down back 3 or a back 1 and it would work. And then if they try attacking into it, this second hit counter hit launch, so good. It wasn't an option you want to use all the time, but throwing it out every once in a while to trip up your opponent and their timings, just to create more counter hit opportunities is so good. So the fact that now it's -12 and you can charge it, it's an insane move. I will buy Soul Calibur 6 if this became a thing. Hey, Bandai Namco, are you watching me? Are you watching right now? Bandai Namco. People are saying they're going to buy Soul Calibur 6 if I make a guide on it. I want you to keep that in mind when you make Soul Calibur 7. I better be getting an email about being able to review Soul Calibur 7 or play it early. I swear to God, I swear to fucking God, I'm watching you. Okubo, you don't work at Bandai Namco anymore, but please put in a good word for me. I love you. Thanks, we'll check it out. Always cool to learn something new. Plus, you explain things so well, so I'm sure Tekken community will appreciate. Well, thank you. Appreciate you saying that. It's very nice of you to say. Thank you. Who'd you play before Lydia came out? Yoshimitsu. In Tekken 8 specifically, I only played Yoshimitsu. Tekken 7, I played Yoshimitsu and Elisa. Before Tekken 7, I played, like, Wong. Didn't even know Lydia had that hold. Just a raindrop in the Season 2 ocean. And the crazy part is that this move is, like, ridiculously powerful for her. But compared to everything else, it's not good. You want to know why? You want to know why it's not good compared to everything else? Oh my God. See, I don't even full charge it and it just whiffs on sidestep. Compare that to King's 3-2-2. This is a decent amount for 11 days. Hopefully there aren't many bugs that will be found. As funny as the auto one was, well, I can't imagine them having too many bugs with the changes that they made. It would be funny though. Setsuka has been the bane of my sanity. The just frames were too brutal. I know one person who comes in here when they have the time, who's a Setsuka player who can do the AGB just frame consistently. He can do AGB just frame in a combo. It's crazy. I don't know how you do. I can't do one AGB just frame. Doing 2 in a combo like that is absurd. Plus circle 4, 1+2 on block lets you sneak it down back 3 and yup. Because look, you can delay this second hit so much, and because you can charge it, even though this is -12, the opponent's going to be wary of that second hit, so you can sneak this in. Like for example, if the opponent here like waits and then jabs, because they're waiting out your second hit here. Oh, is the bot not even going to do it? Oh, the bot's not even going to do it because it's waiting for the actual animation to end. Oh no, I just need to do it a little bit earlier. Hold on. Like that. Sure, couple frames. If the opponent is waiting for this, then see how that counter hit launches? Because they try taking the turn afterwards. That's what they're scared of. Same with the charge, right? They try attacking into it. So then that means if you do just the one hit, even though it's -12, let's do it down 2 here as an example, because that's a punch. But you can just go under that and then heat engager because of how much time you have to do this second hit. That's how I was using it in Season 1, and it's really good. So now the fact that you have the charge and you can hit confirm it with negative edge and everything, it's such a good move. How is Yoshi in Soul Calibur? Yoshi is the best character in the game. He's obnoxious, and the people that play him are the biggest assholes on the planet. I hate him. In terms of gameplay, I'd say they're different. Because Soul Calibur, like Tekken Yoshi, his mix-ups are a lot more mind game based. They're gimmick based, right? So you have a lot of moves like Dragonfly 3+4, which are very unconventional, unorthodox moves that Yoshimitsu has to be able to create mix-ups. Stuff like his unblockables, things like that. In Soul Calibur, he's more revolved around actual mix-ups and frame traps. So, like, for example, he has, like, a bow and arrow type of move. He has from crouch 3K, which is similar to how, like, this move works with Lydia. So he can just go in the crouch and get that, and then he can mix up with, like, Door Knocker or something. He has counter hit tools, like Door Knocker. If he uses a bit of his meter, he can convert it in the full combo. He has something that in previous Soul Calibur games is called Brave Edge, where it's a unique mechanic that Yoshimitsu and Geralt have in Soul Calibur 6. Yes, Yoshimitsu and Geralt, the only two characters that have this. Where he can do certain moves and burn a bit of his meter to enhance the moves and do a follow-up off of it. So, like, he has Door Knocker, which is his 6A, and on counter hit, that move, he can burn a bit of his meter to convert it in the full combo. So he has very good counter hit tools, but he has to utilize his resources to do it. He has very good mix-ups. He has great, phenomenal, the best frame traps in the game. His frame data is extremely strong. He has moves that are like level 1 GI moves, which means that after the universal parry or God Impact, the opponent is only +8, meaning they can't punish him afterwards. That he just gets neutral. No other character in the game has moves like that. He has dumb moves that are plus unblock. He has strings that have built-in mix-ups into them. He just has mix-ups. He is a 50-50 machine. And he's very strong and very obnoxious because of that. He's the best character in the game. And people that play Yoshimitsu generally play Yoshimitsu in that game. Not because they're Yoshi players, but because he's very strong, and they are like Yoshi players in Tekken 8, where they are loud and obnoxious and just the biggest asses in the entire game. And I hate them. Am I the only one that does Wolf 3-1? I think I actually need to use it more after Red Poppy. I think that a lot of people try jabbing into this with the +8 now, and I think that there actually is more of a use case for using the 3-1 out in a situation like this. Especially if you're in heat, because if they try down jabbing after this when you try going into here, then this can be a really nice option. What do you think of the patch notes? I think Paul got what he needed, but I'm sure they patched the unblockable, the stupid unblockable. They did patch the stupid unblockable. I'm happy with the changes. I'm really happy with the change. I think they're really good. I think they addressed the issues that needed to be addressed, and they're moving in the right direction with the game. So I'm really happy. I don't know how other people are feeling about it. Based on the chat, everyone else seems happy about it. So, like, I don't know what Fee's saying. I don't know what Main Men's saying. I don't know what any of our content creators or pro players are saying. But for me, my personal opinion on this, really good. Really happy with it. Joker did a community tier list, let chat pick it. They put Yoshi at like number 6 or something. I honestly think that Yoshi in Tekken 8 is still a top 5 character. A lot of people are saying because of the nerfs, he's like non-top 10 anymore. But I think because of his defensive mechanics with flash and spin, being able to avoid so many of these forced mix-up situations, that is what makes him really powerful. And even though flash is riskier, you just have to place it better. You just have to be smarter about it. And I think that Yoshi is still very strong and very underrated. If he seems all right with it, well, that's good. No more Street Fighter. One said that Red Poppy can be a reversal input. So Red Poppy, I've said is a negative edge. So what I mean by that is you release the button like this to hit confirm it. You don't press the button. You instead charge it and then release the button. That's the way you hit confirm it. Red's just mad about the key charge instead of relevant things to the character changes. Reddit's a bunch of idiots. I said it when reading the patch notes. I'll say it again. Anyone that's mad about the key charge change is an idiot. I'm sorry. Like, I'm being an ass. I try not to be. But if you're mad about the key charge change, you're dumb. I'm sorry. Key charge should be nerfed. Key charge shouldn't be in the game. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry if I'm being mean to you. I'm really sorry. I'm just like, it's just boiling over at this point. I can't take it anymore. How do you do the Blue Spark version? The Blue Spark version of Red Poppy is just a 1 core circle forward because they gave it an easy input with down back 1+2. That's all it is. They didn't touch Reyna, right? No, they didn't. The Soul Calibur Yo Man hate. I had a game where I played 2B in Soul Calibur 6. And so context is needed. There was a time where when you played Soul Calibur 6 and ranked up, your other characters did not rank up with your main. They changed that later. They changed that around Season 2. But when the game came out, that did not happen. And so I was at Soul Calibur's equivalent of like God of Destruction. I had at the time two different characters that were on the top 10 ranked global leaderboards. I played 2B. 2B was the equivalent of, I would say, like a red rank. Because I played her before those changes happened. And so I ended up getting matched in ranked with my red rank 2B with a A1 rank Yoshi, which again is the equivalent of like God of Destruction. And I beat his ass. And so game 2, every single time he would win a round, he would he would teabag and taunt because there's no key charge, there's no soul charge in Soul Calibur 6. Every single round. Because I won the first game, it was fine. It like he won a round, no big deal. But it was when I won the game. Game 2 and game 3, every single round that he won, teabag and taunt every time. I beat his ass, by the way. But that is how Yoshi players are in Soul Calibur 6. That isn't a one-off thing. That is in general. I had someone who was friends with some pro player who I was playing against while I was streaming. I was playing Homaru, they were playing Cervantes. They are our Yoshi main. And in the middle of the game in ranked, they stopped playing, they put down their controller, they came to my stream, and they said, "You're a fucking scrub, you're just playing online Soul Calibur, play real Calibur." So this is like, I want you to imagine, this was like the equivalent of playing Tekken 8, playing ranked in Tekken 8, playing against someone who's like a friend of Shadow or something. Let's just say Junior for the sake of an example. Let's say play against Junior, because like in terms of rank and skill, they were similar. Getting so mad that you keep getting counter hit by Lydia's forward 4-2 and doing a stance mix-up after getting counter hit by, because this person was getting hit by the equivalent of forward 4-2, Homaru's equivalent of it. They kept getting counter hit by it, and then they kept eating the stance mix-up because Homaru gets a mix-up after the move I was doing. It was 6B. And they got so mad at it that essentially Giuna just put down the controller, alt-tabbed out of the game, not even rage quit, just alt-tabbed out of the game while the game was still going on, went to the stream and said, "You're a fucking scrub, you're only using online moves, it would never work offline, play me in a first 10 against my main Yoshi, you wouldn't be able to do shit, you fucking scrub." That's almost what he said to a T, followed by "play real Calibur." That is Yoshi players in Soul Calibur in a nutshell. Anyway, back to reading the chat now. Sorry, I had to let that out. Mayman is probably asleep, true. How much did this patch fix Tekken 8? It fixed a lot of issues, and it shows that they're going in the right direction, and they're listening to community feedback, and they're willing to change their balance philosophy around like the game based on what the community is saying about the game. So it's all positive. Old man yelling at clouds. Yeah. I think with 70%, even 60% of scaling, key charge can return. What I want them to do in season 3 or maybe later on is revise key charges and mechanics so that has a use. I think that would be cool. Lydia got nerfed, no more wall bound under 1+2 or was 30+4. I'm sad. Well, neither of those mad because the 1+2 had to be fully charged, which very rarely happened, and horse 3+4 is a bad move, so it's all right. Key charge on counter hit was insane. Generally, take for example like Ling's down back 4 plus on block load key counter hit into he. And this is what I'm saying, right? Instead of nerfing the moves that interact with key charge, the problem is key charge. Why would you nerf the moves and make them bad because of a weird specific key charge setup that comes up in very specific situations, and instead just get rid of the actual problem, which is key charge? That's what I'm saying. Interesting how much the character aesthetic contributes to the player base and function mechanics in this case too. Was this person DSP? No, he was actually like, again, he was pretty much, he was borderline a pro player. In fact, he might have been a pro player. Like a semi-pro player. He was a semi-pro player. I mean, he was friends with some of the pro players in Soul Calibur. This wasn't just like a nobody. Most Yoshi players in Soul Calibur are man babies. Yes. No, it's not just him. That generally, Yoshi players in Soul Calibur are man children. Yes. They are the biggest crybabies on the planet. Sorry, let me catch up on Twitch chat here too. How much chip damage did she lose? I think it was 30. It was 20 or 30%. Someone did the math on it. It's 20 or 30%. But Seth, I want to be able to abuse someone at the wall with no effort. Then play Jin. Oh, wait. Kind of said that down 1-2 doesn't shove into the wall anymore for down 1+2. Yeah, but yeah. But again, it's better for the overall health of the game. That's the way I see it. Like with the chip damage change with Lydia. Lydia's chip damage has been significantly nerfed and it makes her a worse character and it affects her more than probably any other character in the game, just in general. But it's bad for the health of the game, and that's what matters the most. I like to go into be the general feeling, meant to get the current changes to be more reasonable and make more sense. While I also put some greens back in the bottle, they're also putting in so many new wild things in. Yeah. And don't listen to Odd Tekken. Yeah, the odd people on Odd Tekken are dumb. The touch Reina's down to 1+2 new heat move they made it so it's not doesn't do unskilled damaging combos. That you're right about that. I think though that was a bug, is what they said. So that's why I didn't bring it up. I tried to play Paul as polite as possible. You are a saint. I dislike how Anna plays, but that's just because I don't know how to fight her. If I do what I did with Leroy, putting every single fiber of Reina hate, then maybe I should be good. I need to try Anna now. Now that she's been changed. I've genuinely been meaning to try her, but I haven't because I've been waiting for this patch, the emergency patch. Just to see the direction the game is going to go in and see if Anna gets changes or anything. I didn't want to really touch the game too much until this patch, so I'll have to give her a try. I love hearing about gatekeepers getting bad. See, the funny thing is, too, the guy was saying that I was just using online netcode abusing bullshit, and yet he was getting counter hit by the... It wasn't like he was like forward to unblock and then doing a mix-up that I was trying to actually properly counter, and he just wasn't because of the netcode. This dumbass was playing Cervantes, getting hit, mashing on minus frames, and then getting counter hit by the move. Like, I still remember. It was so stupid. I still remember, and this was years ago. Started to get a bit it's still a meme for the people that were here, the play real caliber thing. It's fucking hilarious. I started to get a bit miffed about the 2 frames of rollback because it fucks over my dashes, Paul, but otherwise I just stopped playing ranked and have a good time. Yeah, fair enough. Ram battles with friends where we both choose random and die. Yeah. So I only know Paul and Leroy, really. Would recommend with friends, though, because it turns into what button do what for both sides. Yeah. That for the health of the game, I'll accept the L if it helps out people play again. And I'm glad that it seems like people are generally agreeing with that, because that's what I think. I can understand, like, if you're a more high-level player or pro player, how you might not think that. It's very selfish, and it's understandable to be selfish about the game when competition matters to you and it directly affects you. But for me, as someone that doesn't care, like, the most important thing for me is having fun with the game. That's why I play Lydia, and I didn't play Yoshi in Season 1, even though Yoshi is objectively a stronger character, even if I think Lydia is good. Because I care about having fun with the game. And so, in my opinion, even though Lydia got nerfed, they didn't take away from her core identity. She's still fun to play, and I'm still going to play her. And it makes the game overall better, so I'm still winning. One got by cheesy online stuff. To be fair, Soul Calibur 6 netcode is so bad that it does happen. Like, there will be tournaments where you'll have like 2 pros playing, and like, I'm not kidding you. In Soul Calibur 6, there is an unspoken rule where you don't do snake edges because the netcode is so bad that you can't react to them. And so you will have times in tournaments where one person, like, you'll have 2 pros playing, and one person will just start throwing out snake edges. It's like, okay, 1 or 2 times, it's like, whatever, it happens. But if they start throwing out, like, 1As over and over and over again, then the other person will just be like, all right, this is how we're playing the game now. We're just using the 32 frame lows now. And that's why the tournament standard is Parsec. Hello, Seth. I'm here now. How are the changes? Changes are good. Are we still in Duo mode? No, but I wasn't really in Duo mode the whole time. But changes are good. They couldn't have been better. I'm really happy with them. Still loving this game enough that I have Ethernet wall jacks and stuff delivering tomorrow so I can move my router into my game room and direct connect. Ooh, that sounds exciting. Cool. So Seth, how's Lydia chip now? I can show you guys the hammer tech sequence for those of you who didn't get a chance to see it, just to see how big the change is. Again, the 3 stacks, of course. So it's a significant decrease. That's not even half health after the heat engager, whereas before this would have put them in rage. Yeah, it's a significant nerf. But again, this is across the board. Reina's I-10 still has a roll crush. Yeah, but that's on hit. That's different than it being on block. The main focus was the wall stuff on block, not on hit. On hit, I think it's fine. Unsurprisingly, Seppo on a lot of moves. Yeah, I haven't played against a lot of Anas, but I've been able to sidestep her pretty reliably. Now, if they could change the point system in rank, that could attempt Tekken God Supreme. Yeah, on there's, like, I saw a clip with Fergus playing Asuka. Isn't Fergus still at Tekken God? It makes me not feel as bad for being at Tekken God 2, considering I got there in one day, like 4 days after the season came out. But ever since then, I got stuck there. Well, stuck isn't really the word. I played ranked like 1 or 2 more sessions and then just stopped trying. But it doesn't seem like people... like, Yagami just was the first Rain to get God of Destruction the other day, right? I still have a chance, I think, to be the first God of Destruction Lydia. I don't know where EXO is. I don't know what the leaderboard looks like. I don't really care to check, but maybe I could attempt that. I don't mind playing ranked, to be honest. I'm not going to do it right now because it's so late, but Lydia's probably the most fun character in the game by far. I agree. I mean, that's why I play her. Like, I don't really care what people think about Lydia because what matters is if I have fun with the character. And Lydia's the only character that I think is interesting, engaging, interactive, and fun in the game. And that's why I play her and no other character. When in Tekken games, I played, like, almost every character in the game. Snake Edge BM. I was back 2 as compensation for being able to microstep 1-2-1 and down forward 1-2 in my book. It is weird that back 2 you can't, it jails on block, right? And it's only -9. That is very strange. Have health. on chip in a healthy Tekken patch should still be a sick perk. Well, to be fair, yes, you're right. You are right. Like, Lydia still stands out with her chip damage. It's just that it's not as impactful as it was before. I'm thinking of it relative to Season 1, but, like, this amount of health damage being done on block with moves, if they hit you, they're doing, like, 80 damage to you and their plus, is still pretty insane. Let's be honest here. That putting him in the rage was pretty stupid. I mean, I agree. That's one of the reasons I said Lydia was so good. It's a lot more healthy. Soul Calibur 6 sounds like it was a wild experience. Oh, you should have been there. Actually, oh my god, I don't know if I'd ever be able to find the clip, but I have clips of the most ridiculous bugs. Like, there was a bug in Soul Calibur 6 where a character, after they did a move, would slow down. And when I say slow down, I mean, like, they would move in slow motion while you would move normally. Your, like, 26 frame move would turn into a 1,526 frame move. And there was no reason. The bugs were insane. There was a bug with Talum where she would do her critical edge, which is like a rage on, and she would go back turned while doing it. So the opponent would be here like getting hit, and she would just be fucking off in that direction, attacking the air. There are clips on it somewhere on my Twitch, but finding them would be like impossible right now. It was wild. There was also a bug where like you could do two characters, Xianghua and Voldo, could do the critical edge while grounded. So they would be like lying on the ground and just do rage drop while on the ground, essentially. Voldo and Tira could do the Soul Calibur equivalent of heat burst without any heat. So like, imagine you go through a round, you use the entirety of your heat, and then you're able to just do it again and again and again and again. Eris did that shit on me with Voldo. I played against Eris using Voldo and he did that on me. Oh, you could also do essentially rage out without any rage too with those two characters specifically. It was a crazy time. Great game though. Jin is finally balanced. I'm happy. The world is at peace. Wonder if there's anything to do with my friend playing Ling at Mighty Ruler. Seems to always catch me with Snake Edge. I literally thought he was doing jailing combo before throwing it out because I could never crouch in time. Well, I just saw a clip of I think TNS of P-Ling and Shadow playing, and P-Ling won with Xiaoyu Snake Edge. You know, it's you know, that's just how online is sometimes. Yeah, 3 stacks of punches still hard for blocking. Yeah, and I agree. Like, this is still healthy. Watching YouTube on it, but since we're chilling and talking about what's the slow version of that combo. Also, it's hard to see. Assume it ends your heat and requires heat. What combo? If you mean after the heat engager, it's 1+2, hold it to the level 2, while running 1, and then heat smash. And then when you go in the heavy earth, just do heavy earth 2. P-Ling became the first guy to struck Xiaoyu. That dude made me want to learn Ling, to be honest. He has a really good Xiao, yeah. Very talented. Video is great. People say too much shit without knowing. Yeah, yeah. I agree with you. But it doesn't matter because clearly they're listening to the people that actually play Lydia rather than the people that don't. That's why Hammer Tech got buffed, because they saw my videos and they're listening directly to me. So I want all of you to know. I want all of you Lydia players to know that if there's one thing to take away from Season 2, it's that the fate of your character rests in my hands. And that's not even a joke. It actually does. Like, I have had a direct influence over Lydia's balance. So I want you all to keep that in mind. If you start talking shit, I'll do something. I will do something to make this character dumb. I will start saying that Lydia needs better lows and stance. I am the law. Still watching some Space Out and see the Heat Smash, thinking it's something else. My God, thanks for showing that. It's no, you're good. Don't need to be sorry. You're a-okay. I'm happy to answer questions. Lydia's a blast in my favorite. I do think her design being based around stances has people associating with a toxic, unbalanced playstyle 50-50s. When the truth is she's so unsafe doing them. Yeah, and it's like the grab thing and do a low, and people don't do that. But it's because Tekken players don't understand how stances work because they don't play fighting games that have stances in them. That's why I've always said. I'm gonna talk so much shit. I'm gonna gossip with my bestie, Harada. Should I start to train more into Lydia? She's fun, but also complicated for my 2 brain cells. I mean, if you find her fun, then give her a try. Why not? I think she's worth playing, obviously. She's the only character in the game that I play. They actually nerf combo damage and juggle damage. They did off of Heat Dash. So, like, if I do this combo, for instance, this one normally do 62 or 64 damage before. Now it does 60. So there has been a slight nerf. Yes. Standing with Lydia as a character is unmatched by any pro, but devs shouldn't listen to you at all about anything related to Lydia. They should continue listening to me. They need to continue making these buffs and realizing my vision. Anyway, hurrah, don't listen to him. By the way, Seth, I somewhat mastered Lydia's Tiger knee input on high kick, and I'm proud of that. Hell yeah, that's awesome. Apparently my group is saying Twitter is venting about the patch. Well, of course they are, it's Twitter. But that's awesome. I still need to get better at it. But hell yeah. That's cool to hear. I hope it's been helping you a lot. I think it's really good being able to do this. I'm still working on it personally. I can't do it consistently yet, but I am practicing it. I'm trying to use it more in real games. Wait, it jails? That's kind of stupid, but it's like Nina's, I think, which is also stupid. I don't think she can cancel out of it, but I remember labbing it and it does jail and it's only -9. It is pretty dumb. Big ups to Lord Ares. Fun fact. I've said this before. I'll say it again. Fun fact. I am the last person that Ares played in Soul Calibur 6 on stream. I am the last person that Ares has ever played against in Soul Calibur 6, at least on stream. If he has not played Soul Calibur 6 off stream, I am the last person he's ever played against. Soul Calibur 6 lore. Means Lydia's in good hands. Thanks, bro. I'll give you my paycheck this Friday. Don't give me your paycheck. Use that paycheck on something nice for yourself. Yoshi players haven't changed the bit true. I'm happy with Lydia being in your hands, Seth. Well, thank you. I'm trying to do right by the Lydia community. Do us all a favor and talk about how Lionheart's broken as shit when playing Steve. My next goal is to make the Steve matchup better for Lydia. Yep, that's the plan. Is forward 4-3 there any better now? Yes, because since chip damage is less, the gray help deletion actually has more consequence on the direction of the game because you're not just killing the opponent off of like down back 3 and counter hit or something if you've done all of the chip damage. So it's much more important to be able to land those things. It's a very fun input to do, and it's funny how it works. It is. It's hilarious how you just out here and it's like, oh my wow, running homing high. Hi people, I want to get back into Tekken 8 new patch drop. Yep, new patch is out. I think it's still in maintenance, but it's out. You tried to get down 2 nerfed at some point. Josh, don't bring that up. Down 2 is fine as is. I don't think it should be buffed, to be fair, but down 2 is fine as it is. Don't bring up the past. I was expecting the launches in general too. Well, I mean, that might be a nod patch. It's like I keep saying, they can't do everything at once, and I think it would be bad for them to do everything at once. But the fact that they're willing to listen to us and they are nerfing offense and they are helping with defense is really important. Make Lydia top 1. Thank you. I'll try. I'm gonna go sleep. Fun stream. Take care, everyone. You too, Lissetto. Have a good night. Sleep well. Lydia's perfectly fine the way she is now. I agree. Yeah, I think that Lydia's in a very healthy state. There's a lot of interaction. There's a lot of back and forth. Stances are healthy. Mix-ups are healthy. Lydia has a lot of options at her disposal. Has to interact with the opponent, play a lot of old Tekken, play a strong neutral game. There isn't a lot, like, the biggest fault with her, in my opinion, before this patch was the chip damage was a bit too much. Now I think for the most part, she's fine. The only thing that I'll say that's probably a little bit too strong with her and maybe a little bit unhealthy is this damage at the wall. Like, this into this is just absurd. But also, now that I'm looking at it, with the increase to health, this isn't nearly as bad as it was before. Because before, this situation could just be like half health. Now, I mean, they're on counter hit, it's a little bit more than half health, but now not so much. This is actually a lot more reasonable. Same with this. And this is also again counter hit. But that was about half health before. Yeah, it was a little bit more than half health because you'd be at 109 after that. Now it's not. So I think she's in a very healthy state. I say Lydia's complicated as I try to use Paul's deep dive stance with like 9 variations and Lyra's stance with like 12. Yet Lydia eludes me somehow. Well, it's the way you use the stances, right? Because like Paul's deep dive or Leroy's hermit stance, you go into the stance and then you use a move in the stance. It's linear, right? You do a move, you go into stance, and then you do a move from the stance. With Lydia, you know, if you do like forward, forward 2 and go in the stance, you can cancel it and then do like this. Or you can do forward, forward 2, go out of stance, and then boop, like that. Or you can do forward, forward 2, and then go into here, and then do this. Like you have so many options in how you utilize the stance. Like, even though you're in stance, your entire move list is still available. And that's very different from a lot of our characters. Chip damage was dumb as fuck. Still launch punishable though. Yeah, it was still like... The problem also is just how much damage she could do off of it. I haven't scienced that much yet, but I had mixed results with while standing 3, while standing 2, any input on when to use one or the other was one just better. While standing 3 is safer on block, but they're both punishable. So here's the thing. While standing 2, minus 15. While standing 3, minus 15. But because this is 1 frame higher startup, faster startup, you can use it for punishment. And I fell asleep. Hi. Tekken bad still? No, Tekken good. If, oh God, how am I going to do this? Yeah, I can do it like this, actually. Oops. Like that. So, if you are face down, head towards like this, if you tap up, then you'll be put in a crouching state. And then you go into a while rising state. So if you time it correctly, when you do this, you can do that. You can't do that with 2. You can only use it with your 3 and 4 buttons. Like you'll see, if I try hitting 2 here, it just doesn't work. So that would be a time you can use this too. Hi, people. Oh, sorry, I already read that, but I don't think I said hi to you. So hi, Thallus. Hello. Of course, I go forward 4, Tiger knee input. What's the max range it has? It's like range 4. It's a little tricky to do at this range, but it's about range 4. It also depends on the character, how wide their stance is. Because I think if I got Lydia, this would hit it at this range. It's about that range. It depends on the character. Let me swap over to Lydia, because I know since Lydia has a wider stance, I think it hits at a farther range. Read my message. What is Lydia's upward kick that launches a normal hit? Down forward 4, slide 3. I think you're talking about this one. Down forward 4, slide 3. Dig jab can be all Lydia options on down forward 2. Yeah, and that's the interesting thing though, is that if you down forward 2 and then dig jab, let me do this Corsica forward 4 thing real quick before I get into that. Oh my God, that wasn't good enough. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe it's a little bit before range 4. Maybe it's like here. Oof. Not quite. Maybe 3.5? 3.6. There you go. That's what I'll say. Are we cooked? No, we're not cooked. We're doing great. I'm happy. With higher health, isn't poking nerfed? No, poking isn't nerfed. I've talked about this at length, so I don't want to go into a whole 10-minute discussion on it. But what increased health does is it nerfs momentum, and it nerfs chip damage in a lot of ways because you can recover that health. It doesn't nerf poking though. The purpose of poking in Tekken 8 is about momentum, and poking by itself is still strong, and it's not like what some people are saying where combos are going to be much more powerful. And you're just going to be throwing out hotkicks because 13 frame punishes don't matter. The increase in health is a nerf to momentum, and chip damage is not a nerf to poking. What was I saying before? Oh yeah, so the dick jab thing. Yeah, so like the neat thing about dick jab 2 is if like we do down forward 2 and the opponent does dick jab, like this is still a good option for us, because even though it beats all of the things that Lydia can do here, like if I have them block and I just block here, oh, I have to set them on punish, my bad. And I block it here, I'm +5, right? So I can go here, +5, oh, it's my turn, forward 2, or something like that. Go here, that, okay, the turn's lost at the wall, so now I can do that. So it still gives us options. It's very dynamic. Pulse deep dive is down forward 3+4, 3+4, raw, forward 1, down forward 2, 1, so many more. My brain is fried. Well, eventually it just comes more naturally to you and you get used to it. Just had a fun chat, but I got into Lydia because my cat is named Lydia. Oh, and my friend is playing Lily, which is his daughter's name. So I thought it'd be funny, but I really ended up liking Lydia. Oh, that's neat. I think it's funny how both while standing 2 and 3 are -12 on block. Should I make while standing 3 -13 or 3 -10? I always thought that was kind of silly too. But there are uses for both of them still. I've been in this chat saying the last few weeks, Tekken's gonna be all right. They just put out a stinky update. Yep, and they're fixing the stinky update. Asking about early while standing 2 and while standing 3, like not really much difference. Yeah, there's not too much. Thanks, no problem. It's only 20 health too, so poking's fine. Yeah, it's like, okay, so if you do like a down forward 1 here, it's just, I'm not gonna bother count it. Say it does 15 damage, okay? So percentage wise, this is doing 180 divided by 15. Oh, no, sorry. 15 divided by 180. Math major, by the way. So it's doing about 8% of your health in damage. With 200 health, it is doing 7.5%. So, like, yeah, over the course of time, that 0.5% does make a difference, but it's the same with combos. You know, because if you're doing a 100 damage combo, that's half of your health now. In the past, it was 55%, 56%, rounding up. So, like, it affects everything. It doesn't just make pokes worse. It kills momentum because it gives you more opportunities to be able to block the 50-50s. It gives you more opportunities to be able to, like, duck under highs and then launch them and take that risk. And it's just it's overall, in my opinion, healthier for the game. Take that from me as a Soul Calibur player, where the relative health in Soul Calibur player is like 2 times as much as it is in Tekken. It will be fine. I'm a Lee player, and I really quickly checked the notes, and it seems like Lee's still cooked. Yeah, Lee's like still a problem, and there's still things that need to be fixed. But this is more about addressing the overall state of the game instead of individual characters. And individual characters will get addressed later. They said that in the patch notes. And so I think it's important to not look at this on an individual character by character basis, but as the overall game. And that's why I'm not too concerned about Lydia's chip damage getting nerfed, because at the end of the day, like, the game's in a better state, the game's healthier, and they'll fix that stuff over time. And the most important thing is fixing, like, the game. and the health of the game. So I just wish the 50-50s didn't force another 50-50. I agree with you there. And again, that's something that they can fix. That's something that they already have addressed with the wall stagger, right? Stuff like Jin's Zen, what is it, 3+4? Things like that. Now Jin's Heat Smash. Now you don't just have these big plus on block mids that lead to more 50-50s at the wall with those specific tools. They have nerfed that. They haven't fixed everything, but this is why I say it's a step in the right direction, because that is one of the major problems that existed when it comes to 50-50 to 50-50 to 50-50. And you even saw in like Asuka, for example, with her while running 1+2 and down back 1+2. You saw it on a bunch of characters, and so now that that's out of the game completely, that does directly affect the 50-50s in the forcing enough 50-50. If your back gets to the wall, it stops your back being to the wall, being that you just lose the game on the spot. So they are adjusting that. They are fixing that. So Hammer Tech is fine. Hammer Tech is significantly nerfed, but it still has its place. Like, chip damage is still chip damage. You know, it's still damage. At the end of the day, you're using these moves trying to hit your opponent using these moves, right? You're not using it solely for the chip damage. The chip damage is just making it so that's like it's not a complete waste of your heat. And so like what Hammer Tech ultimately devolves into is maximizing the amount of use you get out of your heat. And in that case, yes, it's still there. That was the whole point of Hammer Tech in the first place. The chip damage was a byproduct of the optimal use of heat. Whether or not chip damage is lower or higher, doing that kind of sequence is still the optimal use of your heat. You're taking advantage of every single second you have of your heat when you are in the heat state. That's the point of it. So yeah. Like, Hammer Tech is still worse, but it's because Lydia's heat overall is worse. But it's still, like, it's still good. Steve stand-up during for unusable bomb tier character, yeah. So weird that people complain about getting more interactions per game. Like, what's the problem with... Well, here's the reason, Nikita. I've said this a couple of times today. The reason why is because Tekken players are used to Tekken. And this kind of health change is unprecedented in Tekken. Unless if you ignore, like, Tekken Tag 2. But it happened, like, in the middle of the game when the game is already developed and the game is bounced around the health as it is unprecedented, right? It's not something that's happened in a Tekken game before. So it leads to a lot of speculation. How is this going to work? How is this going to affect, like, poking and stuff? And it was the same thing with the heat system. Like, I could tell you exactly how the heat system works. And again, look at my video on YouTube where I first looked at the first look of the game in February of 2023, a year before the game came out. I was saying everything that people are saying about the game right now because I already knew how it worked. But Tekken players haven't played Soul Calibur. They didn't know how the heat system works. They didn't know the impact it was going to have on the game. So there was a lot of speculation. There was a lot of hype. There was a lot of intrigue in the mechanic because they didn't know how it was going to work. And then the game pans out, and then it's like, yeah, it's like the mechanic. And so for me, it's the same with the health, where it's like I already kind of know how a game like Tekken works with more health because I play Soul Calibur. So I already have a fairly strong opinion on how I think that the health buff is going to affect the game. But Tekken players don't, because they don't play other fighting games. They don't really know how this kind of dynamic works, what happens when you have more health in a fighting game like Tekken. So that leads to a lot of speculation and wondering, like, how is this going to affect the meta game? How is this going to shake things up? And, you know, like, that's completely fair. And to be fair as well, playing devil's advocate for myself, Tekken's a different game, right? So I could be completely wrong about the HP as well. I'm taking an educated guess based on my experience in a different game that's very similar to Tekken and how the things that revolve around health work and how the health increase is going to work in Tekken. And that's where I base my opinion off of. For Tekken players, it's speculation. It's basing like what they know about Tekken specifically and how that works relative to health. It's just a different perspective. That's all it is. I have to go. Good night, Seth and everyone. Good night, Sphinx. Sleep well. Thank you for coming by. They give Lydia a reason to use Wolf 31. No, they didn't really change anything with Lydia this patch except for the universal change with chip damage. Didn't they buff HP in Tekken 7 as well at some point? Yes, but it was only by 5 points. It wasn't significant. Pokes still have unique value compared to combos due to not leaving gray health. Yeah, and also deleting gray health and, again, momentum, right? Which is another thing that hasn't really been a thing in other Tekken games, but is very important in Tekken 8. All I need is punishment to come out, and not Armor King, please, and my character wish list will be complete. Not punishment, I mean Kuni, stupid autocorrect. Yeah, I want Kunimitsu too. I would love Kunimitsu to be in this game. Fun aside, I dipped back over the Fee stream and folks are talking about Tekken inspiring them to do real martial arts. One guy said he started doing Shotokan karate because of Lydia. I'm not going to lie to you. I was also tempted to do that, but I can't because it's too far away from me, the nearest place. So rip. But I actually have been tempted to do the same thing because of Lydia. It's also just expensive. Like, I don't have the money for it. A bit of a rallying cry for me, the horse persists, but so do I. My buddies attempting to kill me, but I shall prevail. I love that. I'm gonna have to use that. That's so funny. No second players ignore tag 2 as far as I understand. That's also true. But like the thing I bring up, I ignore tag 2 as well. So I don't know how strong this example is. But look at Tekken Tag 2. If you, like, a tag team, you had what? Like 180, 60, or 80 health or something? A solo player had 240. Did the value of pokes over combos change because of the health? No, it didn't. And the reason why is because of the ratio of poke damage to combo damage. That's the way I see it. It was strange how HP was 180. I figured should have just been 200 anyway, with the way that combos just bail out of control in Tekken 8. Yeah. I was saying in the beta that I thought they should increase the health. So I've been wanting this change for a very long time. I got Chicken Pulse, Stripper Ball, and a few other characters. I figured out how to turn the Iron Wings into... Okay. Tekken's complexity and precision is what brought me back into the FGC. I mean, that's cool. Morning all. Hi, Zakara Shinho. Help me. And Sesujin always on point. That is consistent at least. What can I say? I'm nothing if not consistent. So I'm nothing. Either it will make everything normal, the game will be a timeout simulator. Yeah, and we'll have to see as well. The time is the biggest factor to me that makes me a little bit like about the increase to health, but we'll see. Only character I want in Tekken 8 is Bob. I'll switch over to playing Bob if he's added. Even if it's the absolute worst character in all of existence. Yeah, that's fair. I think that drew me to Lydia. I got back my black belt a long time ago and quit shortly after. And Uechi Ryu karate, so I figured, so I thought she was karate was cool. That's neat. That's awesome. I never got to a black belt in martial arts. I got to like a medium belt, but not a high belt. The only reason I play Lydia is because I've practiced karate and seen some of the kata. I didn't do it for long, but I found love for Lydia by doing so. See, I did Wing Chun when I was a kid, and I saw the same thing with Leroy as well, and I thought that was really cool, but I just... Leroy's boring to play, unfortunately. Kuni redesign going to be dripped up and dripped out. Well, Kuni's design in Tekken 7 was really cool. I want to do Taekwondo, but my friends do Muay Thai, so extra motivation. Kicks versus kicks. It's like, well, I mean, Taekwondo kicks are pretty hard, so. Loki want to stop boxing because of Steve. Place here does over $14 a month, and they're legit. When I was looking up for the Shotokan karate stuff, I think it was somewhere around 50. It wasn't exactly 50, but it was 50, give or take $15. I can't remember for sure. Be careful with the Shotokan karate dojos, y'all. Some of them are fine, but they are very susceptible to being McDojos. Yeah, I mean, that happens a lot. Can bounce around for 2 hours, weighing over 300 pounds while having bad knees. Oh, man, that sucks. So I'm just trying to catch up on the chat here. I've been so behind like the entire stream. Them sending Wall Crush to the Shadow Realm makes me happy. Yeah, me too. I like Lydia because I like karate characters, but also her design was something else to me. Yeah, like she everything about her is really cool. Her trailer in Tekken 7 was phenomenal. Way how Kuni looks is cool. Her move list was obnoxious, though. Yeah, I agree. I liked a lot of the ideas around her move list. I liked playing her, but there were definitely things with her move list that were problems. When I was playing Kunimitsu, I just avoided that and tried being like a good quote-unquote Kunimitsu player instead of doing like the down forward 3-2 bullshit. And I found her fun and interesting because of that. Similar to Lydia in a lot of ways, too. I'm not willing to make time for Muay Thai. One day, though. Too busy daddying right now. Fair enough. It'll always be there, right? If you didn't know that Lydia's horse stance is used wrong for my practice of it, because when she does the squat, she does what's called an X block, which is meant for kicks. Oh, interesting. That's so funny when most of the moves that you do out of this stance then aren't kicks, because, like, this kick sucks. Huh. Yeah, I guess thinking about it, doing this stance into this is kind of weird, isn't it? This is not a ready stance for you to do a chop like this. Like, the one is underneath the arm. Like, how would you do that? You would go here, and then you would do, like, this. It's so weird. That doesn't feel right. Jiu-Jitsu would help tremendously. It's phenomenal in losing weight. Yeah, I mean, any, like, martial art would be really good for that, right? Gotta mix in the realism with the fantastical. Yeah, that's why Leroy has, like, his 360 punches and kicks. Those 5-minute matches feel like 3 hours. Oh my god, yes. You get worn out so much when doing any sort of sparring or fighting. Set stance was just broken. Neutral skip tools are generally just bad. I agree. But also, if you think about it, what was I about to say? Oh, yeah. If you think about it, the way that Kunimitsu stances work like that is kind of how they already work in Tekken 8, right? Kunimitsu was the blueprint. Wrestling has you exerting your muscles all over because it's a full body tussle. Yeah. Boxing is rough because after a while you can feel the strikes in your arms. Yeah. I haven't done boxing or wrestling, but I can imagine. Proudest accomplishment was baffling the hell out of my opponent because I broke an unbreakable hold. Nice. That's cool. Just didn't know it was unbreakable and felt his left shoulder loose and pushed against it. That's fucking cool. I think horse 3 and 3+4 are great. Horse 3+4 is a cool move. It just sucks that this move is unusable. Oh, you know what I want to look at real quick? Hold on. Nope. Let's turn off counter hit. I want to see how much damage this combo does now. That's significantly less damage. Jesus Christ. That was doing like, well, you had to get the wall, but that was doing like 90 before. Maybe I can get to the wall here. My one frame links are on point, by the way. Ah, not quite. I mean, like, judging by that damage and missing the 3 hits, that would be what, like... It's like 11 or 12 less damage, right? It was doing 92 before, if I remember correctly, and that would be around like low to mid 80s. The fact that the broken unfun thing in Tekken 7 was the blueprint for Tekken 8 isn't good. Yeah, it's true. Like, but the thing is, too, I liked the dynamic between all the sins. I loved how Kunimitsu was able to do like 2-2 into Catan and then teleport backwards and do some sort of back turn thing. And it always left her open to getting counterattacked, but then she had options to cover that. The interaction there was really interesting. I liked it a lot. And I also liked the concept of set stance being able to threaten with the dash and just doing the dash by itself or the dash and canceling in the crouch. I really liked the concepts behind it. But yeah, there were a lot of problems with it for sure. Horse stands by practice should be carrying low kicks. Man, could you imagine though if Lydia had a low kick in horse stance? That'd be... Oof. I can kind of see why they didn't do that. Although it makes sense with the stance, but I can kind of see why they didn't do it because that would probably be way too good. In that case, how's the patch feel? I think it feels really good. I'm happy with it. Have to play online, of course. Have to play some actual games, but just like in general, messing around with it for a little bit, I like it. Kuni had cool ideas, just too much coverage. Exactly, that's a great way to put it. How much damage is the forward 4-3 under there? Good question. Let me see. Let's see if I can hit the one frame link 3 times. I'm so fucking good at this game, man. I've been practicing that. You can tell. I'm so happy with that. There you go. What was that? 15 damage? Still good with 3 stacks. Oh, should be parrying low kicks. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I completely misread. My bad. A low parry also would just be way too strong for horse stance. It'd be cool for flavor, but I don't think that you could balance that. That'd be way too good. Being able to low parry down jabs is just so strong. Although I will say, Lydia being able to do like the Ana thing where she can go in the horse stance and then automatically parry lows would be pretty sick. That 1+2 not being punishable anymore is crazy to me. Never heard you talk about it. It's very good. I need to use the move more. But it's -9, so you lose your turn instead of the 1, which is -4. So they both have their own uses, but I do need to use this move more, especially when I'm in heat. I'm fighting infinite health while wrong because in practice there's a whole time on ultra hard to practice reactions and buttons. I'm too burnt out to take it to ranked. Yeah, I mean, understandable. It is late too, so there'll always be time. Horse stance is always already extremely good. Oh yeah, for sure. But 2-2 probably shouldn't be an I-12 homing. Yeah, it shouldn't have tracked to a weak side. The concept behind it is really cool, but it's yeah. It was a bit ridiculous. Was linear in the reward was like set 2 and 3 on counter hit was lower beat would have helped so much. Could still threaten with the dash, but a good opponent would be able to step them. Yeah, exactly. Like, there just needed to be more counterplay to stuff like that. Again, the ideas with Kunimitsu were really cool. Kunimitsu is really fun to play because the ideas behind her stances and how that dynamic works is really interesting and unique. And I like it a lot, but she was not very healthy in that game, especially when other characters in that game wasn't doing what she was doing. Hitting horse during the forward 4-2 makes you feel like you're hitting Kazuya's perfect electric after counter it down forward 2. I wish I could play Kazuya. Dude, I'm telling you, it's the perfect electric. Having low pay that only works on kicks could be oh, that would be cool. It would be unique too, right? There's not a character that has something like that. A low parry that only works on kicks? Ooh, I like that idea a lot. I don't know how good it would be, but that would be really interesting against Mishimas. Ooh. Down 2 should be -15. All right, listen here, Lily. I'm gonna have to break the hammer out for you. All right, you listen here, you little shit. Kuni having the best hot kick in Tekken 7 was also brain dead. I honestly didn't think it was that good. Like, I found it pretty easy to punish. I know that Joey Fury was like, I can't punish this consistently. It's so good. I never had a problem with it. That's me, though. Low parry from stance for kicks only. Yeah, I think that'd be cool. Doesn't mean that Jin and his mom will stop bullying me in this game. Yes. Yeah. Oh, actually, I mean, I didn't show you this. Check this out. Check this out. You're not going to believe your eyes. 10 million heating gauges light up the world as you fucking die in bed. I don't know. That with the health deletion is disgusting. It's a 1 frame length though. It's really hard. Check this out. Hold on. Look at that. Dude. Look at this. Look at this. Crazy. You can just sidestep all of this now. We are so back. See, and I saw this change and I thought, yes, this is a good direction for everything to go in because this is like how stances should work. This should always be counterplay. Because look, if you sidestep this and this whiffs, then you can go into this stance still and then do something. See? Like that. And then the second hit, like if they try whiff punishing the first hit, if I time this right with the sidestep, then that was still realigned. So there's still like Jun can still do stuff, but it requires a lot of thought. And then the mid you can just someone said you can just step block it. I don't know because it's 16 frames. I feel like that'd be pretty hard. But then she has the homing move, but if she does the homing move, then it's only -6. Mid homing move being only -6 is pretty damn good. But it doesn't do anything on normal hit, to be fair. We live in a proper society now. Lee can step that, then damn, nice. Doubt Lee can do that since his movement is so ass. Well, let's see. Lydia has pretty default movement. Let's see. Is that the defensive option is actually working? It is. Yeah, counter option is forward 1+2. That's the homing mid. Damn, Anna's down 4 mix-up dead versus Lydia. Less mix-ups, the better. Yep. Sidestep everything, including the house sweep. Yeah, so it seems like if you delay the house sweep, then now catch sidestep. Like that. I don't know if there are other options that Jun can do. But yeah. That shit has no tracking. Yeah, I mean, they specifically nerfed the tracking on, I think, the 4 it was, so that you could sidestep it. So what you're saying is sidestep right duck. Yes, actually. Yeah. Yep. Because it seems like, oh no, with the right timing, then this will realign. But I think it has to be on the last frame you're in the stance. Or maybe it's distance dependent? Hold on. Ooh. It is distance dependent. Oh no, it's not. No, it is just waiting until the last frame. So that the 3 can realign if they delay it. So that's something you have to look out for. But is any Jun player actually going to do this? No. No. Oh my god, wait, did you see that? Whoa. Hold on there, buckaroo. Oh my god, it's a new world. Holy shit. Are you... I'm making a tweet at Harada right now. I'm tweeting at him right now in this moment. There's less mix-up and more set play now, which is a good thing. Yeah, absolutely. It's like saying it's a single Safina play go in the block a thing. Damn. Do you test King's new wall combo? They nerfed that shit. They said in the patch notes that, I don't know the wall combo personally, but they said in the patch notes that it shouldn't be able to hit grounded opponents anymore. So yeah. As long as the patch notes didn't lie, that should just be dead. It's oh yeah, it's interruptible. Yeah, and you can like power crush through it and stuff, so there's always defensive options. See, the cool thing about this change though, like with the up one, is that if it hits, June obviously gets the mix-up, right? She gets reward for it being hit. But if it gets blocked, now all of a sudden the attacker is in a position where it's like, shit, I have to deal with whatever option the opponent's going to do here now. And the opponent can just be like, sidestep right, sidestep right, sidestep right. Meanwhile, June is sitting there sweating like so this is great. This is how stances and stance mix-up should work in a game like Tekken. I don't know how many frames it takes for her to exit stance though. Let's see. Hold on. If we block this, I've never looked at this before. Someone may know this, I don't. If June just decides to block afterwards because of how plus she is, can she get punished? Or is it like Lydia? She can. She can get punished. Okay. And then that's where like the armor move would come in. So June, if she does this, she has to commit to an option. She has to. Unhit, it's fair. I wish all stance characters got the mix only on hit. And this might be a testing ground to how they're going to approach stances in the future. That's the way I see it. Why would they only do it to June in this one patch and just overall how June's stance works? And not be thinking about addressing other characters in a similar way. I think that this is a testing ground for how they're going to change stances in the future. And that makes me happy. Maybe it's only partial charge. That's what they said in the patch notes. The full charge one you shouldn't be able to do anymore. So if I get a little excited, I just love to share my knowledge. Even no, do not be sorry about that. I'm happy to read it. No. Don't be sorry at all, Mika. I'm just trying to like read all of the chat messages because there are so many people here talking. But yeah. They completely gutted June's mix-up game. Good. They gave her a weakness and they made it so that she has to rely more on defense and using stuff like this for whiff punishing and actually like counter hit confirming into 1-2-2 or using the second hit as a counter hit tool instead of just like you use it as a counter hit tool and also a free mix-up string. It's good. This is what it should be like. The character has a weakness now. Good. And you can still use these moves, you just have to use them in the right scenarios. I'm back. Hi, love. I did Taekwondo, still hate while wrong. Fair. While running in slow forward forward moves also probably shouldn't go in the stance mix-up. Like, yeah, they're linear, but it's not fun to interact with. True. June shouldn't have super strong stance mix-ups. Yeah, I mean, like, again, that's what this is for, right? That's the whole point of this. It's like, you get the counter hit out of that. You're fishing for counter hit there. It already provides that benefit, and you're already using forward 3, which is a safe mid to try fishing for that. And you can delay it so much you can fish for that counter hit. Like, why should she get the mix-up on top of that, too? Like, that's not how she's designed. She should have that weakness. And also, if someone's not ready, like if you do, let's just say for example, if June does 1-2 here as a punish, and then does the second hit and you're not ready for it, oh, this is a full. I thought for some reason this was only natural on counter hit. But there's still the aspect of it, if June does this a lot, or June does this into this, then she can still delay this last hit for counter hit. And if you're not ready for it, you might not sidestep here in time. So, you know, there's still options for it. It's not just one dimensional, like, oh, it's unusable now. You can still utilize the stance here. You can still do stuff out of it. It's only going to be a super hyper aware opponent that's extremely knowledgeable in the matchup that's going to be able to counter every single time. And you just have to use the move differently. But she's still good. She's still fine. Tekken 8 as Twitch question. It always was. Yeah. I wish they gave Leah's identity back. Well, again, just look out for the, feels like I have, like, a bruise right here. Something right here hurts really bad. Just gotta wait for the future patches. While running moves, getting stance plus frames also depends on how scary the stance is. Yeah, that also is true. Tekken... you know, the time is coming. You won't be able to catch up on chat messages anymore. I checked the line for viewer matches last time and immediately checked that. Yeah, it is. I mean, this has been a... Like I said at the beginning, this is a just chatting. This has been almost a 5-hour just chatting stream. So, I realized I'm 14 minutes behind. Oh my god. Someone asked something about the 1+2 mix-up or combo as well. I don't remember. But, like, in terms of combo damage, unless there's been something directly nerfed like King's 322, the only change to, like, combo damage is after heat dash. So... yeah. Green belt, if I recall, still a noob. I did Taekwondo. I got to, I think, purple belt, which is somewhere in the middle. I, as a believer in the right to bear arms, think Lydia needs a Glock. I get Ling and Azucena in the while running stands, but Jin, man. I honestly don't get Azucena. What if we get Not Walking Dead DLC? Stop. Don't do this. You watch ReTubers, right? What's the Gura situation? Oh, you want me to tell you about... Listen, everyone. The Gura situation is crazy. Just... yeah, she's essentially leaving the company and probably is going to stop her own thing outside of the company, like a lot of people in the company have done, because the management of the company has been moving in a direction that a lot of the English creators don't like, because the company was made public, I think, last year. And because the shareholders now in Hololive are like a thing, and they're dictating the direction that the company has to go, it's directly affecting the content creators, and it's just becoming a lot more corporate. Whereas when they joined, it wasn't, because it was a privately owned company, and that's causing a lot of people to leave. So that's the gist of it, like, in general. As for her specifically, like, I don't know. I don't know her. The only like Hololive Niji Sanji VTuber that I've ever interacted with was Rosemi, and that's because she came into my chat for like 2 seconds to say congrats on my placement at Frosty Faustings, and that's it. So, like, that's, which was very cool. Just for the record, like, that was fucking, I didn't believe that was actually Rosemi, and then I looked, and then it was Rosemi. I was like, what the fuck? That's like, that moment has lived rent-free in my head for the past couple of months. But yeah, that's just generally how I understand it. And with her specifically, too, it's actually very similar to, like, the position I'm in, because with her specifically, she also said that that she had a lot of, like, mental health issues with being, like, the face of the company and of VTubers, because it's not something that she was expecting to happen, and she just, like, had a hard time handling it. And I empathize, because I'm the same with, like, Lydia. You know, I feel a lot of stress being, like, one of the faces of the character and being one of the more prominent people in the Lydia community. And so, like, I get it. The stress is intense. And this is, like, for me, it's a lot smaller than it is for her. So, like, Being under that amount of stress and pressure, especially when you weren't expecting it or prepared for it, I get it. I can imagine it, and it would fucking suck. It would be so difficult. I'm a Mume fan, and I'm feeling bad. I liked Mume a lot too. I hope her fans can reconvene elsewhere. I'm sure they will. Frosty Clout, right? Yeah, I got... Guys, I don't know about you, but I got a VTuber coming into my chat. Oh, no, there are a lot of VTubers here. Hi to all of the VTubers in here, by the way. Hello. Hello, I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're all staying healthy. Ina's my favorite, and Morimume, Crony, and Narissa. Outside of Hollow, my favorite is Henya. And, oh god, I'm trying to be respectful, but what I'm going to say is I watched Henya before Henya, and I was very sad when Henya was gone, and then I was very happy to see Henya back, and I've been watching her since. She is, by far my, I have her damn plushie. I have the damn makeshift plushie. Feel pressure being one of the faces of tech and streaming. Just shut up. I try making Lydia content. I'm too small though. Hey, I mean, like, all you gotta do. I mean, still in many ways am small, but for years and years and years, I was like a 1 viewer streamer. And when I say year, I mean like literally like 5+ years. You just gotta do it because you have fun with it. That's the main thing. If you have fun with it and you do stuff that you have a passion for, people will see that and respond. That's the way I see it. I should compete in Soul Calibur 6 on IRL martial arts. Why not both? Must be a real mind melter. Wait, that VTuber sees me. It's also funny because I really like Rosemi, because Rosemi is like the fighting game VTuber, you know. She interacts a lot with like the fighting game community. Like if you play card games, you probably know Nova Alkami. Rosemi is like the FGC equivalent to that. So like I knew her and I liked her a lot even after all of the fucking Niji Sanji fallout shit. And so seeing her in the chat and saying that, I was like, wait, this is fucking weird. I'm humbled. I'm very humbled. And that was a very cool moment. But I was like, what the fuck? This is so weird. And then for like a week, I was stressing about like, did I make a bad first impression? Was I weird? Just makes you say some crazy things like down back 4 being the biggest. Shut up. It shows my girlfriend had bad anxiety when she saw that stream a few weeks back. You were having a rough one. Was really empathizing and nailed what stress was. This is a Lydia guy, right? That's a lot and probably be breaking too. Well, that means a lot to me that she would say that. It's like another point of like what makes it stressful to me too is when I do have those moments where the anxiety boils up and then comes out, is people just not like understanding that sometimes these things happen because I am an anxiety riddled mess. And it's comforting to know that there are other people that not only like have a similar issue, but can also empathize and understand why that's happening. It makes me feel like it's not just like it's me that's doing something wrong because of this, but it's like other people can go through that stuff too. And I appreciate you telling me that, and I appreciate her saying that too. V Shoujo's my favorite. Henya and Zen. In V Shoujo, my two favorites are Henya and Michi. Michi, Michi just is like the perfect time for me because after I stop streaming, I can go on Twitch and then she's streaming for like 8 hours, and it's just something nice I can listen to in the background. I find her conversations really engaging and interesting. I just like listening to her speak. I think that she's one of those streamers that like similar ways to Northern Line, because I really like Northern Line. Northern Line's probably my favorite streamer in general. But I find her similar to that, where there's someone I can just like listen to talk about things or like have conversations about things, and they're always very interesting and engaging and interactive to a point where I'm like, I just like listening. Niji Sanji Rosemi is a Lily player. JP like the Ojo Sama girl. Yeah. Shock for Rosemi have Harada year on chat. Yeah, like there was this whole thing with Harada too, where Harada had like a Rosemi shirt. It was very funny. The King Wall combo still works. This Harada. Powerpuff DLC. Powerpuff DLC. Yeah, from character angle, Azusen is stance heavy. No, it's true. I mean, I rationalize this in my head with Azucena being a rushdown character because of the caffeine rush, and I thought about it, I'm like, that's absolutely what they did. So it makes sense for her. I still think it's a little bit ridiculous though. But I only started playing other character because I injured my thumb. Oh. And Wave Dash hurt with Reina. Blessing in disguise. Tekken's a lot more fun trying all characters. Still a Reina main. Yeah, I mean, like, that's why my name is Sesujin with the Mokujin, because playing a lot of characters is just fun. Post a fun clip to watch in Discord. Okay, I'll look at that in a second. I don't care what anyone says. Elise is one of the more fun characters to play. I was with you in Tekken 7. In Tekken 8, I don't feel that as much, but with the changes to how she goes into Buden, dual Buden stuff, I wanted to play her again. Elise is very fun. Hi, John. Would you be down to watch one of my friends being live streaming Texas Showdown since just chilling at the moment? I'm actually going to be ending stream here soon because it's 1 a.m. and I do need to go eat. I'm trying to wrap up the just chatting, but this has been a 5-hour like talking stream. So Northern Lion rocks. Northern Lion's great. I've been watching Northern Lion since I think 2011. I've been watching it for a very long time. Been watching his blueprints playthrough with the partner. Practically a laugh a minute with that guy. Yeah, he really is. My Azusen is mid because have no personality. Damn, and only cafe girl. Annoying. Yeah, a little bit, but that's fine. Real ones remember when he was Seth Boot. Oh, worst times. That's... Cut it off. Cut it off. Okay, let me look at this clip from Nikita, and then we'll probably wrap up the stream for today. Thank you all for stopping by and sticking around today. This is very different in almost every way than normal streams. This was like 5 hours of basically just chatting and talking about like Tekken and some various other random stuff. But like, I enjoy these streams. I like talking to you guys. I hope that even though this was a bit of a departure from normal, you guys like the stream too, even if it was a little bit different. Okay, it's a fee clip. I'm ready for this. Random question, but does down forward 3-4 work into Lydia? It seems useless except for maybe it belongs in juggle somewhere. It's not very good. It's just too punishable if it be -12. The down forward 3 by itself though is good because it tracks to sidestep right, which is her weak side, and it's a knee, so it's good against like Asuka and June who have punch sabakis, because otherwise like down forward 2 doesn't track sidestep right. So it's a good option in those specific matchups, but otherwise it's not a very good move, unfortunately. The follow-up especially isn't very good. Nice stream, thank you. I'm happy to hear that. This patch day so the more relaxed stream fits. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Remember that one princess themed chatter with like 9% show was a weird bot, but we just let stick around? Yes, I do. The one that would change the name every like week, and then they would say like they were like ban evading, and I'm like, dude. Okay. You're good, man. I'm glad to see you're in a bad mood. Last stream, I hate seeing down and depressed about Tekken. I'm glad you recovered mentally. Love you, man. Love you, chat. Thank you, Mika. I love you guys too. Thank you. No, I'm happy. I'm upset that we ended up starting a lot later than normal, but I'm like, at the end of the day, I'm glad that you guys enjoyed the stream and just can hang out and have a good time. That's what I'm here for, and if I can deliver that, then I'm happy. Okay, let's see the feed crash out. I'm ready. Are you guys ready? What's this clip that Nikita sent?
First thing that happened, the last patch notes came out, everybody was tweaking about every move is +8 in homing. Every move goes into stance. Every move does wall crush, and the Lee mains went, my character is ruined. Motherfucker, what? The ship is going down, and all you are talking about is your fucking laptop got wet. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Lee, he's so right. He is objectively correct. Dude. Lee players really will be on the Titanic as it's sinking and complain to the waiter that their food is getting cold. Lee mains really are like that. He is so correct in every way. Devil Jin players are about to look at this change and be like, no, Devil Jin got nerfed. Oh my god. Meanwhile, Amelia Earhart's falling from the fucking sky. Like, dude, you're sitting there complaining about your damn cheeseburger when like out in the distance, out of this field of your view, there's a fucking plane that is crashing down into a mountain, and you're sitting there like, waiter, my cheeseburger doesn't have onions on it. Grogger. I was there for the Anyway. Seth is I didn't read that. Sorry, JWD. I just saw it. Lydia cosplay win. I've said this time and time again. When someone gives me a link so that I can buy a Lydia cosplay, I will do a Lydia cosplay. The problem, though, is because we're about to have 250% tariffs because Trump's no politics. Because we're about to have 250% tariffs, I can't cosplay anything because all the cosplays are from China. They already cost like $60 to $100. After the tariffs, I have to pay what? $400 for a June cosplay? Fuck that. I can't afford that. Corporals ruin everything. Yeah, and that's what people were afraid of too when HoloLive went public, and that's how it ended up going because as it turns out, if your company is public, when shareholders are making decisions, shareholders are a bunch of fucking idiots. So, please don't say I don't want to see it. Please spare me. Well, as long as the tariffs remain. Listen, here's what I'm going to tell you. Everything about me cosplaying and not cosplaying Lydia hinges on Trump. Trump's tariffs have a direct impact on my ability to cosplay Lydia. So if you don't want to see me cosplay Lydia, then you better hope that the tariffs stay. If you want to see me cosplay Lydia, then you need to start a formal protest. I'm just saying. That's how it is. As a League player, I mean, true, but I personally think that the reason for this is because the League changes like embody everything that's wrong about Season 2. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say embody everything, but yeah. Because I feel a similar way about Lydia, where I feel like Lydia embodies everything that, like, is right about Season 2. So, like, there's like... I don't know. This it goes one way, it goes the other. It's a complicated topic. I'm already in them streets. a karate gi and a red rash guard and MMA gloves will get the vibe down. But you know how much more that shit's going to cost in a month? At least, like in the US, the price for everything is gonna go, whoa! It's Amelia Earhart is coming out of her grave and is going up into the clouds without a plane or a net. All right, Trump bumped them up. Trump, tariffs are too low. There's still a chance Sesko in the cosplay Lydia. Double the tariffs. Double the tariffs on China. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here for today, everyone. Thank you all for stopping by for today's little just chatting stream. Again, I hope you all enjoyed hanging out. I'm going to say it once again at the risk of getting caught in the just chatting vortex. But throughout the rest of this week and next week, the streams are probably going to be starting a little bit later, so they're going to be around where they are now, because I need to fix my sleep schedule. I've been trying for months and I haven't done it. And thank you for the follow, by the way. And I haven't done it, and I need to, especially because Combo Breaker is in a month. So, and I don't want to do like Frosty Falls things again where I rushed it and then I was just fucking dead during Frosty. So, the next week streams are probably going to have kind of random start times. We'll eventually settle out until we start at like 3, 4 p.m. like normal. But yeah, just so you all know, like, stream time is going to be kind of random. So, check the Discord for updates on whenever I'm going to stream. I'll let you know in advance when I'm going to stream on there. And then I'll also, of course, have the waiting room up on YouTube in advance as much as I can before I start. So, yeah. Corona is the funniest. Where do you think I got the Toyton from? I got it from her saying Tartal. Tortal. Did you ever try your hand at VTuber? I've thought about it. If I became a VTuber, I do have a character concept in my head that I'd want to do. I have lore as well, but I don't know. I don't know if that would really fit with me right now. That's the problem. But it is something I've thought of. You be safe, guys. Love you. And if, Seth, you get your hands on that cosplay, I'm going to burn them. You be safe too, Mika. I hope you have a good night. I hope you all have a good night. Is it just Lydia? No, the concept is basically like, oh god, I'm trying to remember the lore. The lore is basically that you had a guy that was dying of a terminal illness that coded an artificial intelligence to keep him company while he was dying of this illness, and then he found a way to be able to upload his subconscious into the AI so that when he eventually died, he could live on through the online infrastructure. But the catch was, when he uploaded his subconscious into his AI, it caused him to lose his memories, so he had to slowly over time regain his memories and who he was before he died. That was the general concept that I had. Yeah. I can say that now because that's not gonna happen, but Guy, I'm out. Well, see, because it's an AI, I can have any model that I want. Stop gooing the Lydia fan. I'm looking at my damn ceiling. Make the robot out of wood and call it Protogen. Get it? That's actually, I didn't think about that, but that's actually a really good name. Size doesn't matter for content. It'll pay off when you least expect it. It's true. I switched from anime to fighting game content. No views at first, but it changed. No, you're 100% right. It's true. I mean, that kind of thing happened with Lydia. You know, you just gotta, like, you know, you just gotta keep having if you have a passion for it and you keep going with it, and like eventually that'll come back. That's the way I see it. Have a good night, Seth. You too, love. Lydia posts this on the ceiling. I have a mirror right here. There's a mirror. It's a mirror. and then it's the wall, and it's 2 3M strips from when I had a VR setup, my like HTC Vive VR set when you need the lighthouses, and then there's my ceiling tiles. I'm not too keen on watching people play games, so this was a lovely stream for me. Well, thank you. Have a good night. You too, Edgeclops. Take care, bro. You too, Eric. Thank you. Have a good night, Seth in chat. You too, Ultimate. Do you know Hanukkah for DOA? I want a character that plays like her. I didn't play her. I played Mila. Also ranked so far feels much better. Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, I'll have to, next time we play Tekken 8, we'll have to play it. Maybe on Saturday, because that'll be the next time I'm back. We'll play some Tekken 8 ranked. Yeah. Good night, Bees. Good night, JWD. Mirror for the Lydia cosplay. Stop. Do you think Thea will have better analytical eye compared to you, or have a better one? Thea's a League player, so, you know. They're all degenerates. Anyway, don't send that to Fee. Anyway, have a good night, everyone. I'll see you on Saturday. I'm not gonna be streaming tomorrow or Friday. This is kind of like my weekend. Again, weird schedule. So I'll see you guys again on Saturday. I'll miss you. Have a good night. Bye-bye. Clip that. Shut the fuck up, you fucking... Okay, all right, YouTube, it's just you and I. I don't know why I didn't end the I didn't end the YouTube stream because I didn't have anything after I said fucking. So like the Twitch stream is gone. It's just YouTube now. Now this is a little bit awkward. Anyway, bye Sheikh Zula, bye Nikita. Good night everyone, YouTube.